All right, you are live.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to The Boil, the second Platinum event in the Top Deck Championship Series. This one is, again, setting records for the largest CEDH event to occur. I'm in the booth here, remote, with my good friend Kyle Bogganese. How you doing today? I'm excited to see some CEDH.
I'm doing great. Thanks again for Eminence for having us. Yeah, this tournament's going to be really awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. This CCS, the Charlies Collectible show, awesome place. Was at the venue live last time, a great venue, and it's no surprise to see this a packed house once again. A lot of points on the line. We're of course going to kick things off watching our winner from our last event. Spoilers if you haven't seen that online yet. I'm sure you'll make time to do so if you have not. But Jorman Antigua, someone on quite a tear with their take on T&K, sometimes known as Blue Farm, but that's a contentious subject. And we're going to be watching him in a pod that is suspiciously green for a format I was told is Grixis. Pretty excited to get a look at that. But players are shuffling up, resolving mulligans. Let's get down. Let's have a look at the match and see exactly what our defending champion is up against in the first pod of the day. All right. While we are getting started here, want to call out thank you to Eminence Top Deck Series and all of our sponsors. Are going to be going through that throughout the day, making these events possible. I think this is, a huge boon to the CDH community, being able to have such an excellent circuit to play on. And already, this series has gotten really, really competitive. But Jorman, of course, the player we're going to be watching, leading the leaderboard over 800 points, quite a lead over the second place, which is just under 600, 595. So kind of pacing the entire field right now. One event in, of course, a lot of Magic left to be played in this event. First place gets 500 points. If the second place in the leaderboard, that would be David Wilson is able to take this event down, and Jorman has a bad showing. Leaderboard could shift even with that much of a gap. So a lot of shifts possible. These events, these leaderboards get quite competitive, as I'm sure you know. And so Jorman showing up needs to defend not just the title, but also his spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's anyone's game. Just it's a platinum event, ton of points. There's a lot of room for shakeup here.
Yeah, very, very excited to see these players resolving mulligans. Jorman, I think we've already seen take a few mulligans. We get the pot on screen here. We can see, looks like Atraxa, the Grand Unifier deck. I haven't had the opportunity to watch a lot of, despite its presence in the format. Only really a few people, I think, championing this deck, but with some good results to show for it. Second place, a deck I have not seen in a long time, actually. Edric, Spymaster of Trest. Traditionally, a Time Walk deck. Not seeing any of those available today. We'll see what he's up to. Then, of course, third place, we got Dargo Thrasios, a deck I've seen quite a bit, thanks to, once again, a few prominent players doing a lot of winning with that one. Dargo, a powerful combo piece in there. Of course, fourth place, you see, starting from behind already. Mulligans and in fourth position, T&K, wielded by Jorman.
Yeah, Jorman's been mulling fairly aggressively, as most great players are going to do. Yeah, and wow, it was actually kind of a fast mulligan there.
For all players, they were done quick. A lot of cards in hand for these players in the start. Soul Ring going to be a good start from the first seat, threatening potentially turn 2 Ristic, although that is a turn 1 fish. That is quite a bit more demanding of any interaction from this all blue pod, which has nothing to say about it. It's in.
Yeah, Dargo Thrasios gets to kind of say, hey, like maybe I just want to develop with creatures, ignore the fish. Like this is round 1. Players are just kind of, they may not be ready to fight with everyone and get into their politics.
They haven't done their slogs for the day.
Yeah, they're not ready. They're not up. We're not up yet. We're just like everyone's getting started.
Well,
so they're just cruising.
Yeah, looking through this Edric deck, I thought like there's Displacer Kitten available, but like we're not looking at like a critical mass combo time walk thing like we've seen in the past. This is a lot more just like make infinite mana and I guess have either whatever your
It's
Kinnan,
kind of
or
like
I don't
Kinnan,
even know what
except
you're
they have a
supposed to
different
do.
blue-green
Hidden Kinnan?
commander,
Yeah, Hidden
almost.
Kinnan is what we're doing here? Oh,
Yeah,
either way, it
yeah,
looks like to be very interactive, very grindy, and a lot of clones for opposing dock types. Makes a
yeah.
lot of sense.
Moving more toward just no bad card philosophy. Just
Love it.
yeah.
Ooh, little Archivist of Ogma action from Jorman.
Okay.
Response to this polluted Delta. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and put the card right there while you're fetching. I ain't going to forget that. I love it. Little heuristics there. Does notably quite a few creatures played here. Not too many fish triggers quite yet, showing kind of the power of creatures in this format, and maybe why all these
Yeah.
players, except Jordan, chose to bring green decks to the table. Being able to play underneath these Mystic Remora effects, proven to be a strong strategy. A lot of the stock that Kinnan gets in this field here today, and a lot of notable players showing up with Kinnan. So I
Yeah,
think we're going to see a
I'm
lot of
working
that.
on an article about Tivit right now, and one of the things is turn one Ristic study can be kind of dangerous if like good players are just like, okay, we're moving around it. You're not going to get that much, and you're going to sacrifice all your development turns keeping this fish around. Like you have the potential to get got here, and so Edric needs to watch out for that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, how long can you afford to keep it around? That's been an experience I've had, an experience I've felt. And it's interesting. There's been a lot of talk recently of, the mid-ranginess of the CDH format as a result of some of these powerful card advantage engines. And I think we're really seeing green get a lot more stock than people think because of the need to adapt to this mid-ranging format. You just need to get good creatures to play, get board presence, and that's going to matter. Just play for fish and go is Edric player. So here is Thrasios.
Gracios Passios. That's just like this is a great pod for it. Like people are just kind of chilling out here.
Yeah, expected to be, I'm sure, a very long grindy pod. Maybe puts Edric in a worse position. I mean, a deck normally looking to grind, being able to stop some of the faster decks. All these decks kind of okay grinding. I mean, Dothy Bleedwalker from Jordan here, another piece that just adds to, okay, we can sit and grind. That's a great Tymna attacker. Going to be like represent a lot of value in any counterspell fights over payoff. This Dothy offers a lot for Jorman for a single creature that doesn't trigger Mystic Remora, as Esper Sentinel also adds to that mix.
Yeah, not an accident. Jorman, crushing everything, obviously, as we've said before and we'll say again, but
A lot
it's
this start
not
of the
an
race.
accident that they kept this hand. It's just established some harder stacks pieces in Dothy and some softer in Esper Sentinel and Archivist, not certainly not being the threat at the table, can turn on a dime with the dockside extortionist once it starts getting ramped up, but currently not there yet. Not a lot of development by the rest of the field for docksides.
Do you get away with claiming to be not the threat with 3 creatures in play, all of which are card advantages of some capacity? Is that
I
something you get
mean,
away with?
yeah, that could be.
I
It's
mean, there's a fish in play.
interesting
You can make
texture
some
to this
counter arguments.
pod. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of what I think all these players expect, and certainly Jorman, right? And this is where you talk about goldfishing and the value of it. A lot of people like to goldfish their CDH decks, but when you look at a pod like this, it influences your mulligan so much. We saw Jorman do a lot of aggressive mulliganing and land on a hand that didn't actually have that much fast mana, but had a ton of
Yeah.
creatures. I think that correctly assesses exactly how slow this pod's going to be and how to set up for that. Already, I think, kind of getting to see evidence of that, and now, I mean, getting rewarded with cards coming.
Yeah, I mean Atraxa, I read Atraxa, it's gonna be a little bit of slower, grindy game. So yeah, that heads up mulligan there. Um we haven't talked a lot about Dargo Thrasios here in this, like, what are they doing? They're just kind of quietly developing over there, but they do have the potential to kind of just like run with a Dargo combo at some point in the mid game as well. So we got to keep an eye on them as well.
Yeah, as these players are just kind of dorking around with random creatures and establishing board state, I think like Dargo Thrasios in this pod has the highest potential to just combo out over the top, being that all of their combos really are just creature based, and that's worth a lot right now in this pod. And even though Atraxa kind of has that going too, it's still just a little bit more to get started than Dargo is. Dargo really, I mean, you don't need to start from much at all. We've seen that happen multiple times across tournaments, as it looks like Mystic Remora
Giving it
Not being paid
away.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love it. I love it here. Everyone's like, yeah, no, don't care about that fish. It's old hat.
Well, here comes Devoted Druid, representing potentially infinite mana. Every time I've seen it happen in
Yeah.
60 card formats, a little bit harder to set up in this, especially with no outlet in the command zone. Again, a lot of infinite mana in this Edric deck for Luis, and not really that many. Like, there's no payoff in the command zone. You just have to like draw one. Which maybe that's fine. Maybe that's a good enough plan. It works in other formats, but just not normally the texture you see for these infinite mana combo style decks.
Yeah, and Edric did Worldly Tutor at the end of turn and gave up the Mystic Remora. So this Devoted Druid maybe looks innocuous, but really not. This is like, I'm surprised the table's not slowing down a little bit, being like, they're like, we got to watch out for them on the next turn cycle. Like, we hopefully, like, Blue Farm or Atraxa can like counter the just an infinite mana combo on the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been any interaction used at all. So
Yeah.
that would hold, especially with as many cards have been drawn, as many kind of not like moves that have been made by anybody, and the entire pod being blue. My apologies. You would
Yeah.
expect some interaction from somebody somewhere. Now the question is, of course, with this being a singleton format, does that interaction line up with whatever's going on? A lot of the texture of CDH right now, as we alluded to, is playing combos that just kind of dodge the common ways to disrupt them face up, either being all through creatures, or maybe harder enchantments are harder to counter than the instants and sorceries. We've seen kind of a decline in ad nauseum, and we certainly see that present in this pod. Even though it's still around, it's not just like must be played
There's
by
one
everybody. That's
copy.
not the way to combo. Yeah, that's and I think that puts more pressure on the interaction. I mean, Force Will and all those ilk still work just fine, but if we're talking about Fierce Guardianship, what is that going to do against Dargo combos? Well, maybe less.
Yeah, they do have the potential in the mid game, and maybe that's why Edric's kind of just saying, "I'm forget the fish. I'm going for one half of an A plus B combo here, just because like I cannot fight on this grindy stage." So like we are seeing some players being kind of backed into a corner here, saying like I can't keep up with like what Blue Farm's doing. They're doing exactly what they need to do in this pod. So that there's some inevitability being gained there.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. And I think that's going to be true too when you look at kind of the presence of removal. If this pod is going to be all about creatures, the TNK deck's the one with the Toxic Deluge. That's a lot of the math that I have if I'm any of these other decks. Still, from Atraxa, though, it's been a ton of mana development. I mean, we just trying to cast Atraxa here? Is that just our entire game plan? One mana short right now. Oh, look at that.
The bottom
Colorless.
half of the pod has like access to Pyroblast or Rebs or just a lot of things to counter that. So that's going to be scary. Like, are they going to be able to get away with being a parasite, as Atraxa is sometimes known for?
Yeah,
Like,
I
hey
don't.
guys,
I don't think
can I
there's a
just resolve this
single way.
Atraxa? I gotta fight somebody.
Yeah, I don't think that Atraxa is just resolving heads up. You're going to need a little bit of
No,
help.
it's okay. So like, let's see what Edric goes for. This is they got half of their combo. Like, are they going to go for something here? That there's not a lot else going on.
Yeah, I mean I think we saw Devoted Druid actually search for, which would really speak to a plan to either use the burst of mana from the card itself face up or combo here. As here's Kennen. Well, that's an infinite mana payoff. I think that's especially when we're talking about the deck Edric. I think that one requires quite a bit of attention from the table, but I just saw a lot of shrugs. I think that one might just be in. Seagate Restoration as a land. I believe it's just called Seagate, maybe with some qualifiers.
Yeah.
Seagate Reborn, I'm being told. Thank you. See, I just call it the front half because that's what it is. And Rhystic Study, the follow-up. And that does draw Jorman this card. I mean, this Rhystic Study, I think, worth quite a bit if you're talking about this pod being creature-based. That actually is something that maybe makes Dargo not as enticing of a combo, because you do still have to pay for the Rhystic Study.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the red players on third and fourth seat like might be feeding into Rhystic when they're ready to go for a win attempt here.
I'm gonna see a response. Is that a Worldly Tutor? I believe that's a Worldly Tutor.
I think it is.
In response to Rhystic Study, that's gonna eat a mental misstep from Jorman. Okay.
I like the misstep there. Like
Yeah, I mean, I do too, especially
that's
if
a good
you
interaction point. It's a
like
good
things
window
are
to
slipping.
play.
I think if you're the TNK player, and actually,
Mhm.
ironically, I think Jorman is the one most interested in this Ristic study resolving and getting value. Like,
Mhm.
I think he's fine saying I can beat Edric in the heads up if we're both drawing a ton of cards. I just need to keep these creature-based combo decks from comboing out over the top of me. The best way to do that is to stop some of this action now. Mental misstep, expiring as the game goes on a little bit against these creatures. Not as much of the Thassa's Oracle Consult that it might have targets against late, like you see in some other pods. And some good value there. I like that misstep a lot.
Mm-hmm. It seems innocuous, but we're like dialed into it. Like, oh yeah, I love that. Like it's.
Well, I think it shows really
No, for
difference in
sure it is.
perspective. A lot of people,
Yeah.
like, when you talk about mental misstep, they're like, immediately, if you're not really familiar with CDH, you're like, yeah, we mental misstep Soul Rings in this house. We just mental misstep Soul Rings. And the more you play CDH, I actually think the less you do that. Because there's just higher value stuff as the game progresses. Still do it sometimes, but,
Yeah, it's a couple layers down on, like, the texture of this pod, on that being relevant right here.
Absolutely.
Baristic resolving, yeah, so.
Chord of Calling X is 2. I know, let's see. What do we got in Thrasios Dargo? I believe we have our own Kennen. We have Gilded Drake. Of course, things like Ragavan.
It's a reasonable
Dockside,
yeah.
Yeah, Dockside's like the most face-up
Not a
obvious.
bad one, yeah.
Flesh Duplicate, a new add to multiple of these decks.
Love it, yeah. Table, and if I'm playing Tivit, that means there's 2 opposing Docksides to count to clone. So yeah, I've been really impressed with it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that one. We'll get a little read on that one as we're doing a little bit of searching. Flesh Duplicate Blue from the Doctor Who set. So I guess if you're a Whovian, maybe you're familiar with this card already. 0/0. You may have Flesh Duplicate enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield except has Vanishing 3. That creature doesn't have Vanishing. In CDH, if you're cloning a Dockside, the game probably is not going 3 more turns. So
yeah,
Phantasmal Image. And notably, you could pick it up with stuff like Snap and stuff like that, which you could not do with Phantasmal Image previously.
Yes.
Be potentially a huge upgrade, I imagine.
Yep. Yeah, I play with Hullbreaker Horror and Displacer Kitten for that reason over Phantasmal Image.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Goes with the Dockside.
Yeah.
Big surprise.
But once again, when you talk about huge Docksides, is this that big? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, 7's a lot. 7's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dockside is in play. Archivist card for Jorman coming, presumably. And here we're going to get some treasures represented. Nice big dice.
Yeah. Make sure they know there's 7 whoppers right there.
Yeah. Quickly going to use 3 of those. Some life. Is this Metamorph? Oh, Birthing Pod.
Oh,
hello.
Okay. All right.
That one is extremely impactful. If we're talking about creature combos, there's few cards better at enabling those than the card Birthing Pod.
Yeah, maybe there's some politics. Maybe there's some discussions happening around.
I imagine this
pod.
One is gonna. There's gonna be some talk about. Hey, what are we doing here? Is this game over right now? What are we doing?
Yeah, this is a part in CDH where maybe if you're new, you think like, what does Birthing Pod get? And then you decide, well, it's in their deck for a reason. If it resolves, you're probably dead.
You're probably just dead. I mean, everything sounds bad to me. Pod Dockside gets Spellseeker doesn't sound like something that has me living for another turn. Even just grabbing Imperial Recruiter, Internal Witness, notably pretty strong. Just pot away your Dockside Eternal Witness it back. Sounds pretty good to me. And then eventually, of course, you build up to maybe Displacer Kitten. Just start kittening. Never seen that done before. That would be hot.
Yeah, there's a. Do they have Snap as well? Like Snap Bolt, they can do like some.
They have Snap. Yeah, they have Bolt in their deck too.
Yeah,
we got quite a few options. Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of discussion here, Jorman.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think Jorman's gonna let that one ride, but Jorman's actually first to act. So maybe there's some discussion about, once again, how to line
Yeah.
up your interaction. That's going to be a big part of the equation of players get frustrated, right? When you just die to these combos that slip through the interaction in one way or the other. You're looking at Blast, they use a green card to combo, whatever. You have a Swan Song, but it's an artifact that matters. These kinds of things come up. And I think we're seeing more and more a lot of discussion about how, hey, here's what I have. Can you answer this? Can I answer this? And Jorman, someone who's done a ton of winning very recently, I think is quite prolific and strong when it comes to doing exactly that. But I think the table with him about to untap. Yeah, I think he just flashed. Is that a mystical tutor? What was that?
It was either a mystical tutor or Force of Will. I didn't quite catch it.
I mean, it was a blue card for sure,
Yeah.
and certainly something that adds to. I think I see Force of Negation too. If I'm looking at Jorman's hand, I think Jorman's got quite a bit rolled up, and is maybe just doing some politicking to see if someone else will use something, and somebody else will.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Traxa coming in with Force, pitching Metamorph, paying for all of the things.
Okay, responsible. I like it. All they've been doing is adding mana to the table, so
good
read by Jorman to get them to use it, hold on to some of the interaction, some of the blue cards.
I have no idea how Jorman got away with not using any interaction here. But
that was actually negation.
Something. The spells are flying. All right, okay. I think the gig's up. This birthing pod matters. If there was any politics about, it's not gonna, it's value. I promise. No.
Yeah. You can draw a card with Archivist if I search.
Yeah. Look, you're gonna get.
I'm trying to help you.
My card goes to the graveyard for Dothy anyway. I can't Returnal Witness my Dockside. Come on. Yeah. No, I think
Guardian play.
Take that somewhere. Only grabs creatures. I mean, they suck. Come on. When's the last time Pod was playable in CDH, guys? Just let it happen.
Okay. Yeah, I saw a Sisei deck that in a tournament I played last weekend play Pod, which was kind of cool. It was something that I didn't see very often.
Yeah, it's looked good. I mean, I've seen people play it just to grab Hermit Druid and stuff.
I think it's come back.
It's just a good card, especially as the format slows down. If you people want to grind, once again, I played Modern with that card. Few cards are better at just overpowering a grind than a Birthing Pod.
Yeah, very able to pivot really quickly here. But I think they know, they're so something dangerous is going to happen. They're not just grinding here, but man, that Force of Will,
I'm
how'd Jorman do that?
Jorman almost can just. I have no idea. We can't hear it, but it's incredible. Jorman willing to flash a few cards, say I have this, and then not even cast them.
Yeah,
I think that's an L for team cast your spells.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'd love to talk to him about that one. What was just said there?
I don't know if he coaches, but here's a plug for his coaching. I could use some of that coaching. This is what I need.
There's some glamoring perhaps at play. This pack's still on the stack.
Yeah,
still politicking here.
Stack. I don't think anything was paid for as far as that goes. So maybe we're just letting Ristic triggers resolve. A lot of discussion here. It makes sense. This is a point where if this pod resolves, it may not be game over immediately, but it's not far off. And Veil of Summer to protect the Force of Will. Again, paying for Ristic Study. A lot of commitment to survival from Derek. And I really feel like you're going to get punked by Jorman using all your interaction like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say for sure. But, I mean, the Veil, it feels more free to use, but even still, I almost just don't like committing. I almost just like letting it happen and seeing what else the rest of the table has. Something Ashani did a lot of beating into my head is you're not winning the game if these players aren't going to cast any of their 7 cards. So you just got to make other players cast their spells. And it's kind of counter to my philosophy. I kind of like taking Derek's approach where I'm going to use what I got and then good luck. But with Jorman being the first player to untap after this fight, I actually think there's a lot more discussion. That is something that matters that you don't see actually matter in the formats we come from, the 60 card formats. You just don't have to consider, okay, who untaps after this combo attempt. It's not a factor, but it matters a lot here.
Yeah, this is, and that was actually something we didn't talk about. Really good seat composition for Jorman. Dargo Thrasios is probably going to be the person who really rocks the boat and then gets to capitalize on that second win attempt.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's something we called out early. Is that Dargo Thrasios, if there's a deck that can attempt a win confidently underneath the density of interaction that's going to be present in order to have enough confidence to be all right, I'm going to try it first. I think it would be Dargo Thrasios, and I think we're certainly seeing that. I mean, Dockside into a non-creature spell with some backup, like that's certainly a full attempt of some variety. But Jorman gonna be the first to capitalize. It didn't have to commit anything to the fight so far. Now there is still a Rhystic Study, drawing cards. I mentioned earlier that I think Jorman was pretty happy with that Rhystic Study being in play. Maybe less so with being the first on tap here and maybe looking to go for an attempt. If if Luis is sandbagging some stuff, we could be seeing Jorman get blown out. But I actually almost wouldn't be surprised to see Jorman just continue to be patient. Something Brian Koval's talked a lot about with his philosophy in T&K when I've had the chance to speak with him about it is just whatever. I mean, until the game is very overwhelmingly, what's the pressure? What's the rush? And if you don't have to use interaction from German seat, what is the rush?
Yeah, and this birthing pod is, I don't want to say it's bait because it's insanely scary, but there's so much dockside treasures remaining after this. It's
a lot of mana left over to work with. And that could be part of the problem too, is Dargo getting cheaper as we crack treasures. I mean, not something we've talked about really yet, but I think it actually just costs 1 right now. We sacked 3 treasures.
Yeah, 3 treasures,
Yeah. So our Dargo costs 1. So if there's any combo pieces with Dargo, I mean, even like Displacer Kitten, we're just there, right? Displacer Kitten, Dargo, bam.
Yeah,
we need a non-creature spell of some kind. Okay, we need more.
Which
we need more.
Maybe that's how Jorman is able to get away with it on the first Pact of Negation, saying like, hey, I can't use this to like defend myself. I'll use it at some point. I can't use it offensively, given my position. I don't know. I'm trying to find anything and everything to get.
You're trying to find any way he got away with this?
There. Yeah. I'm trying to piece together what is being said here.
No, I don't blame you at all.
Like, this is a really interesting stack.
It is.
Like, this turn.
And all these cards are just more fuel for German, too. It's like, oh, look, nice birthing pod. It's just underneath my Dothy now. I could have a pod next turn and then go pod for Dockside and then, off to the
turn
races.
Esper Sentinel into Dockside.
Yeah. I mean, Esper Sentinel certainly expiring as players develop as much mana as we have here. A lot of Kennons at this table that allow for paying for that particular card.
Maybe that finds Oracle, line up your combo. Like,
now it actually
could use pod, could use a birthing pod. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure.
That'd be a play of the
basically
day.
Color. That's what gives.
Yeah.
I'll have a talk with the RC.
Grand Abolisher. Okay. Nothing to see here.
Abolisher? What? It's bait.
Jorman probably just has a lot of cards in hand,
Yeah,
it's just, I got a discard. I'm just gonna play this. Like, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, now all the pressure is on the Edric player here. So, like, you have Rhystic Study. Now's your time. If you got it, you got it. But there's like no removal anyway. I mean, it's all bounce spells, no removal. But these creatures extremely hard to counter. I don't know how Jorman feels like they're gonna get away with one here. Didn't have to use any interaction. Now has a ton of interaction to defend this Grand Abolisher. I mean, Dothy, we already talked about it. Like, face up, Dothy can just like get pod, get Dockside, bleh. But is that even the most that can be done?
Yeah, and there's a counter. There's counter under Dothy too. You can there's a lot of options. That Dothy's super dangerous.
Oh, what is thing too? Because you can't crack these treasures, right? With Grand Abolisher in play. Yeah, you have to move these treasures because then you can pod Dockside, then you get all those treasures mana and Force of Will hard cast.
Okay.
All right. I mean, that's a lot of commitment, but there was one left in the chamber. Very interesting. Manual mode on Force of Will, not something you see that often.
And some discipline on when they were firing off the birthing pod too. Like, they that line was available to them, but they're like, no, I'm not gonna fight over it too hard. Not when Blue Farm is going to take their next turn, and it's clear that they have a bunch of gas in the tank ready to go off.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, heuristics change by deck, but I think as this format has progressed, we've kind of seen, okay, like the fights have gone from commit everything to your first attempt, and if you lose, the next player wins, to, okay, save one in the chamber. If you go for it and like you get resistance, hold your last piece. Because you can't afford, like, you'll just die. Like, you're just going to lose and die. Instead of taking that last risk, and that's very counterintuitive, I think, to even like normal Magic heuristics, where it's just like make them have it kind of style play.
Yeah.
here, that's just not realistic when players are updating their hand so much with things like Rhystic Study, Archivist, Esper Sentinel, all the cards that we're seeing at play here. And that does get countered.
Lays it down. Okay. Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's a big win if you're an Edric fan, because once again, all these Rhystic cards, I mean, full hand, full grip, hasn't had to commit a single card to it. Jorman's going to get a little bit more of a grip as well, as we're making some attacks with this Tymna in play. Again, the strength of Tymna, I think, well known to CDH players at this time.
Yeah.
Some card advantage, and one of the best to do it as
Drawn
far as
up to 3.
goes. It looks like we're not going to do any blocking. Right. I think that makes a lot of sense. Players very attached to their creatures in play. And
wow, that Tymna, just draw 3.
How about Ancestral Recall for turning your creature sideways? Is that strong?
Broken.
It does damage.
Such a good game for Tymna.
Better than a Azami on rate? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is just an Azami.
I'm sure there's some Azami fanatics out there that are just chomping at the bit. Well, actually, whatever. Mox Opal. Well, pitch Spirit Guide.
Oh, okay.
Orcish Bowmasters with the Rhystic trigger. Chooses to draw anyway. No, that's the draw for the Bowmasters. Okay. So, yeah, we have, with the trigger on the stack, 4 Mox Opal, Flash and Bowmasters, draw from Rhystic for the Bowmasters, which I believe was not paid for, and we're going to pick off the Findhorn Elves. That's gonna
great board for Bowmaster here with that Rhystic.
Oh, yeah. Ton of X1s.
A lot of green decks. Yeah, this is...
I mean, ironically, I think Atraxa is actually the happiest to see Bowmasters of the players.
I think so too.
Controlling Bowmasters, just like, okay, my creature's a 7/7. Good luck, bozo.
Yeah, Atraxa at least gets to untap with the way Jorman is progressing this turn. So yeah, and gonna pick off the other green deck's creatures. So yeah.
And how disciplined is Jorman, too? It's kind of the same thing, right? The same heuristic where Trigrand Abolisher got countered. All right, there was resistance. We'll wait another turn until my mana's refreshed, my hand's refreshed. No rush. Whatever. I didn't have to commit anything to this fight. I just cast a card. It ate a Force of Will. Premium spell in this pod because it counters creatures. And now 2 of them burned through that aren't yours. Jorman's looking to be in a great spot as far as what free interaction is available to the opponents.
Yeah, that Rhystic just sitting there, it'd just be like a ticking time bomb if he just kept fighting that. So he didn't feel like he had the gas for that. So just pivoting again. Just
like, all right, off it. Now Bowmasters is in play. That does some amount to mitigate the Rhystic, or at least cap it for what it can do. And it also does a good job controlling the rest of the creature decks. Really, really disciplined play from Jorman. And here is that birthing pod from Dothy.
All right.
I mean, love it. Love this.
I wanted to see this.
Didn't have to tap any mana for this. Anytime you can go for something like a pseudo win attempt without tapping any mana, I think that's a really, really good thing to pull the trigger on, even if we are in the spot where we've met resistance previously this turn.
Yeah, Birthing Pod, great pivot card. You can kind of do everything with this deck. Yeah, Jorman displaying a lot of flexibility in how his game plan is being executed.
I think that's a lot of the strength. If you're going to advertise, Timocrom to a CDH player, hey, like, why play this over this? It's like the flexibility. You have the ability to, win games on turn 2, but more often than not, especially with the texture of today's CDH, you actually just have the ability to just put relevant creatures, multiple of them, in your command zone in play and execute a long, grindy game plan. I think we're definitely seeing that here. Rhystic trigger from the Birthing Pod. Gonna draw. It's another Bowmaster trigger. And maybe we marked damage on Devoted Druid here. That's no longer exiled. Yeah, let's get that one in the graveyard. We did it. Okay. I like this, too. I mean, still a lot of juicy targets for the Thrasios Dargo player, actually choosing to pick off the Devoted Druid instead. Correctly, I think, identifying Edric is actually the threat at the table. To you. Obviously, Jorman is the most ahead. But if you're Jorman, second place at the pod right now is this Edric player with their running Rhystic. Luis, you gotta pick off some of that mana that Devoted Druid represents. Quite a bit. Red Birthing Pod. Doing a little bit of thinking now. I think we're still thinking with Pod on the stack. less threatening from Blue Farm. I think you can expect the kinds of things. It's just gonna be like whatever, Dockside's Thoracle, like not other stuff
And
you can
Grand
interact with.
Abolisher is in the graveyard too. See, like that was another one that could have been just lights out if the hand kind of lent itself to that as well.
Right. Yeah. Just grab that and then have it all rolled up in the hand. Looks like this is channeled Boseiju. Overpaid for it potentially. We have Kinnan in play. It does only cost 1. Going after Esper Sentinel in response. The only
Okay.
1 mana creature in play, so
Yeah,
that does shut off
interesting.
Dockside and Thoracle considerations for Birthing Pod. Actually, pretty heads up here.
Yep. Still a lot of really juicy targets though for this Birthing Pod.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for a Birthing Pod on a table full of creatures to be bad.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly how much that does mitigate it, but I do think if that's the only piece of interaction you have, I like firing off there. The 2s are the most appealing slot from the Blue Farm side.
Yeah, and Ranger Captain could even go get like a Ragavan, so that's for tomorrow's Birthing Pod activation too.
Tomorrow's.
There's so much going on here.
Well, Ranger Captain shutting off non-creatures less impactful here. Actually, Dranith probably is what needed to be stopped because Dranith here on this board actually looks great.
Maybe that's an opportunity to politic there if Jorman can make a deal. Say don't kill this thing if I do go the Dranith route. Like there's an Atraxa and a Dargo hanging out here.
Well, Archivist is hitting the bin. Life paid, and we're going searching for a 3. Is that only Ranger Captain? That is... Oh, or Simeon Spirit Guide if you want it, Opposition Agent as well. All right, there we go. We got
see, I think Jorman wanted to go for the Simeon Spirit Guide, but it was exiled earlier this turn.
Unlucky, truly.
Really unlucky. So he's going to settle for a silver medal.
For Ranger Captain.
Yeah.
Finding Monkey. We'll see if we're interested in putting this monkey in play. Not the best monkey I've ever seen.
Yeah, just a Dockside next turn.
Oh,
okay. All right.
It's go time now.
It's a Grand Abolisher effect right there.
All right, we have Diabolic Intent and Brain Freeze going to go ahead and be shown. We have 4 mana, Diabolic Intent. We have Lotus Petal already. So Diabolic Intent, sacrifice a creature in play, grabs Underworld Breach. Boseiju was already used, and this might just be good enough. I mean, Jorman believes that it is. The players might make him play it out.
What's live? Endurance? Endurance is...
Endurance works. Elvish Spirit Guide Boseiju from the other players.
Yeah.
I mean, you're...
Not a lot. There's a lot of endurances. There's... I presume Atraxa has one in their list, and as well as Edric, so... I think that's all they got left.
Shall we? Let's see. I mean, you definitely make Jorman play it out if you're this table. I don't see one in the Dargo Thrasios deck. Take a look at Atraxa. Atraxa does have an endurance. Not a lot of cards left to work with here. Mm-hmm. Edric. Edric does also have an endurance. So 2 endurances at the table. Underworld Breach is grabbed. That uses all of Jorman's mana. Of course, there is still a Lotus Petal in the graveyard right now. A lot of hands moving around. Rhystic Study does still trigger.
Still opportunities to find it.
Yeah,
not a done deal yet, but yeah, the window is closing.
The window is very quickly closing. All right. I mean, it is just about whether or not Luis can draw endurance through this Underworld Breach. Lotus Petal, exile 3 cards. That triggers Rhystic Study, which should draw a card and trigger Bowmasters. We'll see. I mean, maybe... if Luis isn't drawing here, does that just mean we have endurance rolled up? All right. Well, we did it twice. There's Freeze. There's Thassa's Oracle. All right. I guess that's just it. Jorman's gonna win this one from 4th seat against a pile of green mid-rangey decks, able to navigate the game in such a way, able to win after the first win attempt. A texture we've seen a ton in CDH. This is not, something that is completely foreign, but it is really strange how it played out, given the politicking, who used what interaction. I mean, the Atraxa player committed everything and then didn't even untap.
Yeah, just making some mana rocks, helping it, countering like a few spells, throwing that Force of Will and that Veil down, but that was about it there. Yeah, Jorman only had to commit that mental misstep, right? Is
Yeah,
that
and
on the
that was
worldly
to what
tutor to
seemed to be
slow
an
down?
innocuous, worldly tutor that I don't think most players would even have countered. A lot of people are just like, yeah, whatever, through
And there's an
tutors. Like, oh,
archivist
I'm
in
not gonna
play
count what your
too,
tutor.
but
Yeah, juicy to just let it happen
just
doesn't.
you know,
And as a result, I think actually mitigated the combo turn from the Thrasios Dargo deck, and then still was able. I mean, this is incredible stuff. I love seeing it on camera. Where it was able to reveal a little bit of his hand. I love that. A little bit of give and take. This is what I got, and just be like, all right, can you help me out? And other players commit interaction when he's the first untap after the combo attempt, able to leverage that. I mean, it looked like he could even just pass. It looked like the game was entirely rolled up no matter what. He could choose to pass if he wants,
yes,
and is almost certainly going to get to untap with all of his stuff. He could go for it then and there, and chose to, I think, wisely. Birthday Pod for Ranger Captain, pretty safe to go through it if you have it all rolled up in your hand. He did. And, I mean, German, I think, putting on a clinic and displaying why he is the current leader, why he is a defending champion for this event, and quite a performance for our round number 1 here at The Boil. Largest event to date. Seem to keep
yeah,
breaking records, does these Eminence events, and despite all these records broken, German doesn't stop winning. Now, I'm gonna get a quick check how much time is left in the round. We can. All right. I do not want to get a quick check so we can know how long we're going to be gone for. Looks like we have about 30-ish minutes left in the round. So going to maybe see if we can get an interview, something else started. Either way, we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with either interview, more CDH action, or something else very, very shortly here at The Boil. Going to be a lot of magic, so strap in all day. Some great CDH stuff, and a lot of talented players here today. Kyle and I are going to be here theoretically all day, provided nothing happens. And we'll catch y'all here again shortly. live. I don't actually have eyes on Jorman. Is that something we can fix?
Drake said he doesn't have eyes on me.
Oh, yeah.
I can't see you, Jorman.
Yeah.
I want to see you.
Put up the Jordan face.
Yeah, just change the camera.
Like this.
I'm sure everybody at home
Right now
can
there's
see
a
us
Jordan
all.
face.
We just look all. All right, maybe loading, maybe not.
And you're live.
All right, what?
All right, do you see Jordan now?
I cannot see Jorman, but that's
Loading.
okay. I can hear Jorman. Congratulations, Jorman. Great start to your weekend.
Of course. Nice little grindy one.
Yeah, it was honestly not as grindy as I think I was expecting. Seeing all green decks coming in, a quick win attempt from Thrasios Dargo. I really want to highlight that turn, that final turn cycle of the game where the Thrasios Dargo kind of went for it and was stopped. You were able to capitalize on that. So when I want to start with the Worldly Tutor. That's something we highlighted. The mental misstep on Worldly Tutor. Run me through your thought process there.
Yeah, so, I mean, Dockside for 7, very scary. I was just like, I think this is the first Worldly Tutor happened, and I was like, cool, if Lewis gets oof here, I can still play the game. I didn't have a third land drop in my hand, but I'm drawing 2, one off Esper Sentinel, one off Archivist, so the first Worldly Tutor I was okay with. I'm like, I'm kind of okay with a Collector Oof here. It keeps Thrash Dargo off Dockside. It keeps Atraxa off all their mana progression, so the first one wasn't scary. The second one, now when Thrash Dargo puts a Worldly Tutor on the stack, I'm like, red flag, this wins the game. I think Dockside for 7 is going to win here. And I'm just like, I didn't use it on the first one, so I'm like, I think I'll just snap this mental misstep here, see what happens.
Sure. I think that was really heads up. Something not a lot of players would have done in that spot, haven't gone through that progression. Super, super well thought out. Love it there. Untap, Thrasios Dargo goes for the Court of Calling for 2 almost immediately. Immediately screaming Dockside to you?
Yes, definitely. I stopped the table for a second. I was like, this gets Dockside. They're like, they have nothing. I'm like, okay, Dockside.
Yeah, you guys were blazing in the early turns, and we were like, maybe not ready to get into the politicking quite yet. But then, the chord and some of the tutors out of Thrasios Dargo kind of slowed things down a bit for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We had to have a conversation. Like when the birthing pod went on the stack, I don't think the Atraxa player has ever played against a Thrash Dargo deck, so I was like, this wins the game. And they were like, how? At first I said Hullbreaker Horror, and the Thrash Dargo player was like, I don't play Hullbreaker Horror. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Tidespout Tyrant, you're right. Dargo is a 7-drop. I'm like, yes, you're
Love it.
Tidespout.
So I'm like, yep,
they get the horror.
They get Tidespout Tyrant here, and then they just loop Dockside and win the game with Thrasios. And the Atraxa player's like, sure, I'll interact.
Yeah, that was incredible because we were talking about how you had a ton of cards in hand. You mentioned how it didn't seem like anybody had anything when the chord went on the stack, right? So are you surprised to see some interaction during the conversation about the pod when the Court of Calling wasn't stopped?
Yes, definitely. But again, like you said, I don't think as many players are afraid of Dockside, right? Like I think some players are like, I'll let them get mana. In my mind, I was just like, I didn't want the reduction, and I didn't know what was in hand, so I didn't want because they can do anything there. They can Niv there, they can Con Spinks there, whatever tech they might have in their deck that grants them advantage in that third seat can come out, and there's not a lot of stuff I can answer. I showed the table the Mystical Tutor, but then the Atraxa player pays for the trigger, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, paid multiple times. I mean, actually just tapped all the way out, getting that Veil of Summer, to defend the Force of Will. I think also something that was really, really good for you. A lot of players using a ton of interaction. You're first to untap. So as soon as you see that Veil of Summer come down, trying to defend the Force of Will from the Pact of Negation, are you immediately thinking, all right, I'm going to win the game this turn?
Yeah, I mean, I drew Grand Abolisher the turn before, and I was like, I'm pushing. I was like, I'm going to push. I'm going to snap this GA and see what happens. And the Hardcast Force of Will did take me back a little bit. I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have a birthing pod in exile. And I knew that the table was probably up in arms after I swung and didn't turn Dorothy sideways. They were probably like, okay, something's still up. The Grand Abolisher getting countered is not the end of this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, certainly isn't like it's possible for it not to be the end of the turn. And even you can even mask it a little bit, right? Where it's like, oh, it's just this pact of negation or whatever. The interaction. Obviously, that's not the case.
No.
You got to draw your cards, get a little bit extra to work with. And yeah, we saw it all rolled up there at the end. Any considerations? Probably my final question. Any considerations through your Underworld Breach line with Heuristic still in play and all that stuff about opposing endurances? Is that a card that was on your radar?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about the green aspect of the deck. That would have caught me off guard. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah,
Damn,
that was
especially-
immediately where I went to. It's like, oh, it's endurance or bust. We got
So much
Ristic.
respect for it. They
Still
still
draw
have
it,
it.
yeah.
Especially under Ranger.
Yeah, extra tracks. It was chilling out. Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Damn. Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the casters, they're making me play my A game today. I gotta think about all these outs.
You need us. I mean, you already do plenty winning as it is.
I gotta-
top of the leaderboard. I mean, you won last time you were in this building. I don't think you need our advice. And obviously, if you play scared there, you know, who knows what happens. You have a win to take away and continue your day with. And yeah, I've never seen the endurance player win, and they certainly didn't.
Yeah.
Nah, of course, definitely.
The legend continues on.
Yeah, that was a good one. I liked it. You're right. Good momentum going into the rest of the day. Got a full day of Magic, like Drake said last time. There's a lot of Magic to be played.
Lot of Magic to be played. That's true. All right, Jarwin. Well, we won't take too much of your time. You definitely deserve a break after a little bit of grindy Magic to play. Eat all that time that you have left over. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you, of course.
Yeah,
y'all.
thanks.
Have a great day.
And we'll keep an eye on you for the rest of the day. Thank you, Jarman. Again, a reigning champion in the house, up to a great start with a win, and doesn't even need to think about endurance. They never have it.
Yeah. Doesn't ever win. So
It doesn't win. Well, thank you again. That was an interview with Jordan. We're going to try to have interviews with even more players. You can get to see kind of the faces of this Top Deck Championship Series throughout the day. Kind of some of the rising stars, some of the existing stars. A lot of these people already have a name for themselves. I think Jordan definitely in that camp in the CEDH space as the tournament scene has really grown exponentially the last few years. Top Deck Championship Series kind of a product of that and looking to be a great one at that. 222 players. Biggest event that I've ever seen for CEDH, biggest one there is. And I'm being corrected. Ori Swin won Top Deck Expo. German did not. I believe I was fed false information somewhere. That's okay. Congratulations, Ori. Ori, I believe, also here today. So
yep.
I'm sure we'll get to see them
also
later today as well. So yeah, whatever. We'll get to see them. Players that win in CEDH consistently win in CEDH.
Jorman won last week.
Sure.
With
I was
Kinnan,
told at
right?
one point. Didn't Jorman win whatever? And they said, I was told, what hasn't he won? And apparently I have found an event he has not won.
Apparently won. Yeah.
Not many of them. Either way, we'll see a lot of great CDH action through the rest of the day. But that is going to do it for right now. We're going to cut to a break. And then I think we might have more content for you of some capacity. But that's it for us for just right now. Don't go anywhere.
Or he cut now that you mention it for the top deck, when the one he won, I remember he cut Imp Seal and Pact from his list. Back when like Born Upon the
Yeah, dude. $10 boys. We got Proxy in here. I see you, buddy. We're here. We're live. We're going to chop it up with people waiting online to play some games. Good morning, Proxy. How we doing, man? I'm live. You ready to chop it up? Talk about CEDH? No, too early for you? All right, hey, listen, I got you. Don't worry about it. How about yourselves? How we doing today?
Good, man. What's up?
I'm live. Can I turn this around, chop it up about some games and all that?
Yeah, man.
All right, awesome. What's your names?
Bryson.
One more time?
Bryson. Cole.
How we doing today?
Pretty awesome, man. Excited to be here.
Yeah, what are you playing?
Dargo Silas Renton.
Okay, all right. Dargo Silas, something. Big, just standard Grixis pile? What are we trying to do?
Yeah, standard Grixis stuff, but some of the Dargo in there just for some 2-card combinations.
Awesome. What are your like favorite matchups? What are you worried about?
Anything with Dranith obviously kind of sucks for me. But
Yes, it's clear.
I try to put enough in there to deal with that, but just looking to go fast, man, so hopefully I can just speed them out.
Awesome. And have you been to any of the Eminence events before, any of that stuff?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty local, so I've been to the past few. I was at the last 8K, but didn't really work out for me as I'd wanted to, so just trying to go a little bit faster this time.
All right, awesome. Yeah, this is crazy. I love seeing a big full event like this, seeing 1 million people here.
Yeah, me too, man. I love CDH, and it was hard around here to get good games for a while, but Eminence is great.
Are you like super focused right now? You've been like in the tank all weekend, getting your brain wrapped around these games?
Yeah, about the past month or so, me and the buddies have been, practicing the decks we're bringing here. But, I try to keep it calm and relaxed because you tense up, you might make some bad decisions,
Yeah, like I get like that too, like that turn where you're gonna push and you start getting a little bit of the shake. We all get there. We all get nervy, especially when you're playing against like people who are killers, that sort of thing.
Definitely, yeah. There's a few of the people here that I obviously recognize from YouTube, like yourself and stuff. So like,
I was gonna ask who are you worried about? Any players you're like have a target on their back?
I saw Comedian up in line. He's obviously good at what he does. I think I saw one of the playing power guys in the line in the back. So it'd be cool to play against them, but I don't know if I like my chances that much in those matchups. But.
You just got to be ready to chop it up and not fall for gaslighting or bullshit, Like, that's at the end of the day, you just can't fall for the bullshit, You got to be ready to advocate for every single play you make. Every single play is going to become a discussion.
Yeah. I'm excited, though. Test your skill against some of the best players, so that's what I'm here for.
What's the craziest CEDH deck you ever seen in a tournament?
Rog Ikra. They had some crazy, 1-card combo with the Razakut that you could win on, turn 3 or some shit. But
okay.
I like that kind of deck, but it was one of those, you shoot your shot, you either make it or you're going to sit there and not play the game for, 45 minutes.
I play Flipatali, so I know all about that.
Oh, yeah. But it was pretty wild to see it go off, so.
I played against a young woman who had a Rog Ikra deck that ran, it was on, 22 lands. Mm-hmm. And she's just an animal with it. She would we would always crack jokes about the turn 1 dumpster because she'd just come out. She ran Snoop lines and Bola Citadel combos and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
And the thing was a nightmare, but it was also same thing, glass cannon.
Yeah. So I always like to have a couple possibilities. So I'm a high risk, high reward kind of guy, but I don't know if I'm ready to dive that deep into it. You know what I mean? So.
What do you think's the most overrated CEDH deck?
Ooh, I'd actually say Blue Farm just because it's done so much and you see it so much, and everyone's spicy enclosed really aren't that innovative to me. But it's a deck that's, a good deck and it puts up results, so I get it, but I just feel you could be doing some more fun stuff than that at this point in time.
I think that's a really good answer, and I'm trying to think of other dumb questions. I'm always trying to make sound bites and all that sort of stuff, so I like asking stupid questions. Which wedge or color pairing, color pie, any of that? Which wedge or color pairing has the worst players? Like these guys, you can't stand them.
Esper for me, probably.
Why is that?
They're generally stacks, and if you're a good stacks player, you can close the game out. I'm all for it, but you don't run into too many of those. So it's just, I'm just going to sit here for an 80-minute draw, and just.
Unless it's that Tivit, right?
Yeah, Tivit's not too bad. You
If it at least gets it done.
Yeah, exactly. Tivit has a plan other than I just want to make your time here miserable. So for me, it's probably Esper.
Well, I really appreciate you answering some questions. One more time, what's your name?
Cole.
Cole, thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Appreciate it, man.
As the day goes by, I'll probably try to come up to you between rounds and be like, how we doing? How's the standing?
Yeah, hopefully I got good news for you.
Yeah, I want to see numbers in the front, zeros in the back, right?
Definitely. All right,
Good.
thanks, man.
Pardon me, boss. Coming through behind you. Didn't mean to throw you to the wayside or anything like that. How's the AV, guys? Are we getting good? Magic the gaslighting, exactly, guys. Let me know how the AV is, how the sound is, how the video is, all that stupid shit. So we're gonna start trying to talk to more people, though. What's up? You ready to go live? No, you're in a tank right now. I got you. You look like a good time. I'm live. You ready to chop it up?
Yeah, man.
All right. What's your name, boss?
Hey, what's going on? I'm Alan. I love watching your stuff on YouTube, man.
Appreciate it. I'm also Alan.
Really?
Yeah. That's my name.
Alan?
A-L-A-N?
ALAN?
Yep. Yo, solidarity. I believe, man. That's
love
awesome.
my hair, too.
Thank you. Big love. You local?
Yeah, dude. I live right down the road, so this
No
is
shit.
convenient.
That's awesome. You're probably psyched to see these guys come out here. This is not the first time they've been in this venue, right?
I think this is like the second or third time I played against this group of people. You know, all of the MTG celebrities show up, so good competition.
They've been doing a good thing. What are you running today?
Blue Form, unfortunately.
All right, fair enough. What's
Brea, but I can't be a Brea player anymore.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that. What are your what matchups are you worried about?
None really. I feel like I've had it. So it's more so like the pod. We all need to recognize and stop the rock side people from going off on turn 2. So
Be wary of the turbo people. Don't blow up the stacks piece and then pass all the normal stuff. Don't, are you worried about having to politic about don't feed the thing, that sort of stuff?
maybe earlier on. Later
Yep.
game, less worried.
Yep. I'm it's been a little bit since I've done the straight CEDH coverage, so I'm racking my brain for all the questions right now. What do you think's the most overrated CEDH deck?
Blue Form.
and that's what you brought today.
Yeah, it's reliable, but I hate how reliable it is. I hate how
Understood.
it is.
And what wedge or color pairing has the worst players?
Damn, probably Grixis, because it's so popular, everybody wants to run it, and then it leads to maybe inexperienced pilots kind of throwing games.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was talking about earlier game, hey, please don't feed if you know you're not going to win, and they played 40 cards. Remora's drawn somebody else 40 other cards, and we're like, well, you didn't win. We know who's going to win.
Yep.
That's all.
So you're on Blue Farm. What are your 3 favorite creatures in the deck?
That's a tough one. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I get
Maybe pick one, Bowmasters.
Bowmasters. Okay. All right.
The Unholy Trinity, Bowmasters, Dothy, and Oppo.
All right. Oh, that's pretty good. That is the Unholy Trilogy. I like that. Unholy Trinity. All right. Bowmasters, Oppo, and Dothy. You ready? Fuck, marry, kill. Go.
Ooh. Fuck Oppo. Marry Dothy, kill the Bowmasters. Anytime I can kill a Bowmasters,
All right.
it's always a good day.
Not bad. And we're taking the Oppo home, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Nice. Well,
Compatible option, I think.
all right. Fair enough. Well, you said your name was Alan. Thank you so much for taking a minute to chop it up. Good luck today.
Man, likewise, dude. Are you playing? Sorry.
No, just doing this, just walking around with a selfie stick, bothering people.
Hope to see more of you.
Hell yeah. Thank you. How we doing, everybody?
Hey, it's the man with a plan.
It is. You ready to chop it up for a second?
Sure, we'll chop it up. How you doing?
Ryan, your name again.
It's Joe. How you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself, Joe?
Doing all right.
What are we running today?
TNT.
Okay, all right. You feeling good about it?
Yeah, it's a little weirder version of it.
Okay, you got some fringe in there. You got some wonky stuff.
Yeah.
What's the secret tech? Let me in. What's the secret tech?
We're playing 6 mana artifacts and 7 mana creatures.
Okay, we're on big stuff.
Yes, big stuff.
I like that.
Big stuff TNT with about as many silence effects as I can cram into it. So
Okay.
we're just gonna try to hit the pedal and jam it.
And you're looking to just push with your standard stuff, either make an infinite mana or the Thoracle?
Yep. Either that, Kin Basalt, or there might be another trick or two.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing the standings.
Yes.
What do you think the most overrated CEDH deck?
Now here, funny story, right? This is my wife. I think my wife currently plays it.
Oh, we're throwing her under the bus, huh?
I think it's Tivit.
Okay, that's fair. Listen, I've been on the fuck Tivit train for a long, long time, mostly just because I keep getting my shit pushed by it. Like, I absolutely am so over that. But I'm excited to see what that new the white, the white, no, the 4-mana enchantment that stops extra turns.
Pairs.
Trouble in Pairs. Trouble in Pairs. I'm excited to see if Trouble in Pairs has any impact on the game. Has any impact?
I would love it so much more at 3 and a white.
Oh, of course.
I would love. It's probably decks that are access to white, not access to blue, and 2 to 3 colors at most. But those decks are going to absolutely love it.
Yep.
That looks like an Abzan card to me all day long.
I think people are going to sleep on it in first and worry about the mana cost of it. And I think by this time next year, it's going to be a staple.
I think also the don't sleep on the Massacre Girl.
Yep.
Pings with Bowmasters, pings with Mayhem Devil, pings with Niv Mizzet.
Okay.
Some absolutely degenerate draw stuff. That Black Cauldron list that's running around might have a serious upgrade with it.
What's the Black Cauldron list?
It's Crom, Rayon, I think Cilia, and a couple of others online I've been piloting for a while.
Okay. I'll have to take a look into this. I'm unfamiliar.
Yeah, it's like Razzacat stuff, Ballista stuff.
Okay.
Other fun graveyard shenanigans with big creatures.
All right, I'm going to ask more hot take questions. What card do you think should be unbanned?
Unbanned. All right. Jesus. He did nothing wrong to begin with. Give me Primeval Titan back.
Prime time coming back at you. All right. What deck would you run it in? Would you put it in a comp deck?
I would play big mana primetime deck. Absolutely.
Think it could go into like big flips or something?
Either Kennen big flips or just like Selvala would probably play it.
Oh, Selvala would be great.
We just go straight mono green and just jam it. We're playing fast mana anyway. If we could stick a primetime turn 2, turn 3, and then go fetch Cradle and something else.
Beautiful.
We're living the dream, baby.
I think that's a good plan. Well, one more time, what's your name?
Joe.
Joe, thank you so much for taking a minute to chop it up. Good luck today.
Good luck. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good one now.
Love it. How are you doing? Good. Pardon me, boss. Yeah. You look like a cool dude. You got all the wizard gear on. You ready to chop it up for a second?
Sure.
All right, awesome. What's your name, boss?
Gavin.
Gavin, what are we running tonight?
We're running Kennen.
All right, big flips.
Yeah, big flips.
What creature are you most excited to flip over when you activate that 7? What's your dream flip?
Dude, I think I'm gonna do something dirty. Lil Wayne, the Syphilid that bounces all of the blue permanents and makes it so you can't cast blue creatures.
Okay. Oh, I got. So it just says what you can't cast blue spells. Is that the one?
I think it's creatures.
Okay.
Yeah. So stops Stasa, stops other Kennen. Oh, blue spells. So it's even better. Yeah, it is blue spells. Yeah.
That's a good flip. That's a crazy one. Are you worried about flipping into that and then maybe it giving the game away though? Like the defense grid pass problem?
I don't think so. No.
Awesome.
No.
No. Hard no. What do you think is the most overrated CEDH deck?
Overrated. Holy smokes. Dang, that's a tough one. Probably Kennen.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean it's cool because it's so versatile and you can build it so many ways. So I think Big Flips is definitely like fairly rated. I think Turbo maybe a little underrated, and then anything in between is overrated.
I think that's a good answer for sure. If you could unban a card, what card would you unban?
Man, what's that 5-color one that says you win the game?
Oh yeah, Coalition Victory.
Yeah, Coalition Victory.
I think that'd be cool too.
Yeah, right. CSA needs an actual win condition.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, wow, Savage, that's amazing. You're giving me the best sound bites right now, man. I love it. You said it's Gavin, yeah?
Yeah, Gavin.
Awesome. What matchups are you worried about with Kennen today?
I think anything, because like I said, I'm playing a more Staxier kind of version. I think Turbo, so like good Jund decks like Korvold or maybe a Dihada, like stuff like that.
Okay.
I'm playing blue, right?
Yep.
Get around it. So I think that's what I'm going to be worried about.
That's fair, though. I dig that for sure. That Dihada deck, I wasn't ready for it. And a friend of mine came out and played with me, and I was just like, okay. Like, I did not know this deck gives you that much value, gives you that much stuff. It's crazy.
It's fast.
does something crazy. And it's cool to see Planeswalker decks. It's cool to see decks led by Planeswalkers in the current meta.
Absolutely, I agree.
Racking my brain for any more dumb questions I can think of. Which color pairing or wedge has the worst players?
Grixis.
All right, I like this answer. Why?
I think it's just a great pile of cards, and I think a lot of people just pick up the deck and,
Think it's just going to play for them?
Yeah, I think so, and I don't think so as much anymore, but yeah, definitely Grixis piles.
And this is my new question I'm testing out. Which format has the smelliest players?
CEDH. I walked in here and I was like, dang, it's a little stinky.
Yo, it's already, we're feeling it right now. Awesome, Gavin, thank you so much for the answers. I appreciate it. Best of luck. I look forward to hearing about those numbers in front, zeros in the back, man. Big numbers today.
I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, good luck. Amazing. That guy was a boss. He had the great answers. Malcolm and full of stoners, yeah, for sure. Malcolm and Jorman nowhere to be seen. Well, let's find. I see Koval walking around, so we're gonna chop it up with him. It's the man with the target on its back. Ryan, how we doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Just kind of getting back into the swing of it, getting my morning. I had a bunch of waffles at the hotel, and I'm just kind of getting my bearings, relearning how to ask questions,
It's way too early for this shirt you got on, by the way.
My eyes are up here, all right?
My eyes are at the ceiling. I'm dizzy already.
I made sure, I was like, okay, I've never worked in Eminence events before. I got to make sure people can see my ass for sure.
You can't miss you for sure.
What are we on today?
Tim Nikram.
Okay. And how are we feeling?
Fine, I guess.
Yeah, just sure.
So, I have not played CEDH since August.
Okay.
And a lot of new cards have come out. There's some cool new hate bears, and then there's also some more wild stuff like River Song and Taleon the Kindly Lord. And I'm just I basically had 10 cards I wanted to play in 6 spots I could easily put them in. So,
did you put in? We got a Roaming Throne in there somewhere.
Nope.
Didn't make it.
It didn't. It wasn't even on the list.
Oh, okay. All right. I like it. What? Any matchups? Anything you're worried about this weekend?
Kinnan has that deck has its star has really risen in the last 6 months, and it's really powerful. Most CEDH commanders are card draw, mana, or a combo outlet, and Kinnan's all three.
Yes.
I use some of my flex slots to target Kinnan pretty hard.
I don't remember who I was talking to and if they were talking about your deck or not, but they were like, the whole thing is anti-Kinnan tech, and I was like, yes, let's go.
I backed off a little bit. I sent an early list to my Patreon that had Containment Priest, Curse Totem, Red Blast, Pyroblast. I was pretty heavy. I backed off a little bit, but I do have some stuff that I wouldn't play if Kinnan wasn't a top deck.
Yep. Some of those the Graph Diggers type of rocks and that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Yep. I'm playing a Curse Totem today.
Okay. Oh wow.
In my deck with Kinnan in the top of the meta.
So you ready for you ready for the hot button questions for the quotables?
Send it. Yeah, let's try it.
What's the most overrated CEDH deck?
Kinnan.
Why?
Because I don't want to play against it anymore. I get off that.
That's fair. If you could unban a card.
Gifts ungiven.
Okay, gifts. You're not the first. You and Kai are both on unbanned gifts.
It's preposterous that it's banned at all. Intuition is better than gifts in a lot of situations, and we could play that. It's also more expensive to get access to a reserve list rare versus this multiply reprinted thing that costs more mana. I don't know, man. Why are we even doing this?
Do you think that's a reason that Intuition is not banned because of that price? Because of the paywall?
I don't pretend to understand what the Commander RC makes their decisions based on.
That's fair. I appreciate that. This is one of my favorites. Which wedge or color pairing has the worst players?
Oh, easily Mardu.
Why?
I don't know. They made a whole thing. They're printing shirts. Listen, the toughest cat in the room doesn't have to say how tough they are. The smartest cat in the room doesn't have to say how smart they are. If you're running around trumpeting Mardu Summer wearing merch and shit, you know you're lying.
That's hot. I love it. and this is a new one. I'm testing this one out. Which format has the smelliest players?
Oh, EDH.
Just EDH?
Yeah, just casual EDH. If you ever walk through a command zone, you're gonna need a shower. Like in like the Andromeda strain, where you like walk into a room and it flash burns off the top layer of skin. Like that's the level of cleanliness you need after walking through a command zone.
I had somebody yesterday telling me there was a guy who used to show up at their shop and they'd have to be like, go to the gym, you gotta go, here's a day gym membership, go to the gym and come back after you take a shower. I was like, oh, that's solid.
Yeah, that's a little tough, but I mean, every community's got somebody, and we joke, but maybe somewhat, like mental health manifests in uncleanliness sometimes, and that person needs a little more than a shower, good chance, but sometimes they just need a shower.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate you answering the silly questions as well as the serious ones, Brian. Any matchups you're worried about today?
Kidding.
Just kidding.
Well, I don't want to be at a pod against 3 Send It decks, 3 Turbo decks. I want at least one other honest person who wants to play a little bit of Magic to help me slow things down.
So you're trying to reach that mid-range hell.
Yes, I love mid-range hell. I'm not in here with you, you're in here with me. I want every game to drag into 4 Ristic studies, and somebody has to actually figure out how to navigate that, because I think that favors me versus just a bunch of terrifying spells hitting the stack quickly.
Yep. I've been trying to wrap my head around playing the Flip Heliod deck, which is really weird in mid-range hell. It does very strange things.
Yeah, I can see how that would go.
It's been, and you know me, I'm the send it kind of guy, so it's been a weird thing learning how to play something that functionally looks like a control deck, but plays where it pushes on the stack on top of other people. It's real weird. So that's been my big learning experience. And it's not necessarily a good deck, but it's teaching me to play on a new axis. So
yeah, that's helpful. Born Upon the Wind is a card that was printed since the last time I played EDH seriously. So I'm expecting all sorts of stacks on top of my win.
Yeah, people pushing on top of whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, or like Necropotence, draw your deck, discard trigger, Born on the Wind, Final Fortune. I don't know. We're just
gotta love those dream moves.
Yeah. For sure. I won't be making any of those. I don't play any of those cards in my deck. I don't have Necropotence, Final Fortune, or Born Upon the Wind. I'm playing honest, good, upstanding American Magic.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking a minute. I really appreciate it, Brian, and I'll catch up with you throughout the day to see how we're doing.
Yep. Good. Always good to talk to you.
Good luck. All right. Got to stretch my hand for a second.
Not playing today?
No, just doing this.
And then you go again.
How's everybody in the chat doing? Thank you guys for pulling up right now. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Tim made ask. I gotta get. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course.
Yeah, we're real excited to have about $500, $600, $700 to scrub out probably.
Did you fly in or?
No, I didn't.
Okay, where were you? Ohio. Okay.
What's your name for Ohio? Southeast Texas. Zanesville and Marietta. Oh, no shit. That's where I'm originally from. It's like Watson area. Yeah. All right. Hell yeah. That's cool. Yeah, it's a small world. Hate the Buckeyes, but yeah. I'm not a Michigan guy either. I like WVU. Hopefully do the game.
Hell yeah.
Virginia.
All right. Yeah, we're doing it right now. All right, we got Cringe in here, we got Scoop, Mashodum, Proxy, Knowledge, Kev. Yo, I love you guys for being in here right now. Thank you so much. Oh, Josho, I'm looking through the looking through the chat right now to see who's in here. Hell yeah, it's absolutely a pleasure. You got a second to chop it up? We'll put you on YouTube. Sure. Good. That makes it even better. Okay, let's see. Switching my hands. This thing is so cumbersome. I got to figure out how to make it work a little better. There we go. Oh, thank you. That was so. Heliod was something that I knew had potential, and then saw that people were brewing with it, and I knew it had potential because of my buddy Tim from Ramp Gang, who was playing it months and months and months ago, and then saw that Cobblepot was playing with it, and was like, okay, maybe this thing has legs. What's your name?
My name's Oscar.
Oscar, you local?
No, I'm from Tennessee.
Okay. Did you drive out here?
Yeah, I was in the back though, so I didn't have to worry about driving.
Oh, all right. You just snoozing.
Mm-hmm. I sleep the whole time, honestly, yeah.
Snoozing and checking deck lists.
Yeah, trying to read primers, see what information I can gather for this tournament.
I love it. Do you play a lot of like big events like this?
This is my fourth one, I think, or third one. I'm new to CDH, but I love these events, and this is what keeps me playing, honestly, is these events. They're fun.
I love that. That's a great answer. So what are you playing today? Did I ask that already?
No, you did not. I'm playing Thrasios Francisco.
Okay, all right. We're on the bird. Pirate bird, yeah?
Yeah, we're trying it.
You've been having good luck with it?
When I first put it together, yeah, but my local meta's been starting to figure out how to stop the walking ballista.
Okay.
So we'll learn to have to pivot pretty hard in that deck, and hopefully that will help me here today.
What matchups are you worried about?
Anything that has white, because Rest in Peace is a horrible card.
Oh my God, jeez.
The Rest in Peace is the only thing I'm really worried about. But other than that,
What about Blind Obedience?
Blind Obedience. Blind Obedience is a bit rough, but we still have Thoracle Consult in the pocket.
Okay, all right.
Thoracle Consult in the pocket. We ain't worried about that.
Any players you're worried about?
Oh, all of them. We got Ian Flanders.
All of them, he said. Just all of them.
Yeah, we got some good players here.
No, there's some killers out here for sure. What do you think is the most overrated CEDH deck?
Blue Form.
All right, why?
I mean, because
everybody knows the name.
Yeah,
nobody knows what it means.
I'm not saying it's a bad deck, but you can be an overrated deck and still be the best deck.
That's fair.
Makes any sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like anyone can pick up Blue Form and they're like, "Oh, this deck's great," and they think it's great, but it's just the cards are great in it. I mean, you need to be an experienced pilot to make cards good.
Yeah,
because they're already good.
I really thought I was going to pick it up and it was going to run itself. And you need to know what you're doing if you're running that deck. You need to know your mulligans. You need to know the pod, and that's the most important thing. If you can't analyze the 3 players you're playing against on your mulligan, then you're doomed from the start.
That's fair. Yeah, the pod analyzing is one thing I'm still trying to figure out, especially with seed order in mind too. And I feel like I'm picking up on how to mulligan correctly now.
Listen, that's the toughest part is the mulligans.
Yeah, because mulligans they're rough, especially I'm playing a faster deck, so I got low land count. So if I mull for only 2 lands, I probably won't see much more for the rest of the game.
What's the most toxic commander?
Toxic commander, Grand Arbiter.
All right, that's solid.
Augustine. I played against that in Ohio, and I'm like, dang, I don't know what to do now. All my spells are too expensive.
Was it a CEDH game or just sit down?
It was the I forgot what it was called, the Mox Open.
Oh, okay.
Mox Open.
Somebody was running GA the 4th, huh?
Yeah.
Nasty. That's not what you want to see when you sit down.
I know, I saw that, and he was seat 1, and I was like, oh.
Oh no.
Rough. I'm pretty sure that I think they turned 2 Grand Arbiter too, which was rough, and we were
disgusting.
Sitting there the whole time, just waiting for 1 more mana, like the whole pod.
And then let's see what else we got. Which color combo or wedge has the worst players?
Got to be Simic. Has to be Simic. They have too much tax evasion. They have too much free stuff. They don't pay for anything.
This is all amazing answers. Well, one more time, what's your name, boss?
Oscar.
Oscar, thank you so much for taking a minute, and thank you for watching the channel. Believing in the movement, man, means absolutely everything.
Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I got you. Here, let's go over to the table.
I heard your voice. I was like, nope. I always listen to you guys when I'm falling asleep. Because I never see you guys' face. I've had it for a couple of years. Whatever you want to sign?
No, I just slept on stickers. Tattoo stickers and stickers. This is 2 different tattoo studios. And the rest of the hearts.
What's your name, boss? Gregory. Gregory, now it's absolutely a pleasure, man.
Oh, you come outside? I gotta go check it.
That's awesome. I'll slap it right here and I'll sign it for you.
I'll take it. What is it there?
I'm an artist, so I just feast on, all podcasts.
All right. Okay, we're back in it. How's the sound, by the way? How's the sound quality? How's everybody feeling about that? I'm going to go talk to Malcolm right now.
I can't believe you wore this shirt. It's so dangerous.
I needed to make sure people could see me.
I'm dead.
You good? Let's chop it up. Let's chop it up.
Let's chop it up.
Come on. This shit is all so cumbersome. It makes me crazy.
The angle is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, they're the only person who I don't have to like get the angle all wonky for. We're here with Malcolm, gang.
What's good?
How we doing, buddy?
I'm solid. I'm ready to go today.
What are we running? We're on Sisei, right?
Same thing I always run. I'm running it back, always.
What's the new tech? What's the card you're most excited about right now?
I can't tell you, but I like
big secrets.
That's always big secrets. I can't have people knowing exactly what I'm about to do. But I am kind of excited about just generally playing Sisei as always. I'm always on different tech, always on new tech, always trying to do something different.
What decks are you watching out for? What are you worried about?
Kinnan. Kinnan's scary right now.
Kinnan's the big monster. Kinnan's the big
right now. Kinnan's crazy right now. It gets around everything. It's faster than me. It's scary.
Big spooky dukes for sure. Guys, let me know if the mic's blowing out, by the way. This is because we're getting loud right now. So
Definitely.
What's the most overrated CEDH deck?
The most overrated CDH deck, Winota.
Dogging on her. I love it.
Sorry, Boros, it's not there. It's not there. Stacks out the board, nobody likes it.
Which color pairing or wedge has the worst players?
Worst players, Grixis, because they're just so mainstream. They're so regular and basic. I'm sorry. You're just playing the basic.
Which format has the smelliest players?
Definitely Yu-Gi-Oh. Sorry.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Just for catching strays out here.
Yeah, sorry, bud. It's not even.
I love it.
It's just the whole game.
Unban a card.
Unban a card. Coalition victory. Let's go.
Coalition victory.
Oh yeah, especially with that new ley line. Let's go.
Amazing. What's your favorite matchup? If you sit down in a pod this weekend, what are you excited to sit down against?
Honestly, Winota.
Yeah, you got the Winota tech on lock?
Oh, I love Winota. Just stacks out the board for me. I'm good.
I'll
wait till the mid game.
What are your 3 favorite creatures in your deck?
Sakashima the Imposter, Niambi, Esteemed Speaker, and Dockside Extortionist.
All right. Dockside, Sakashima, Niambi. Fuck, marry, kill, go.
Niambi, marry her.
Okay.
We'll kill Dockside and reanimate it later. We'll fuck Sakashima, because Sakashima could be anybody.
Yo, look, this is a man with a big brain over here. That's one of the best answers I've ever heard. Thank you so much for taking a second, Malcolm.
Anytime.
Good luck today. You know I'm going to shadow you. I'm going to be coming up all day and saying, what's up, how's the standings? I want to see numbers in front, zeros in the back, right?
Always. It's always good to see you around.
Yo, this is such a pleasure. And we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up off the mic later, all right?
How you doing, man? I haven't seen you in forever.
It's been too long. Like, look, this is like I gotta keep working and hustling and all that, but like I got goosebumps. I'm so psyched to see my boys right now.
I'm ready to be here. Drummond's right here. We're good. We've got Corey with us. We are chilling.
Primo.
How you doing, bro?
We're here with Jorman Gang about to
Twang, Brooklyn, Ram Gang. We here.
About to spin the block in here?
Everybody's a op, bro. Everybody. Burgers on the grill all day, bro. We just chefing it all day, bro. No. I gave it back.
Yo, that's what's up.
Yeah, bro. Burgers on the grill. We just chefing it today.
What are we on?
T&K. I would play Kinnan, but I don't want it to get removed all day.
Pete Kinnan's a boogeyman right now.
Yeah, I think Kinnan's very well positioned. The pivots are good. I would rather have more like say-so in how a game goes. I don't want to just sit there under a Draenif and just like try to find a Ristic study. I'd rather like proactively play the game this weekend. See what happens.
What's the secret tech we're on? You're on anything new? What's the spice?
Nothing too spicy this weekend. Everything is pretty regular T&K stuff. I want to try some spicy cards like Scheming Fence or like Force of Despair, but we were chilling. We decided against it.
How do you feel about Tidebender?
I like Tishana's. It's a good card. I personally think Trick Mine is just better, but it's very spicy in certain scenarios. You can like turn off a Niv. You can take Crom off flying. It's like really spicy.
You think this by this time next year, you think Trouble in Pairs is going to be a staple?
Oh, you're talking about the 4-mana white card?
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that it's better than Smothering Type. I mean, I'm definitely going to test it. That's a hot take right now. I don't know if it's going to be a staple by next year, but yeah.
Keep your eye on it is kind of where I'm at. I think it's going to take a little while. It's going to be a grower, like it's going to be a while before it just everybody's on it, But the 2 white makes it so harsh. That 2 white in the casting.
It is kind of hard. It's not even going to matter in March. I'm telling you, that Fallout set, Radstorm all day. I'm proliferating to fairies all 2024.
What's the most overrated CEDH deck?
Overrated? Yeah. What's the most overrated CEDH deck? I don't know. Do I want to
put them on blast?
Do I want to be spicy?
Yes, that's why I asked.
Do I want to cause controversy?
Yes.
Rock size doo-doo. Rock size trash, man. Don't play it. It has no pivots. You're going to get blown out when you push the first time. Force negation.
Rock side trash. There you go. All right. Which color pairing or combo has the worst players?
Which color playing?
Which wedge or color pairing has the worst players?
Y'all Izzet players are trash, man. I'm calling you out, Shauna. Niv doodoo.
Wow, we're calling names, not even colors. We're just saying, I don't care about what color you play. You're trash.
I'm just trying to be spicy today.
No, this is exactly why I asked.
I'm with all the antics right now. I'm trying to play Magic this weekend.
Unban a card.
I was thinking about this morning. I knew Alan was going to ask me this question. My actual answer, I have an actual answer and then a La La Land answer. The La La Land answer is unban Prophet. Why? Just to make Thrasios better. The real answer is unban Hole Breacher. It'll turn off the One Ring and OBM. Y'all can stop, being little babies.
Unban Hole Breacher, huh? Savage.
It'll just, it'll take.
It'll cancel them out.
Yeah, you don't even have to. Someone's gonna feed someone's Ristic with no OBM. It won't even matter. You get to keep your board now.
Hole Breacher was so miserable, man.
It was. I'm not gonna lie. I think now with the One Ring and OBM, it might balance out though.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think card draw. Everyone's setting up card advantage engines. It'll be good to slow it down.
What matchups are you worried about today?
I'm worried about the Kinnan matchups. I think the Fat Grixis matchups are pretty even in terms of what type of hands they'll keep. Tavesh versus turbo hands, depending on if they're more mid-range slanted. Obviously the mirror, I'm probably going to be playing mirrors all day.
Yep.
Hoping I don't get beat up by Crom, but yeah, I'm chilling.
Awesome. These are great answers. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the end of the day tomorrow, man.
Of course, always. Brooklyn Ramp
Gang. There you go. That's Jorman. Jacoby wounded. Jorman giving 0 fucks. Yeah, we're doing it. We got 40 minutes out here. We're chopping it up with people. We got games going before the pairings start, all that stuff. So we're going to keep walking around trying to chop it up with people. Anybody you want me to try to chop it up with, let me know. But otherwise, we're just going to keep walking around and talking with people. Yeah, this is a funky little venue. It's got like little card shops and all that stuff all over it. It's doing pretty good. It's a cool spot. So let's talk it up with Jay. You got a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Jay. How we doing?
Oh man, today's been so exciting. Just getting up for this, you're just fresh,
You feeling it? Are you good right now? You're clean shaven and feeling fresh, huh?
Yeah, you gotta have it, especially with the cameras around. You gotta have the good shave. Oh my gosh.
What are you running?
Right now, I'm gonna be running good old Ping Farm with Obnixilis.
Ping Farm.
Obnixilis, Catherine. Yep. And she inspired me. She kicked my butt all week on a Rockside Tivit, and she encouraged me. She's like, you should take Ob, and I'm doing it.
So you like Obnix right now?
I've enjoyed it as the counter meta pick to all the draw.
Okay.
Yeah, all the top guys switched over to Blue Farm and a lot of other lists that are going to be drawn. The mid-range hell's going crazy, and so I just see it as counter meta.
What matchups are you worried about today?
The only matchups I'm worried about are the ones that are able to politic long-term like Sisse and go, hey, his value engine's better than mine. We should take care of his first. But in that sense, I just want people to play to their outs. I want clean games. But In terms of that, I would say maybe Kennen, because he can work under rules of law that I can't.
Kennen's big scary right now. Speaking of, what do you think is the most overrated CEDH deck?
I think the most overrated CEDH deck right now is Kennen, because how easy it is to deal with in this meta, and it's the reason why a lot of Kennens have been dropping off. I don't think it's a bad deck. I just think it's being overrated, how easy it is. I think it's a difficult deck in the current meta.
It's like dies to removal, kind of?
Yeah. I think it's a very hard deck, and people make it sound easier than it is.
Which color pairing or wedge has the worst players?
Right, oh, absolutely Orzhov. White-black players, they have no idea what anyone else's deck does. They just don't want you to play your deck. They're going to silence you, and then they're going to tutor for their win.
That's amazing. I haven't heard a lot of people say Orzhov before. I love that answer. Are there any particular players you're excited to play with or worried about playing with?
There are so many people here that I've played with in so many tournaments, like Waffle and Ian and Brian, and that I'm so excited to see. I think I'm really excited to see the home crowd. That's who I want to play against really bad, though. Just because
the locals.
They always have the craziest brews.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. But definitely, I want to see my buddy Waffle. It's so much fun. Freedom Waffle's such a great guy.
When I was out in Salt Lake, everybody was on Carrick. Everybody was on Carrick out there. So it's very funny how when you travel around, you face different things in local metas, and it was like everybody out there was all about that deck. Trying to think of any other spicy questions. Which format, all around, which format has the smelliest players?
It's 100% standard back in the good days, man. I don't know if you went to one of those events. I was grinding RCQs or an Amonkhet. I have never smelt worse myself. It was terrifying.
You yourself included. I love this.
It's like a health worry at some point. You smell it and you're like, I might need to notify my doctor. Like, this is bad.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate the answers. You're killing it. One more question. If you could unban a card, what would you unban?
I would honestly like to see us unban. It's an invention. The 4-mana gives everything untap. I forgot the name of it. It's whenever you play a non-creature spell, untap all non-land permanents. It's an artifact from, I think it's, what is it? Paradox Engine.
The Pension's a good one.
Yeah, it would open up so many single-color decks again to have something to go off, and I feel like in this meta, it would be fine.
Okay, what's the most toxic commander?
Toxic commander right now, I am going to say the commander itself is going to be Tymna, in the sense of that Tymna is able to just skirt by all the removal nowadays. No one's going to kill a Tymna anymore.
Yep.
There's blockers.
And it does allow for people to just gain life back, to draw cards. It allows for so many things that you shouldn't be allowing in a comp game.
Yeah, and it's just not a magnet for removal like it used to be.
Okay.
Yeah, unless it's being swept by something like that. But I feel like what makes it toxic is that she's just kneecapping you every turn, just hitting you for that 2. And it's like, you're not enough of a threat for me to hit you, but I'm so sick of getting kicked under the table right now.
What's the big spice in Obniks that you're running? Any secret tech?
Yes. So I ran 2 fun little flip-ups. So everyone knows about the Kessig and the Flame Breather combos where I'm pinging the whole table.
Yep.
And then I decided, okay, throw in the grinding station and everything like that. But copper tablets and things that do 1 damage and Rolling Vortex, even though it shuts down.
Rolling Vortex is crazy.
Yeah, it's really fun. And you just watch the table kind of just implode. Even though my game plan shut off, everyone just freaks out.
Rolling Vortex is the no free spells and 1 damage per upkeep?
And yeah, 5 damage per free spell.
Yep, that's what it is. I saw somebody playing that in Oger, the mono-red Oger deck, and it was a nightmare because you're not taking 1 damage on upkeep, you're taking 4 and up. It was crazy.
Yeah, and you're playing fast, you're going to miss things like that, you're going to get slammed for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like a nice little Rurik Thar to have chilling out there.
Yeah. I mean, so many people are going to add Nas and go, oops.
Well, thank you so much for taking a second. I really appreciate the chance to chop it up. Good luck today. I'll keep bothering you as we go. And, always a pleasure.
Absolutely. It's always such a good time seeing you here. Go enjoy some other people.
Hell yeah. Now we're going to show you what the place looks like right now.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we got a venue full of people. We're gonna do a run by now. We're gonna get some of the stock footage. So flip it around, and you could just go like this, and it's just people. Yeah, there's no bullshit. There's no faking. Everybody's serious right now. Everybody's really. We got our judge team right here with Baldy and the squad. These guys are holding it down, some of the best judges. We got good players all around, too. We got Hal. Yeah, the Dark Ritualist, there is going to be a stream on Eminence. They're going to have feature matches and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's a cool little venue. It's nice. It's a little cramped. The ceiling's a little small, but it's, not so bad. So we're getting the B-roll right now. We're just taking in all the faces. This is my favorite part of the day because everybody's excited. Everybody's ready to talk about stuff.
Are you making this play?
Yes, sir. How we doing?
Good. I saw you on Shuffle Up and Play.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
You want to chop it up for a second? You mind
Sure.
going live? All right. Come on. What's your name, boss?
My name's Matthew.
Matthew, how we doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Here for the tournament?
Yeah, I'm ready and ready to go.
What are you running?
I'm running Heliod Suncrowned.
Okay, mono white, yeah?
Mono white stacks.
All right, awesome. Is this a deck you've played for a long time?
It's a deck I've just gotten into CDH. This is my first tournament.
Oh, wow.
I built the deck about a month ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got some reps in with it, or?
I got some reps in. We're gonna see.
Where do you play for the most part?
I'm from Alabama.
Okay.
We play at a shop called Gulf Coast Hobby over in Spanish Fort.
Okay, and that's where you get most of your games in, rather than like Spell Table or any of that stuff.
Yeah, we play locally for the most part.
Awesome. So what matchups are you worried about today?
Mid-range decks like Atraxa, they just play right under the stacks.
Yep.
It's no good for me.
What do you think the most overrated CEDH deck is?
Overrated.
All right, everybody. We are back for round 2 of the Boyle CDH event, the Platinum event in the Top Deck Championship Series, the biggest they make. And, of course, quite a bit of prizes on the line for these players. First place, 500 points, 2,000, of course, fall off from money and points from there. But a lot of money, points on the line for these players. A lot of the leaderboard has shown up here today, and it is sold entirely out. 222 players, biggest North American event for sure. Maybe even biggest event ever here today. And round number 2, we got quite a spicy pod at work here. Double Talion!
This is a great pod. This is awesome.
Yeah, you
I've
like
never
this
witnessed
you're a
this
Tibbet
before.
player. You love this stuff.
I
bet.
love, yeah. Tibbet, like control, keeping Rogsai in check.
To keep everybody's expectations in order, I did a little bit of research ahead of time on some Eminence events. Talion has been present as half of course, the pod. 2 out of 4 decks in a pod for Eminence events, exactly 16 times. The breakdown on that is Talion has won 6 of those, and it has resulted in a draw for 6 of those. So equally likely to win and draw. We may be in for a long one. However, the other 2 decks in the pod can pull some weight. We're looking at a TNK, another blue farm. Of course, you're going to see that in CDH pods. It's a CDH event, and it's a very popular deck. And also, Rog Silas Turbo Ad Nauseum, deck we've seen championed by Bryant Cook and his crowd of folks quite a bit on this series. It was actually even more present at the Top Deck Expo, I think, than here. A little bit less of a presence here today. We'll see if it can kind of break through the control beatdowns, if you will, of Double Talion.
Yeah, ton of blue farm, ton of kin in here, but not in this pod. Just the minority of a single blue farm player here.
Yeah, I like seeing other decks. Also, as a stark contrast from our first round pod, where we saw 3 of the 4 decks are green, not a single green pip in this entire pod.
Who needs
Nobody
that?
brought green cards. So, speaking a lot maybe to a completely different approach, completely different way of playing Magic, but still, I would expect a lot of the similar cards to be the same. I don't know if we can cut down to the match, but the players are shuffling up. We can go ahead and get a look at the seat order very quickly. You have Jeffrey Weatherly there in first seat. I believe that is going to be Talion. Followed by Eric DeVito playing some Rog Silas in second seat. Pretty high positioning for Rogsai. I think that's going to be something players are going to pay attention to. And then in third, of course, that may use Tim Nakram. Third is going to be the second Talion player, followed by Timna Krom. Max Viperman there in third seat, someone that apparently only plays dual color decks, I'm told. Maybe part of a bit.
Likes Rakdos, likes Talion. Yeah, co-host of the Colors Are a Crutch podcast. I listen to it. I learn a lot from them. So yeah, it's cool to see them in this feature match here.
So talk to me a little bit then. You listen to this podcast. Do you believe Colors Are a Crutch?
Well, I would never not register a blue deck if it was me. So I'm not playing Rakdos. That ain't my style.
Not a good start. That sounds like there's a specific color that you're attached to.
I like playing, at least 3 colors typically.
Sure.
Yeah.
That sounds like a crutch to me, Kyle.
It is. Okay. You don't need it allegedly.
I enjoy my crutches personally. I like playing the broken cards. Give me all the crutches.
Yeah. I like playing easy decks.
I'm not here to prove anything except, my
you don't get
rate.
6 points for working real hard for a win. You just get 5. It doesn't matter. They don't care.
Whatever. It's a good bit nonetheless. A solid 2-color choice here in Talion. Both players playing the same version of Talion. Actually makes this a lot more clear. I appreciate that. Some nice, pretty art on that card. They talk.
It's a small group.
The Talion community is a really tight-knit space. They have a lot of time to socialize, while they're drawing their pod for the 6th time or whatever.
They get together like, do you want to make this one a draw or not a draw?
Like, dude, we can play this out.
Perhaps.
You want to look? Should I play this Mystic War or not? We already got 4 Ristic studies and 9 Talions or whatever. Come on.
Do we really need it? I might deck out here.
Look, I put a Jace Wilder Mysteries in my deck. I got an extra copy for decking out. I'm covered.
Yeah, and these Talion players, they're a very parasitic group. They like to try to steal others' win conditions. So they got Rogsai and Blue Farm to steal some stuff from.
Yeah, a lot of red decks to utilize some of those clones. Get a quick look at these decks. See what the clone density looks like. Specifically, of course, looking for The new Bony Snatcher. Sakashima the Imposter. Wow, yeah, there is Flesh Duplicate. Phantasmal. Yeah, remember, these Talion decks are maxed out on those clone effects. Sakashima the Imposter, huh? It's a card from your day.
I don't play it in Tivit, but I mean, you can have 2 Talions, right? It's like it's a pretty sweet card.
2 Talion's got to be actually pretty powerful. I mean, if we're reaching for that Sakashima, Por qué no los dos? What about Sakashima Mini Faces? Just play them all. Does that work? Does that even work?
I don't
Probably
know.
works. I'm pretty sure it works. I think the second one just makes the legend rule not work at all, so like it's all fine. Then you can start
that's right. Yeah.
Because all the Krarks, I don't know, the Krark drama is long behind us. That deck not really seen anymore, but used to be. Back in my day, people made a bunch of Krarks, and nobody knew what happened anymore. Somebody's just sitting there flipping coins furiously, and that was the state of CDH for a period of time.
Yeah. If you're playing Krark Sakashima in this tournament, you're not getting on camera. Sorry.
Remember when they
Unless
built
you're winning
an
a
app?
lot.
I love some Krark Sakashima. What gives?
I can't deal with someone just flipping coins for 30 minutes. I sat through that once. I sat through that in a tournament, not knowing how the deck operates, and I was like, "What is happening? Is this normal? Does this guy always do this like every round?"
No, nothing about what is happening here is normal in any universe.
There's a guy in my pod whose kid was asking him for like lunch money as he was flipping coins. Like, Dad, can we have some money for food? It's like, no, not now, honey. I'm busy. It was the weirdest game I had ever played. So yeah, thankfully we have none of that here.
Yeah, sweet, awesome design, incredible work, Watson. We need more of that. Give me another Krark. The Krark with thumbs or whatever. Krark's brother.
Yeah.
We just need all the flipping. Make it mono red, just full chaos. Anyway, Rock Sako is still on a mulligan, going second. In a spot where I think you have a little bit more pressure to try to find the grindy engines that are present in Rogsai. A lot of people think that Rogsai only presents as like a super quick, you're a turbo ad nauseum deck and you don't have any card advantage in the command zone. You can't keep up. That is strictly true. You do a lot of cheating on mana with Rog, which allows you to keep up with these bigger decks that just have 7 cards in hand all the time, but can't really deploy them as quickly. And a little bit of pressure maybe to reach for your Mystic Remoras, your Ristic Studies, and your tutors to find them in order to set up, or just have a quick kill. And that puts a lot more pressure on the opening hand than you would even normally have, given the pod composition. But in second seat, you're well positioned for that. Italians, of course, looking for interaction, I have to imagine.
Yeah, and Blue Farm gets to kind of decide a little differently how they're going to keep, knowing there's 2 Talions to keep this Rogsai in second seat in check.
It's funny, I kind of feel like normally with Tim McCrom, when you look at the pod, you can start to like gauge your mulligan about how you want the game to play out. But here, I kind of wonder if you basically just can keep any functional hand. Like if you can go for a quick win, you maybe can set up a spot where you're going after the Rog player where the game's going to close, like the door's going to close on the game for them very quickly. They're incentivized to go for something quickly, and you can maybe just follow that up. Or if you get a grindy hand, like that's just fine. I mean, we're in a pod full of Italians. That's going to have play to it too. A lot of the hand compositions I imagine Blue Farm can present in 4 seed that's like good enough are going to be in range to keep. Maybe a little bit more incentivizing some interaction, but I mean, you're already there anyway, given how blue this pod is as well.
Yeah, Eric DeVito on Rogsai keeping, it looks like 6 cards.
6 cards looks like it as well. Gemstone Caverns pitching that Beseech, the Mirror, the start for the Talion in 3rd seat. Of course, Talion in 1st seat does not have access to that play, going first. Yeah. And we are off to the races, for whatever that means in a pod with 2 Talions.
Yeah.
Race to draw cards, I guess. Deck yourself race. Mana Confluence, Chrome Mox, very fancy foil deck maybe we have here.
Yeah.
Mind Break Trap under the Chrome Mox.
MBT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one feels like it's pretty good in this pod.
Yeah, with Rogsai, like, yeah.
Tapping Mana Confluence, Dark Ritual,
Okay.
Rotro Raggy.
Right. Going for the commander.
A little bit of mana, nothing to see here. Now exposed to Mind Break Trap is this Talion, Kindly Lord, coming into play on turn 1. Dark Ritual doing its best Jeweled Lotus impression. Looks like, I can't read that die. Can we get one of the big die on there? We have big die, I thought, somewhere. Maybe we don't. Either way, it looks like it's 2.
Is it 2? Yeah. I usually put 2.
You put 2? 2 is what I've seen. I actually have seen a Shani somebody that I have a lot of reps with, being that we were playing with Power together and all that. He's a big Talion fan. He's put it on 1 quite a bit as well, and it was also pretty impressive on 1. If you make a second one, I imagine like having 1 on 2 and 1 is actually a meaningful difference. As here is Mox Diamond very quickly, following a mana confluence. No Rog put in play yet. Not sure if you can derive anything from that, as Gamble is on the stack. Maybe no Fierce? Playing around Mindbreak Trap? Not really.
MBT, yeah, out of Talion in third.
Haven't triggered the Talion yet. None of these cost 2. Or have 2 power and toughness.
And the good Rog side players, they'll mull aggressively. So the six cards, maybe they're just kind of keeping a hand where they're chilling, where they're not trying to go too fast. Maybe it'll be interesting to see what this Gamble yields.
Yeah, I don't hate a Mystic Aurora here. It depends obviously entirely on what the rest of the hand is, but like I would keep just what I've seen so far with the ability to grab Mystic Aurora on any kind of mulligan. The question is, can we do better given that we have more cards to work with? And like I said, still no Rog deployed yet, but I mean, Mystic Aurora looks a lot better when you are a Rog side deck. You have access to your commander spells right away, and you even have some additional other. And that is Mystic Aurora at the bin!
Okay, that's Entomb.
Oh no,
that's got to be an Entomb.
Didn't even play Rog.
Oh man,
no, a disaster for Eric DeVito.
You live by the Rog, you die by the Rog. I do not have the stomach for this deck. These are the plays you have to make. You were demonic consultationing and just like, I hope this works. Like, let's rely on the law of large numbers here. Like, it'll work enough times, but yeah, I don't know. I can't stomach that.
A heuristic for me when I'm preparing for tournaments is, can I stomach the losses? In the way in which this deck loses, does it tilt me hard? I mean, it's a real thing. It's a real factor. If this, like whatever, playing Dredge, I just can't do it. It's like, I just don't do anything for 6 turns. I'm out of the game. It feels horrible. And that's just part of what you sign up for when you play Dredge. This is the same thing where it's like, I mean, you were in a lot of games and, he's not out of the game entirely, but it does not look good from where we're at. As I believe we're looking at a Soul Ring in play off of Underground Sea. No further play. Can't play Talion yet. No Ristic Study has to be something I think the table's excited about.
An interesting, there's like Talion, it is kind of, to your point, it's kind of like a 50-50 split. And this, there's been a Gamble and a Soul Ring played so far. So the Talion tally is not favoring the 2 so far. But, that could kind of balance itself out in a couple turns. Yeah.
A lot of magic. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, but no, first seat, you get to kind of capitalize on that first development turn. You get a lot of drains.
Oh, maybe not. Swords to Plowshares on the Talion.
3/1 drop, and
I love this. Just completely delete player 1's entire first turn, 3 cards worth of value, and now, ironically, player 1 and 2 kind of in the same position. A mana confluence, a Mox, and that's it.
Slow and steady wins the race in the Talion pod as it's playing out so far.
Yeah, if you're Max, you have to be stoked. We passed. Okay, we did remember to play Rog now. Rog passed. Not a lot from DeVito. Opposition Agent on end step. A great development piece here for Max. And with Max's Talion costing normal 4, has mana this turn plus mana up. I mean, I really like Max's spot with this development so far.
Yep. Yeah, just patiently in the third seat. Just not going super fast. Has some good stacks pieces setting up. Putting the screws to Rog side because that's tough. Sometimes you got to go through it. It doesn't. It might not get better.
75% to keep the fish. Yeah, you're in an okay spot. Although I don't even know how much fish would have been triggered. Maybe like
I know that's the tough part.
Yeah, and this Talion's going to be on 2 as well, grabbing a land that casts Talion from Misty Rainforest. And it is just going to be basic island. Fair enough. Good mana for the 2-color deck. Maybe colors are indeed a crutch, as it looks like Ancient Tomb, maybe. for Blue Farm. Blue Farm kind of behind on mana. Not by that much. Ancient Tomb does help that a little bit, especially if there's a rock, and there is a good rock. It's Soul Ring. Still no Talion
Blue Farm's deck looks sweet. I'm digging what Blue Farm's playing right now.
Oh, you just love the old
school, school Soul Ring, like Blackboard Duels.
Normally, I'm the oldest person in the
Vengeance, Swords to Plowshares. I love to play the old cards in CDH. It's one of my draws to it.
Ancient Tomb. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That is a newer Ancient Tomb. It is off brand for the rest of it. That should be Tempests.
Magistrate added to the board, actually extremely impactful, makes that Source of Plowshares from turn 1 look even better. Able to take one of the talents off the board and keep it off the board. Talion going to draw a card for both Talisman and Drannith Magistrate, however, so Max getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, both Talions on 2 this game. It's
catching up now. The 1 still would have looked better for the math so far. Drannith draws on 1 or 2. It's like a basic added to the mix. Basic swamp, maybe snow-covered swamp, and no
snowy
play.
swamp.
Card quickly drawn by Eric. Does not look excited about his prospects in this game. Can't blame him. Can't blame him.
Yeah, it's what you sign up for. The wins are blazing. The losses, oh man.
Yeah, Ancient Tomb does help the mana situation a little bit. Very good mana for the 3-color Rogside deck. 2 life paid here, 2 mana available. It's Bergie, God of Storytelling. Normally you see this played on the Harnfell Horn of Bounty side, able to kind of use tutors to leverage tutors plus wheels plus quick mana that Rog enables to kind of use it as a combo piece. Bergie, maybe, I don't know, looking to block, looking to help the mana. Just get something going? Not clear. Talion attacking Rog. Opposition agent attacking the other Talion player. Jeffrey Weatherly, now below 40 for the first time this game. And yeah, we got to move this active player. Last pod, great at keeping it up.
Yeah.
A little bit of extra tediousness, but
be
really good for communication. Is Shieldred the Apocalypse added? Whoa. Card I haven't seen that much in CEDH. There's a little bit of buzz around, but I think Bowmasters has stolen the thunder as far as that one goes. Gonna look to actually start to close this game pretty quickly if wheels start getting involved, and that is something the Rogside deck is known for.
Yeah, Talion can put the screws to your life total as a way to instigate some action from other players, so that is a theme that we'll probably be seeing in this game, and that will maybe help out Blue Farm just in seat 4 if it pushes too hard again, backing Rogside into the corner.
Very, very true. Hallowed Fountain's nice new old border one. Has the original art.
Love
keeping
it.
Up some good themes. Yeah, good stuff. And here is the One Ring.
Okay.
Well, Shieldred looks even better against the One Ring.
Straight out of Modern interaction right here. Shieldred versus One Ring. This is...
Hello, what format is this? I mean, yeah, the One Ring would have looked great prior to the Shieldred coming down. The Shieldred does a lot to mitigate that card, as Stacko already on the lowest life total of the pod.
Yeah, two Adnaz players here, just kind of deciding who do we want to go after. The One Ring a little threatening.
Something I talk a little bit about in the few times I have got in front of a mic for a podcast is Grafdigger's Cage. Sure, let's stick it up even more. Is getting yourself a teammate when you're playing a pod against a deck that can win quickly. So against like this Rogside deck, the 2 Talion players, when you sit down, you're like, well, we're looking to do the same thing. We can maybe navigate this game to where one of us is the winner. Make this a 2-player game instead of a 4-player game. Is that something you've seen in action? I mean, that's something that seems to be playing out a little bit here. First Talion player stopped a little bit, and then, other Talion players kind of helping out the other Talion player to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, Max is just so far ahead. I don't I think he's probably trying to score some political points here and there, but he's looking like the threat, which is hard to do as Talion in this kind of pod.
It takes time, and time they have had.
Yeah, just an excellent start, doing exactly what they want to be doing here.
Yeah, able to get Talion developed, a lot of other disruptive creature pieces, Grafdigger's Cage, and that's part of what makes this Grafdigger's Cage look okay here from Jeffrey Weatherly is, you're playing the stacks piece when you're behind, which isn't a great spot to be, but this game's not going anywhere quickly. Even if the Talion player is really far ahead, it's only in cards, which you can keep up with. Other players, less so. As here is some big attacks, all at...
The Italians they're turning on each other here.
Yeah, there went all your political capital as far as teammates go. Here you go. Here's 7 to the dome.
Yeah,
and maybe this is recognizing, hey, you're the only player in the game I'm even worried about right now. Let's start turning the corner and get this game over with, because it can get grindy. That's an arcane segment.
It may benefit Max further down the line to just keep Talion in the game with the Grafdigger's cage, because he might be like, I can like ping you here and there, but like I kind of want this cage. This cage is working for me
Yeah,
too to
that's
beat
playing
the
on my
other
team.
team players.
Exactly. And
So it's like, don't worry, I need you until I don't, like, because like this cage
yeah.
might keep him a bit around for a bit longer.
Doesn't feel good. Thinking on instep here. Of course, this One Ring has not yet been activated. We'll see if that does happen. Now, protection doesn't stop you from losing life, which is kind of counterintuitive. Going to still take the damage, or rather the loss of life, off of drawing, even though it does still have protection from everything at this moment. And now, back at the lowest life total is Joseph Stacco. Card coming. Any removal spells? Certainly looking for one. Already used Swords to Plowshares on Italian. Yet another problematic 4-mana permanent. Does not appear to have it. Upkeep gonna take another point. Life total dwindling quickly for Stacco. Gonna need to really start to get stuff started here. 2 more damage from the draw step.
Yeah, I don't think Stacco will be able to fight through all of the different things locking the breach out. So I think they're probably just laser focused on trying to finagle some kind of win here, and likely involving Thassa's Oracle at this point.
Look over Stacco's deck list. Has access to a Fire Covenant. Not great when your life total is low. Also has a Cyclonic Rift. No Deluge. Also no Dam.
Yeah, this is a good Deluge game for sure. Fire Covenant a little bit more targeted. Just life total always under duress with Blue Farm.
Gonna be worse. Timna added to the mix triggers Talion. The life totals are just dwindling so quick if you're Stacco.
Yeah. Everything that is happening is just playing right into that Talion.
Here is Orcish Bowmasters. Okay. That's not as good as Shieldred when you have your One Ring, because you don't gain the life or whatever to offset, but is good against the Talion, and maybe you can start to build up. And I mean, 5 is a big number, but if something like a wheel does come down, maybe there's a chance. I mean, before you just die to it, as life totals, like I said, dwindling very quickly. A wheel may threaten to kill this this Blue Farm deck very quickly here.
Yep, Blue Farm's just backed into a corner here. Their hand is just not playing well to what's going on with what Max is presenting here.
Which is wild because these cards are not bad. One Ring, Dread Magistrate. Timna, Orcish Bowmasters. These cards are good. And yet, still, every time we add something to the board, it's like, well, it doesn't really solve the problem at hand.
In the Swords to Plowshares, there's only like 2 or 3 actual removal spells, and it was used well on the first Talion. That one would have also presented quite an issue. So it wasn't for naught, but
I mean, I think really, if you're Joseph Stacco, you need a little bit of help from Rogside. Find some removal spells. Start to answer these problems.
Yeah, you can't do it on your own, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I need a teammate. These Talion players are kind of teamed up just by virtue of their deck's functionality. I need some help. We need to have like a conversation about what's going to happen here, because paying a life off Timna doesn't feel good. 2 more damage from Shieldred, and back over to another Talion player. Picked up a copy Artifact as the draw. Got a good look at that one. Looks like maybe Rapid Hybridization and Swansong the other materials here.
It's interesting. There's so many different stacks pieces, and you got to watch. This is where like stacks can get really complicated, like when you're trying to unwind players, because this game's going to go on for a while, and people may get eliminated one by one here, and that may prove that's like how Rogside gets back into this game. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm locked out.
That player because I've been dead for 8
there
turns.
silently.
Right, yeah. Well, I can beat what's left.
Yep. Kill Grafdigger's cage, then maybe you can get back in.
What is happening here? We're killing. I don't actually know what that card is, but it appears to be a removal spell for Orcish Bowmasters. Either a removal spell, bounce spell, something that interacts with Orcish Bowmasters. That one's getting moved around a little bit. Response 2-copy Artifact. And Swansong is going to take care of whatever that removal spell is.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one either, that new art. It looks kind of familiar, though. I swear I've seen it before.
I trust you. Let's see if I can... Maybe they'll fill us in.
Yeah, some
Is
kind
it
of
Chain to Vapor? That is a good question. Let's see. A lot of players put the arts of the cards they're using on their deck list. Gonna check that real quick. That looks like a rapid hybridization to
yeah.
me from a
I'm seeing
secret
that
layer.
art. Yeah,
Never seen this secret layer. Well, there's a little feature on the
fighting over
box.
the rapid hybridization, Flusterstorm
Yeah.
on the Swan Song.
A lot. I mean, that's a lot of commitment from Max. Very interested in getting that Bowmasters hybridized, and I think for good reason. You want to keep your draw going unimpeded, and you have the best creature board state as Opposition Agent now taken care of. And we got to fluster the copy artifact too? No, we can't. That's an enchantment.
Can't do that.
So why would that get countered? I guess it's not. Okay. Now I have to imagine that makes a Wish Claw Talisman. It's the best artifact in play. Could be an LED if you just want mana, but I don't think that's right. It could be a One Ring. A little bit bad against Shieldred, but have more life total to work with than Stacko does. No counters on the copy artifact would lead me to believe not a Wish Claw. Maybe we can get confirmation from the back table as we go over to Max, who is ahead on all fronts. Life, creatures, board state, mana, you name it. He's got it. This is becoming an arch enemy game very quickly.
It is, and as Talion, you have to Max. I know has played Talion in the past and brewed Talion, so they can't be too unfamiliar with this arch enemy role, because when you're winning with Talion, you are winning for a really long time, and it's obvious when you are taking over the game. It's these stacks pieces. So he's got to be comfortable in the pocket here.
I mean, a lot of resources to work with. A tutor dialed up. Previously was a little bit more comfortable because that Wish Claw Talisman was shut off by the opposition agent that was in play when he played it. Wisely did not use it because that opposition agent was unlocked very quickly thanks to Orcish Bowmasters. I don't think you can make very many moves here. Stacko is under a lot of pressure to do something about everything because otherwise they are just going to die. The combination of One Ring and their draw step hurting them, Ancient Tomb being where their mana comes from, that's also more damage. Like all of this damage that Stacko has kind of accumulated. Normally, obviously, whatever, only life point that matters is the last one. Life total is dwindling quickly. And that puts a lot of pressure on Stacko to actually do something about it before he just dies and doesn't have enough life total to work with before, any move kills you.
Yeah, I expect Max to be playing this very conservatively for exactly that reason. He's got to be familiar with also that paradigm. That's got to happen very often in Italian games.
I imagine so as well. Life total 1 point lost from One Ring. Notably, didn't activate it.
Yeah,
Wisely, I'd argue.
Blue Farm's got like probably 2 more turn cycles before they're just bled out.
Yeah, even not activating One Ring, we're already down to 14. Under pressure, still on board, thanks to Talion having flying. A lot of words on that card. A lot of cards.
I play Talion in every CDH deck that I build. I love that card.
Really? I was going to ask that. You play Tivit a lot. Do you have a Talion?
I love it in Tivit, yeah. I loved it in Blue Farm too. It just does everything. It's very, very innocuous threat. It doesn't make you just the enemy with just Talion, but it just accrues so much card advantage, pressures these ad nauseum decks. So it's a very good pod to be Talion and have it in play, have it be able to stick in play.
I'm just gonna keep Red Blast accessories.
Red Blast very good against me. Always very good against me.
Kyle Mogamies, have your Red Blast dialed up because boy howdy, is he gonna run every piece of mana he has into him. Very deliberate as Stacko, and I would expect him to be. Like I said,
this is a turn to make something happen. Yeah,
like, you don't even know if you're getting a turn. Here is Gamble. That one unlocked thanks to Opposition Agent off the board. Again, a lot of problems in play still, though. Grafdigger's Cage, Talion among the mix. Don't shut off by your own Drana, thanks to asymmetrical nature of that card, but still a lot of problems for normal win conditions for this deck. You have either Thassa's Oracle or one of the Consult pieces, Consult or Tainted Pact. That's probably one of the more appealing ways to go about this. Still does draw a lot of cards for Max, though, and not that much interaction used. Rapid Hybridization, Flusterstorm, gone. Swan Song, gone. That's not that much.
Yeah, not a lot of mana for like a meme bet. I don't think we have anything appealing there. I mean, you got to be going for like, it's got to be a Thoracle or something. You got that Grafdigger's Cage. There's not a lot of ways to remove that out of Blue Farm. I kind of like a Braid as the flex slot for this, but
land too, because we only have our lands left are Hallowed Fountain, Scrub lands, and then we have Soul Ring, Ancient Tomb. So we need to find some blue source, plenty that we play, but that is just another piece of the puzzle. In addition to whatever tutoring might need to happen. So we might be a little constrained on mana as a result if we have to do a little bit more digging. But I mean, you got to go for something. This is something that I can't stress. I mean, you can't just pass and hope things get better. There's not been a single turn cycle where things have gotten better.
it's interesting that the One Ring was not activated ahead of this gamble to kind of increase your odds. You know, you're not drawing quite as many cards, so that's kind of indicative of maybe they're not going for it.
Nah, Stacko took it all. You're not going to brick. Grand Abolisher hits the bin. I mean, that was hard to cast. I doubt that's what we tutored for. It's a strong
they'll like
card.
close the whole turn.
Yeah, there goes all your color.
Just casting it, yeah.
Reaching for 2
That can sometimes happen with Blue Farm, just like running out of color, the right colored sources.
Being 4 color definitely does that. Imposter Mech, we have a colorless floating. That triggers Talion.
Okay. Maybe that's what was gambled for. You can make a Shieldred, and then your One Ring is at least
and your One Ring
neutralized.
works? Yeah, that's something. And it's like pretty hard to interact with.
That's a reason for not activating One Ring ahead of time too. If you're, because all right,
this Imposter Mech might look pretty good here. Little ambush 4/5 Death Touch blocker.
That's a heads up gamble if that's what they found, and it does seem likely.
You and I were kind of pigeonholed into Thoracle as our look. I do like Imposter Mech, just being able to use your One Ring, although your life total is still just low. I think this attack for Tymna definitely shows. Only attacking with Tymna, you do get to draw a card and offset the life total there. So only 1 point loss for the actual Tymna. The Shieldreds offset each other. You do need to consider some active, non-active stuff that can come up sometimes as far as which resolves first, but you have to be a little bit lower for that to be a real major consideration. Is One Ring now being tapped?
Next turn, One Ring that might be relevant. You lose like 6 up front after you lose 2 on your upkeep.
Yeah, you have to be careful when
Talion.
you activate it. Yeah, exactly.
This could come up like really soon. You don't see it a lot in CDH.
True as well. We see active, non-active sometimes for like the Rystix Mystics stuff, but for the Shieldred One Ring stuff that you see all the time in Central Performance, this is maybe unexplored territory for Stacko.
And Imposter Mech, just an interesting choice for Blue Farm. You don't see it often because it only copies opposing creatures, so you can't copy your own dockside. You need to rely on opposing docksides to be in play.
That's an interesting part of CDH that I've kind of seen is we end up in these spots a lot of times where they keep printing 2-mana clones. These flesh duplicates, these Imposter Mechs. Like Phantasma was kind of the first. And I think as a result, that one's a little overrepresented because it's been around the longest. People know how that card works. But actually, generally, Phantasma is the worst of the bunch, and people should kind of be reaching for Imposter Mechs and Flesh Duplicates and all that way more often than they do, but it doesn't really come up that much. But here, I mean, Imposter Mech was just tutored for, came up huge, looks great, and survives any wraths that could potentially come down. You get to keep your Shieldred. Max would not.
And it's not a 4/5 either, could be relevant. It's just an artifact with Shieldred's ability at this time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Could be positive, could be negative as well. I believe that's crew 3.
Make it a 4/5, right? That works. There you go.
Yeah, it's appealing to have the 4/5 at certain times. That'll be interesting. See if they're able to.
Ooh, no
crew it, and they have to block.
Weatherly don't like that position. Not a lot to work with. Drana shutting out any Talion considerations, and with a handful of interaction, you rely so much on having your Talion out in order to have this interaction be meaningful, to actually start getting ahead. Jeffrey Weatherly, every turn cycle falling further and further behind, and I at this point I think Max loves to see it. Winning the game of Arch Enemy, this Imposter Mech, problematic, but not
47 minutes left in the clock too. This is going to be. I think this is a game that
This
will
will be a quick
actually end. This is one of those.
This
games.
is one that we're
Yeah.
gonna get one in the tick for the finished games column for the
Yeah.
double tallion. We'll see. You know, don't
I
catch your chickens before they hatch, Kyle.
think it's going to be. There's going to be like a lot of fireworks very soon, though. So that can definitely shake things up.
Well, I think that Eric
Mac's going to have to
DeVito
balance
definitely
that.
can.
It's just make sure that they're able to retain that advantage once a lot of bombs go off.
I mean, imagine if you sign up to play Talon at an event, you're used to playing very long games. Max has to be pretty thrilled to be this far ahead this quickly. Not in any rush to get the game over with, and we've seen that certainly with how deliberately we're deploying permanence. This Wish Claw still has just stayed in play, hanging out.
Yes, that is Italian truism of just like I can go tutor for the game or tutor for a game-winning card, but every second the game goes on, like I am more and more favored to win this game. So I'm like hurting my chances if I go for something.
Yeah, it's almost great that you're allowed to just have it face up because you're like, all right, go for something. If you fail, I have a tutor in play. And so that just incentivizes everyone to slow down, which is what you wanted to happen anyway, almost no matter what the composition of your hand is. So it's just like, it's sitting there saying, hey, if you don't slow down, I have a tutor to maybe roll the game up. If you do slow down, you're dying to what I have in play. And that is the pincher lock here that the entire table, the rest of the table is in. Is this Wishclaw Talisman just representing a win, and then these strong permanents, Talion, Shieldred, representing closing the game. I mean, not just attacking, but the damage from their triggers, a lot of damage coming across every single turn. These players dying very quickly. Active player goes to Max. Not very much impactful happening from Eric DeVito either. Players just in a standstill. Stacko really the only one under pressure to make things happen. I think Max still recognizes that. Very quickly attacks Stacko with Talion. Go ahead and try to get him out of the game as soon as possible. No plays. Love it.
Yep. Just draw, go. Hit, pressure somebody a little bit. Put the screws a little bit.
Upkeep. You have a 1-ring trigger. Down to 8. Single digits. And draw we go. It's funny. Normally you see these kinds of like life total dwindlings happen kind of with Mana Crypt where you're not really sure if it happens or not, what that mix is. 1-ring says, hey, you are going to die.
Yeah, there is
You gotta make a
guaranteed
move.
bleeding everywhere, all over the board, and it's.
And this is the last turn from what we see where we can tap the 1-ring on our main phase and not just die, right? Active, non-active.
Mm-hmm.
That's could be
Gonna draw 3 cards. Gotta draw 3 cards. One of the times, like maybe I don't want to actually.
Yeah.
Use, can I just draw like 1 card? 2?
Can
Three's
we
a lot.
hold
Three's
this-
a lot.
hold this
You
back?
guys want to like let me not do that? It
chill
wouldn't
out.
be fair.
A lot of cards to work with already for Stacko. We'll see if he's going to make a move. Again, part of the problem is you need to have enough life total left to work with to not just die to Talion triggers. Every single win condition requires playing a 2 at some point.
Yeah.
Other than combat damage, which you are just miles from.
That's a great point. It's effectively killing off the opportunity for the 1-ring. It's like where do I go from here? I need like to draw Path to Exile or I
just a ton
presume
of
Path
removal.
is a secondary removal spell here.
Covenant.
Not too many ways
really
to beat a
great.
Shieldred in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, your own has done a lot. And here is a big attack. Shieldred playing some defense for Max. Good defender. Blocks something with Shieldred. Not clear what. Looks like the tokens, the Orcish army and the 3/3 from Rapid Hybridization were attacking Max. The remaining scraps were attacking Jeffrey. And yeah, there we go. Took 3. Down to 43.
Still some good
And
patience by Blue
Max.
Farm, just staying like passing that last turn cycle. They recognized they had at least 1 turn and they were right.
Yeah, the Shieldred, I think definitely as soon as that's in, that resolves. You get one more turn for sure.
You get a little breathing room, not too much though. It's still a really perilous state.
Tim to draw, offsets there. You didn't see the life total changes. The 2 from lifelink and 2 cards drawn. Those offset. Shieldred's, of course, offset once again. Not lethal yet. Badlands added to the mix. Notably a little constricted on blue. Does still have 2 sources. Thorkel on the menu right now.
When I play blue farm, I'm typically pretty happy with red black and blue white duels to combine with all 4 colors because they lend themselves to these Thoracle demonic consultations lines, and if you get the wrong pair, you kind of like hang a
Okay,
plateau where it's like,
Yeah.
what am I doing with plateau in my deck? Like I need blue, blue, black.
Get this out of here. Silence from Stacko. That I believe. I mean, we gotta
Okay.
expect this, right? Fireworks need to come from Stacko
Yep.
now, or you just die. That is where we're at. Here is Silence on the stack. People counting mana. Speaks to Flusterstorm potentially.
And Eric has a ton of cards in hand on Rogsai. Maybe it's in Rogsai's like I'm chilling. Like you guys fight over it. I'm out of this game, whether they have free interaction or not.
I mean, Roxy could have like a ritual Nauseum or whatever. We still have like a fine Nauseum from 24, right? We could have something.
Yeah, and they could. Yeah, if they have Born Upon a
22,
Wind.
whatever. I mean, you're lower, but an Incept Nauseum doesn't have to be good. The bar's on the ground. As here is Force of Will pitching Cyclonic Rift. For Max, definitely concerned about this Silence. Wants the draw engines working. Response, One Ring. Oh boy, if we have a removal spell for the Shieldred,
There's got to be another removal spell because yeah.
And it's Odawara.
Yeah, because
Oh,
Max
no.
pitched Cyclonic Rift. It's not quite face up. Maybe it's the only blue card, but like, yeah,
And
that's
you
the
can't
way
replay
you
the Imposter
finish
Mech
the
because that's your
bleed.
last 2 life points. You know,
Yeah.
your Imposter Mech goes
That's
to hand.
rough.
You take 6
Uncounterable.
off the draw 3, and then you go to replay your Imposter Mech.
Yeah, what do you
just
do? You
die.
have nothing going on. Yeah.
And that's going to be true for anything, right? You can't play your Thassa's Oracle. You can't play your Underworld Breach. You have nothing. You have to respond with the removal spell here. If you don't have it, I don't think Stacko has a way out unless there's a way to gain life.
Yeah, and Swords of
Maybe
Plowshares
Angel's
in the
Grace?
graveyard. I believe Stacko did have Angel's Grace.
No Angel's Grace for
No
Stacko.
Angel's Grace. Okay.
Red Blast You can't
Force
Red
of
Blast the
Will, maybe?
Dwara,
No, it's gotta be
right? That's not a
Talion.
ability.
Yeah.
Okay, Red Blast Talion, that
Gotta be
does
the
something. You can
Italian.
at least
You
cast your
gain 2
spells.
life. That's very valuable. Yeah.
Reading Odawara, I think we just did a check
Yeah.
to make sure that ability is not blue. It is not.
Mhm. Yeah, a heads
Wow.
up way to keep that interaction for the opposing Shieldred.
See a Time Twister in hand. I mean, if we can find a way for that opposing Shieldred, maybe Time Twister could do some stuff. But I think that has kind of slipped away a little bit with our colored sources dwindling and
Yeah, and the Ancient
Imposter
Tomb
Mech coming back to
just
hand.
not a card anymore. That's like a big hit to the mana.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly what we can assemble. We have a lot of mana density left. I think there's a Morphic pool over there. It was the land for turn, if I understand correctly.
Yep. Yeah, that's cool looking Morphic pool.
Yeah. I thought we played Badlands. Maybe that was last turn. That was last turn we played Badlands. Or was it? Anyways. Got the 3 cards coming for 1 ring. Those hurt. To 2.
Rogsai's like, let me help you with that life total.
Wait, what did we Red Blast?
It's got to be the Force of. It looks like the Force of Will.
It's
The
Force of Will.
silence
That
is still on
silence
the
is still the
stack.
Okay, cool. So it's not the Talion.
Not the Talion.
Well, then what do we do? I mean, silence
I don't
happens,
know.
and then what?
I don't know about
We're
protecting
at
that
2.
silence there. I'm curious to see where this goes. I think you're right. I think it had to go for the Talion.
Uh-oh. I mean, maybe we still have other removal spells. But I mean, even Cyclonic Rift doesn't work, so it can't be a sweeper. Covenant off,
Unless there's a
Cyclonic
next
Rift
level
off.
play where you're like, I gotta stop this silence to like stop Rogsai from like, I don't know. It it doesn't do anything. I don't know. Yeah, silence resolves. You're at 2. You got this Talion. How do you win? Maybe you got to draw like Path to Exile. Maybe they're all in on
Path
drawing
Exile
Path
in
off
this
the One
deck?
Ring.
What do we have? I mean, you could have another blast. Oh, nope. We're only on Red Blast. No Pyroblast.
No,
No
presumably
Path
no
to
Deadly Relic.
Exile.
Oh, no Path. I don't. Is there another
Yeah, I
way?
don't
I don't know. I don't think there's another way then.
no.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Odawara.
We got
Odawara is
Odawara, but then we're
probably-
once
yeah.
again we're using.
That's probably the last one.
So much mana. Maybe
Yeah.
it has to be Odawara. Okay.
I think it's the
Odawara
last
would
card
be
in the
good.
deck that actually like interacts with this Shieldred or this Talion.
Getting thin. To discard step we go. And Time Twister hits the bin, along with Dark Ritual.
Very cool
And
looking
things-
deck. Got all the sweet cards there.
Got all the old
Beta Dark Ret.
old borders. Yeah. You're just. I had Beta Dark Ret back in my day.
Yeah.
It's just that art is so good. Sandra just killed it.
Yeah.
Killed it. So iconic. And to Jeffrey we go, who outside of the turn 1 Talion, that when that got shut down, I mean, really, almost deleted entirely
Really
as a
all
player
in.
at 12 life. Graph Digger's Cage not looking good, and not a lot to work with. I really don't know what this copy artifact is. No counters for Wish Claw. Hasn't been a One Ring that we've activated.
Yeah.
No play from
I'm
Jeffrey.
also
Whatever it is,
curious.
doesn't do anything here as we pass back.
This
to
Graph Digger's Cage is the
Vito.
only thing that this Italian player is going for them. It's just kill me last. That's what I have. That's my political equity.
I mean, definitely not the
keeping a
threat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Here's a Bergie bonk. Take that. Could have killed the Blue Farm player wisely, I think, choosing not to. Need as much help as you can get. I don't know that I'd attack here. I just want help from all these teammates. Oh, no, we are killing the Blue Farm player.
Okay.
Why?
I think they were probably going to die one way or the other, since usually like the One Ring or Born Upon a One is how you get out of this type of hairy situation with the lethal One Ring on the stack. But you cannot play it with the Talion.
Yeah.
So that was their remaining out.
You're dead 10 ways to Sunday. I don't know. I feel like we tapped the Bergie for no reason there, but whatever. He's dead. Here is a Springleaf Drum. Maybe we're trying to win this turn, and that's not for no reason. Is that Springleaf Drum functionally free thanks to the mana rebate from Bergie? We'll see if we can get something going. This is the first time we've really seen a lot of mana be tapped by Eric since the turn 1 gamble kind of fell apart. It's Jessica's Will. Well, that one's
trying to make something happen.
Okay. Converting Ancient Tomb mana into red mana, incrementally better. If we have a way to bounce Bergie, you actually could do tricks. Like Jessica's Will plus Bergie is often kind of cited as a combo because it makes so much red mana and gives you cards to work with. You can kind of like bounce your Bergie, then play Harnfell because you just have so much red mana, and then you're off to the races or whatever. We'll see if we have a bounce spell to make that play, or if we got something else in mind. Oh yeah, here we go. Shout out. Original print. Proxies. OP cubed. Look at all these big red mana. Nice and bold. Clear for us what's going on. 3 cards exiled. Wheel of Misfortune among them. Polluted Delta as well. That one's going to be played very quickly. And we want a mana. No other lands to work with for Eric, but he's got something cooking. Seems kind of confident.
Yeah. Eric's done a good job of just playing possum. Again, part of just the role of Rogside. Just play possum for like 20 minutes. Just don't talk to anybody. Don't do anything.
Dad, I discarded my Mystic Remora. My deck does nothing else.
I killed Blue Farm. Don't kill me. I'm one of you guys. We're all friends here.
Yeah, we're all friends here, except the player I just killed. Yeah, I mean, certainly I think if you're going to kill the Blue Farm player, it has to speak to something like we're going for something meaningful here, and you just don't want something to randomly have interaction.
They're just silenced for this turn, basically. You silence them for one turn.
Maybe a stretch. Silence for the rest of the game.
They're silenced. They would have had one extra interaction on Max's next turn, then they're dead.
Yeah. Bergie doing its best Blightsteel Colossus impression for his influence goes.
Just one shot.
One shot, one kill. We have LED to work with. LED plus Wheel Misfortune's like something. That's like something. We're cooking. I don't know if we're cooking anything good. There's still a lot of cards in hand that you have to work through from Max Pfeifferman. And we know, if you're sitting here and you are Eric DeVito, you eliminated the Blue Farm player, but let's think about what Jeffrey Weatherly's done this game. Played Talion, drawn cards, passed, hasn't even played lands.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is in his hand? It's
not
lands.
It's a tall order.
It's not permanents.
Those two Italian players, whether they're working with each other or not, it's hard to be in that seat where one of them is applying pressure, the other presumably has some interaction to fight through as well.
And that gets
it's kind of like they're doubly important.
All interaction? Use it? Do you use it? You're just giving the game, quote unquote, to Max. But if you don't cast
Max doesn't even need to cast another spell this game.
Yeah. Well, looks like not.
Max has everything they need at this point. So yeah, the counter spells are just reserved for Rogsai.
And looks like we may need them. Underground Sea tapped very quickly. Born upon.
Yeah, looks like Born.
Born's
Born's an interesting one in this spot.
Our turn.
They're gonna lose 4 to cast that.
Is there any
Their
tricks we can
results.
do with LED to like put stuff on the stack that's normally not okay, and then we get to crack LED? I mean, that's what I'm reaching for right away.
Yeah,
is
maybe.
add
I think
for that.
Eric just needs another card.
Sure.
Just cycle that
15.
and lose 4 in the process.
That is the most painful Gataxian probe I've ever seen.
Yeah.
4 damage. Could have cast the wheel early on. Now off the table. Here's Snap targeting Shieldred. That maybe puts it back on the table. As we get a red mana from Bergie. The pile of red mana from Bergie. Something
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with. I played Bergie in the command zone plenty.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've seen you
Love
play
that
some
deck.
Bergie.
It's a sweet one. Very powerful magic card. Kind of reminds me of Talion, but in the inverse way. They're kind of like, opposites.
Yeah.
Where one is good in the command zone, good in play for comboing. The other one's good in the command zone, good in play for stopping combo. As untapping 2 lands gets a little bit of mana positive outside of just Bergie. You get the Ancient Tomb untap as well. So actually, a ritual plus removal spell there is Snap. Quite a CDH pedigree already.
Yep.
Last chance. Is that card? That's looks to be a last chance.
Yeah.
Ow. Okay. I'm winning or I'm losing. Those are the 2 options.
Things are happening. Yeah, the Shieldred reset and
There will be no. Oh, look at that. Wiping the hands off. We're cooking. Cooking is Eric DeVito. Been playing Possum for a long time. The spell's been flying this turn. Still, nothing really meaningful. I mean, you've drawn Max a lot of cards and haven't actually played anything he needs to interact with yet. I mean,
yeah, it's been a gambit. And
oh boy, Wheel of Misfortune. Okay.
this is a tricky spot with Max.
He has 44 life. Like, you just paid 12? Oh, we have Mindbreak Trap. Never mind. It does not matter. Don't even want to figure it out. I don't want to figure out.
Yeah, I don't want to think about
Just
that
get out of
card's
my
hard
face.
to think about. Yeah, get out of there.
Wheels plus Bergie. I mean, a pedigree I know well. Tends to lead to wins one way or another.
It's an upside Italian here. Just don't think about the most complicated cards. I think something might go wrong. Just out. It's going to be a long tournament. Don't want to think about that.
You don't even want to think.
Save-
Just get that out of my
brain
face.
power.
And Force of Will pitching his own NBT. I think that's the last 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a fight. You get a red mana. Hopefully, didn't miss that.
You got to be so happy if you're Max here. Just both players, fairly low life total.
Yeah, one's
Probably
dead.
pondering, how do I interact with this? Let me count the ways.
Wondering what he's gonna get for lunch once he's done beating up on whatever's going on here.
It's like, oh, I'm actually going to have 30 minutes before this round is done. This has never happened when I'm playing Talion.
Admire my foils,
And you get to, like, that's going to be huge if Max does walk away with this, because, like, Talion can really shine in the elimination rounds, and they're not too far off if they do win this one.
Priority regained for Eric. Crack LED now that we have our hand empty for triple blue. Okay. Wheel of Misfortune still on the stack.
Yeah, still on the stack.
I guess we're doing the life total thing. Why is the phone going? Okay, the phone's gone.
Are they using that for the? I don't know what
yeah,
they're
for
using it
secret
for.
reveal.
Maybe for
Okay.
secret reveal.
Well, what I can tell you, one player's at 44, the other are at like a quarter of that.
Yeah, it's rough.
So
An
you're
interesting
really
spot
competing
there.
with one player to draw. Yeah, it looks like we got 10 and 12.
Yeah, you can politic. Yeah, Talion.
Yeah, there has to be
Wheel
some
of
discussion here.
Misfortune. Yeah, it's just okay. We don't want Rogsai to have these cards.
And there's good politics points too. Like, I'm
Yeah,
going to die
this
to
is-
my last
this is
chance
the
if my
time to
wheel's
talk.
bad. Like, give me something. And you are dead. As it stands with what you have, you are dead. So you need a wheel to even play the game. I might brick and just die from my last chance, deterministically, just dead. If I just don't find anything across this plus an extra draw step, don't snuff me here. You can. Like, we could pay 11. Obviously, if you're Max, I imagine you're going to pay whatever, 11.
Yeah.
and maybe
Yeah.
12, whatever. And
Yeah,
whatever the
whatever.
maxes is
15,
just
it's
not a
easy.
relevant
Yeah,
amount.
whatever. Yeah.
You just need Jeffrey to not screw you over, and we'll see if that happens. This is actually an interesting spot. Wheel of Misfortune.
Yeah, and Max
Not-
maybe
not
has something for it still, and just reading. I'm not sure if it resolved yet, but has the chance to politic and say, "Hey, Talion, like you do something. I have nothing, whether I have it or not." 'Cause you're probably like fairly sure they can interact with it in some way. I don't know what they have. They don't have creature removal. They don't have lands.
And this is the exact spot that you called out is favorable for Rogside. Being able to remove one of the players to remove a key stacked piece. I mean, that Drannith Magistrate being gone mattered here. We were able to cast the Wheel of Misfortune from exile thanks to the Jessica's Will. So as soon as that player's gone, is the House of Cards beginning to crumble? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, this is a high-risk spot, but you have to take those spots. And it opens avenues for the deck. When it looks like it's out of the game, you start to feel comfortable. We spoke multiple times. It looks like Max just got this one. And now that's less clear. It's a little more dubious because of exactly what you called out.
Yeah, and that cage does indicate that it's like, I'm going after Rogsai. I have to do it in that order. I have to kill the cage player last. Otherwise, yeah, the Rogsai still is they're rocking the boat. This is their chance.
And the other Talion player mostly dead in the head-to-head. I don't think you can afford to screw over.
Yeah, it's just a
or
classic control it's a control mirror, like that is reminiscent of how 60 card plays out, and Max is just so far ahead on card advantage.
The player's still talking, or am I frozen? Clear to me. The players are very good at being perfectly still.
It could be
if this is not
frozen, actually.
Chat, help. We are frozen. Okay. Well, I don't know how long that's going to be the case for, but hopefully not very long. I can't imagine that action is happening quickly while this is happening. So if there's going to be a time for it to freeze, I think this is a good one. Because you're looking at basically what we'd be looking at anyway, with a little bit less hand moving.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see. Like, yeah, Max has so many options to just let the wheel resolve, play with the high life total, politic the counter over. Or just straight up counter it. They could be like, yeah, no, I guess I'm gonna fire off counter. Not sure if it's worth firing off counter or not. It's really hard to decide how you want to. Because yeah, with Talion, we're back here.
We've jumped ahead.
Okay, there's a Ristic study.
Didn't change, but there's cards in hand and Ristic studies.
Wheel must have. Wheel resolved. We have
ad nauseum from 10.
Eric got the extra cards. Okay, that's interesting.
It looks like all players have cards. It looks like Jeffrey didn't wheel. But the life total didn't change.
That's interesting.
44 to 12 to 7. I don't know how that's possible. Ad nauseum hits Necropotence, Paradise Mantle, Imperial Seal, down to 6. Remember, 2 is mostly lethal because you can't cast Oracle or Breach, which are the primary win conditions of the Rock Silas deck. So functionally, we're at 4 here for the cases of winning the game.
Yeah.
If you want to use this Ancient Tomb, you're already mostly there.
Deadly Rollick, at least in out in this ad nauseum still. It's one of the few things that you can really hit to not only deal with Italian and
remove the Italian,
land it too. But it's tough. Just the second case of the ad naus player, their life total is pressured. Italian closing in
to the casting the ad nauseum speaks to maybe really expecting to have to use your last chance turn.
Mm-hmm.
Makes some sense. I think we're thinking about actually just using the last chance turn with this Imperial Seal, but I don't know if that works because we have to take a point from Mana Confluence, Imperial Seal. And then what? Do you Imperial Seal for like Mnemonic Betrayal? That doesn't take Talion damage. The Swords of Plowshares is gone, but there's a rapid hybridization.
Yeah, mnemonic Betrayal could be an out.
I think that might be where we have to be, but I don't know if that's enough. I didn't see what was discarded.
Yeah, the man is going to be tough one way or the other. Just the life total just really taking away the
Show is kind of a
real
combination,
mana
though.
resources.
Chrome Mox helps. Yeah, there we go. More Bergie mana
Yeah,
coming.
Bergie to help.
Necropotence under
Get that out of there.
There's Imperial Seal. Yeah, I guess
All right,
we're gonna
yeah.
use this last chance turn. Thinking is Max, although Max is not sitting like someone that has a lot. Did Roxai find an opening here?
If Roxai gets away with it, that's masterful. They just played the role so well. Then if they get this.
Well, I mean,
But there is the Grafdigger's Cage still, so it's just the Thor. Yeah, so we have Thoracle for now.
True. Well, does Mimnatro get around Grafting Cage? It does, right?
I think that one
Exile.
does.
Yeah.
They all get exiled. Yeah, so yeah, Meebet's still alive, but yeah, this
That
breach
looks
is
good to me. I
still.
don't know what else works when you're at 4 under Italian. But we will see. Berkey, like I said, making a ton of mana here, looking incredible as a piece in play. Kind of showing the versatility of that card. Both halves played a huge role in enabling this spot. Whether or not Eric gets there is going to remain to be seen. But to even have a spot here when it looked like everything went wrong, important to highlight for this deck's resiliency and kind of what can happen when players, you play possum enough, players stop focusing you. They stop attacking you. We focused on the blue farm player who was just kind of organically dying anyway and did. And now the Roxai has enough life total to work with. I mean, think about it. Literally one more attack and we're talking about dead to mana base next turn. Right? Mana Confluence don't work. Ancient Doom doesn't work. Your Talion a problem. Like, one more attack could have been the difference here, and just playing possum enough to save those few life points could come up huge, assuming Eric can find a way out.
And Bergie could have been Hornfell as well. That was a conscious decision turns ago. Kind of visualizing what do my games that I win actually look like, and now it's coming up big in this turn where it's like you got a lot going up against you. You do have the cage. You have fewer ways to actually win the game. But yeah, it was a good choice.
I'll say this. It will be incredible to me if Eric gets away with this. With as quiet as Jeffrey's been this game, there's still, I feel like there's a lot of removal or interaction of something in hand for Jeffrey. I don't know if he's going to use it, but I mean, if he does, you have to beat it from Eric's seat. And that seems like a tall ask to me.
Yeah, when Talion's looking back on this game, we're like, do they have it? Do they not have it? Like, they're like, yeah, I had it the whole time. Like, this isn't my first rodeo, and I know my spots. Like, this is what I sign up for.
Look, you're there, I'm here. Just let me cook.
Like, I know. Like, I got this. I don't know what I'm gonna do about the Talion mirror match that I have to fight next, but I at least am not yet worried about Roxai. This is not what's going to happen. But I'm going to, unfortunately you're like in the spot where you can kind of hand it to Talion. Obviously you take that to keep the game going, but the chips are against you if it is that mirror.
But I mean, wheeling away the shield is actually kind of big game for you. Like having that hit the bin, I think that matters. Like you are now suddenly in a little bit of a better position. Your Talion's unlocked. You don't have as much cards, but that's really the only metric you're that far behind on. Life total obviously matters, but Talions bump off each other, the attacks are going to kind of stop, and the game might grind to a halt. Maybe you can find a way to claw back in.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see if there is actually some parity gained if Eric is unable to close on this turn.
Yeah, that does all rely on Eric being unable to close this game. We'll see if that's going to even be the case. A lot of mana left to work with this turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't have access to the Imperial Seal card yet. If you're going to cast anything at all, you have to pay for Ristic or he gets the card right now. That really probably isn't good for you. 4 cards left for Eric. Like I said, I really feel like it's got to be meme beta. I don't know what else it could be. Not a lot else really works that well. Breach, not at all. Thoracle does work, but you can't be Tainted Pack as the backup. It has to be a console.
Chat also pointing out perhaps the Chain of Vapor as well. Could be also a reasonable
You'd have to have the payoff rolled up already.
Yeah.
Just possible.
Yeah, unclear what we're actually working with here. You could also start by chaining your Bergie to reset as a horn and then
Sure.
bounce
Maybe that feature
Talion.
does it.
Maybe
It's got
that's
like 3 or 4 cards to work with.
if you're cooking, that's how you get it started. So
It does
I'm not a
cook.
Rogside player, so I'm sure there's like a ton of lines that I'm missing on all the different things you can do in the spot. Because it is a really hard deck to play, not only to mulligan with, and but yeah, that's something you can do. Again, showing the versatility of Bergie in this deck.
I think even for the Masters, it's not always obvious. I've seen
Oh, yeah.
many screenshots where it's like, okay, what do you get? What do you tutor for? And a lot of times the considerations for that is Chain of Vapor or like payoff of some kind, and if so, what kind? Because Chain of
Yeah.
Vapor just does have so much versatility and how all in and all that kind of stuff. But these are not like obvious heuristics. These are real
Yeah.
questions that experienced Rogside players ask themselves and come up big. The margins on this are small. Italian player, they really only need to find maybe 1, maybe 2 pieces of interaction, ton of mana to work with in order to kind of put the door on this game for the Rogside player. This is the last turn. We just got it. We literally are in our last turn. Last chance demands it. So
yeah. Chain is probably the play. You get to like pop off with the artifacts, like the mana vault can like cast the Bergie again. Like you got a lot going on, really.
here's a mana positive Paradise Mantle. Follow the Phyrexian Tower that was played for turn. Black mana reach for very quickly with Chrome Mox. And maybe Mana Vault. It is Mana Vault. Original print proxy colorless coming through. Using 2 of those. This looks like a 3rd mana. Maybe, I don't know if we want to sack any creatures yet. We do still have token. It is Mean Betrayal.
Mean Bet.
Demonic
Interesting.
Betrayal. A lot of words in that card. Exile all cards from opponent's graveyards. You can cast them this turn, and you may spend mana as though mana of any type. So Bergie mana works. At the beginning of next end step, those cards come back, and of course, Demonic Betrayal exiles itself. And here, is that a Tainted Pact?
Tainted Pact, yeah.
What does that do? We're at 4. 2 drops are still under pressure. Is the consideration don't Tainted Pact because then you're giving him a Tainted Pact? That doesn't seem like a strong argument to me.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're pump faking the Tainted Pact. If that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing, and that is what we're doing. Here's Rhystic Study. Gonna pay with the extra Soul Ring mana.
I do respect the heart of it, though. Just
Any
getting
follow-up?
that,
Okay,
getting the
no, just
argument in there.
Copy Artifact. Not good. Don't even know what that is. That's a Dress Down. I actually don't hate Dress Down that much, but works. If you dress down and it resolves. I don't know, maybe it just gets bounced or whatever. And with Chain of Vapor, there's just so much that you have to work through. You just want to stop the Demonic Betrayal at the source. I see that. Subtlety, not good enough. A lot of cards moving through. Rhystic hits a lot of foils here. Jesus, very pretty.
Yeah, it's cool looking deck.
Stopping at Drown in the lock. Chooses
Passes
not.
on
Wants a
Drown.
3-piece.
Interesting.
No thanks on Dispel. I mean, not really concerned about exiling any combo pieces, right? We're just like gonna beat down with what's in play.
You
So
have
can go as
you have
much
what
as
you need.
Delay.
Okay, delay.
Card we're thinking about. Less mana intensive than Drown in the
Well,
Lock.
pass
but
on
it
Drown.
feels
Maybe it's just a gambit for like Flusterstorm, and that may be
Yeah, maybe we're
maybe
like-
that's the consideration. Just something
Well,
that
I
like
don't know what
seals it up a little
been,
more.
I know Force is gone, right? Force is no longer there, and I think the Mindbreak Trap is also gone. So we're talking about like pacts if that's there,
Fierce.
negation, fierce guardianship if that's present.
Flusterstorm's probably not even good. Yeah, Flusterstorm can't be good.
Yeah, Flush Storm is always good against Bergie. And we keep going. Spell Snare does not work. Your own Mnemonic Betrayal does not do anything. Not an instant. A lot of looks. Pedal. Basic. Land. Imperial Seal. We're moving quick now. Posture. Oh, maybe like that one. Nope. Minamo. There's Force of Negation.
All right, this got to be it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're stopping on that one. Force of Negation. Pitching. Seagate Restoration. That triggers Rhystic Study. If we don't have any other interaction, I imagine we're going to pay. We are going to pay. Any follow-up? Come on, I mean, if you have it, you're slamming it. What are we thinking about here? If you have multiple, maybe there's a consideration. Come on, you don't have multiple.
And on
You have it or not.
the drown and delay, I guess also not only is Rhystic a consideration, you also have days to contend with too.
Sure, Island in play. Days.
It's a good one to play around.
Very smart. Heads up, going for that Force Negation. Of course, your free interaction, less pressured if the last player in the game is just Italian player. So, and it works.
It works.
Mnemonic Betrayal down in exile. Any follow-ups? This is the last turn before last chance goes off, and that is a passing of the turn.
That's it. Okay. Italian mirror
yeah.
match now. This is
It
what
is now. This is what you
I
wanted. You're
wanted
eating
to
this up.
come. Yeah.
You're eating it
This is
up.
what I want. Really impressive fight though by Eric. That did seem like probably one of the last windows that was actually available to really get
Creating
something
a window is
started.
already impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, that game
It
was
was
very, very tight lock, and Eric proved it wasn't as tight as people thought. And over to Max,
Yeah, you can never count it out. Yeah,
but
Rod
made him have it.
can just keep it going.
Max also played very heads up. I like the call out. Playing around days, play around the stuff you can play around. Your deck quantity does not matter. Just play around days, be able to pay for Rhystic so that there's no funny business there. Make it this Mnemonic is it, and it did a great job of that. And now Mana Crypt added to the board. Not really worried about that one with the opponent at 9. Talion, of course, dealing 3 points there. And now we'll see if Jeffrey can finally make some motion happen here in the Talion mirror match. Max is pretty on E as far as interaction goes. If you have anything, it's going to work. But it is on you to have something, and you don't have a lot of time to find it.
Yeah, a little bit of the just the 60 card fundamentals kind of coming into play here. Max ahead on land, which is likely going to be huge, provided there's a little bit of something else. Just probably needs a little bit more to cross the finish line, but super far ahead here.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're a Max, are you using this Wish Claw yet or no? Still off it, huh?
It's interesting. There's still like some win cons left in the deck. I don't think I saw Hullbreaker Horror go away. That's something that can eventually kind of just really make some hay.
No Wishclaw Talisman, no opposition agent to shut off your own Wishclaw that you pass. Fetch land for Marsh Flats. Use Marsh Flats for Jeffrey. Gonna add another mana to the equation. If our turn is just cast Talion, that does not feel strong enough to me. Put shields down too. I mean, if you have any interaction, you are the most patient person I've ever seen.
Yeah, no. I mean, we've seen a lot of very talented players on stream so far, just 2 rounds in, just looking at exactly how do people constantly win with the deck when you only have a 25% win rate, just blind. How do you turn that into a winning record? Like, that patience is huge in Talion, knowing how all the decks interact, how they all kind of operate fundamentally.
Well, getting a cut from the wrong side player, able to provide some assistance.
Some outside assistance.
I mean, both players are hanging around.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe
maybe
I'll cut the deck.
playing
Why
for a
not?
draw, Where's that 50% to win, 50% to draw statistic coming in?
If it is a draw, though, I would assume they just all draw and no one has actually won a double Talion pod, because this one just seeseemed like it was so likely if it does go to that. That would be crazy.
The fastest it could possibly be. And no play from Jeffrey. I just can't. The game's got to be slipping at this point. When you're at 8, facing down an opposing Talion that's attacking, there's Hullbreaker Horror.
I see Hullbreaker, yeah.
You called that one out as being potentially problematic. Down to 5. Goes Jeffrey. Max deploys Clearwater Pathway. We're just fanning out the rock side deck. Fanning it out. There it is. A whole deck.
I did see a cool foil Daze while Rogsai was laying it out.
A lot of foils. The deck looks mostly foil. I think we're
That's
showing off here a little bit.
It's an expensive foil Final Fortune.
It is. They're very expensive. Was a prize payout for a recent tournament, I believe.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, they're like $1,000 or something. It's crazy. Approaching
ridiculous.
Power 9 prices.
Yeah, exactly. You normally see Power
like,
as like prize for it.
That used to be the thing, it's like 2 Final Fortunes for a Mox.
Yeah.
Like, do you make that trade? I don't know.
It depends on who you are, I guess.
Yeah.
What you value.
Crazy. It's on paper.
We're fanning through what's left to tutor for, I presume, here is Max. Looking through the Exile Zone and the Graveyard. A lot of the deck has been gone through. Maybe it diminishes the value of this Wishclaw Talisman having so many cards gone.
Yeah, it is worse at that. Yeah, that's a good point. And it's kind of like almost like a sealed deck. Heads up at this point. Find out like how many threats do you
Is
have
that
left.
copy artifact on Mana Vault?
That would make sense. This is a hull breaker if it is.
Yeah, I
It
think
hasn't
that's
been
exactly
used
what's
yet,
about
so
to
it's got
happen.
to be that. Yeah. Oh
It's
wow.
Hullbreaker
Okay.
horror. Okay. Well, that changes things quite a bit.
Yeah. I saw Deadly Rollick get exiled to the Tainted Packs. One of the few ways to deal with that. Can Max deal with this?
I don't know. I mean, we've been through all the. I mean, countermeasure doesn't even work. Been through rapid
Yeah.
hybridization.
Yeah.
What instant speed removal spells does Max even have to work with?
Drown in the Lock is gone, but also
Gone.
not on either.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards in the graveyard we need. I don't have that.
Psych Rift
I think is gone.
exiled.
That was pitched.
Yep, was pitched to Force.
Toxic Deluge works, but not right now.
There's
Dress Down can be for a
Dress Down
turn.
exiled.
Winds of Rebuke doesn't do a lot. Shieldred's
Subtle.
Edict. There we go. Got a Shieldred's Edict clinging around somewhere.
Oh man.
Subtlety's been exiled by what's it called? And we
Did they just go for a draw?
did he flash some mana? Did he just win? No, there's no way, right?
I don't.
Are we dead to Talion? I don't understand. Uh-oh. Maybe we can get some confirmation from the back tables what exactly just happened. It's Yawgmoth's. Yeah, let's get some confirmation here from what happened. It's Yawgmoth's will and something else. The players choosing to shake hands. Not clear what happened.
The Mana Vault damages 1.
That's 3.
Yeah.
Then a draw. Why did we draw?
Wow.
Yeah, we're drawing, huh? I don't really know what to say about that. Why did we?
Very interesting decision.
This does not feel like it's good for anybody in the tournament. Taking early draws historically not advisable. How Max agreed to draw. Maybe we'll hear from him shortly. I mean, I'd like to hear from at least Max. Maybe we'll get a quick interview with Max and we'll learn more. But I am being told that this has resulted in a draw. And these players have drawn. Here's what happened. You ready, Kyle? The players looked at each other like we're both Talions. We agree.
Scout's honor.
This game is going to take forever. I'm at 4 life total. I'll find a way out. We agree. Let's just draw now. Let's get some lunch.
It could be. It could have been moving it. Yeah, there.
It's going to be a draw anyway. I'm going to bounce Italian. You're going to kill my thing. We've done this. I know how it goes. We're going to draw. Let's just cut it short. Let's not play any face-up games. Let's just draw. Max is like, yeah, I'm tired. I'm off it.
Wow.
A tick
okay
in the draw column, and as
another
of now,
draw. What?
Double Talion is now
that was it.
more often draws than a Talion player winning. Thanks to this being the swing. Italian player looked like it was going to win, did not. It is a draw. We have Max.
Max.
Let's just cut to Max. Max.
Tell us.
All right.
Oh, Max, are you there?
Sure. Headphones. Yeah.
No. Max is not there. We have Max. Max is not suited up. We need equipment.
Max is gonna be here in a second, suited and booted.
Max will be here momentarily.
I am here.
Max is here.
All right,
Max.
Yo.
Please. I don't even know how to kick things off, so I just need you to just take the microphone. What happened?
Yeah, so I had a dominant position for most of the game, and the problem was the stacks pieces that were keeping me keeping everyone else down weren't even on my board. They were on everybody else's board. So I was in this balanced place where I had to like drill everyone down slowly, but not to the point where I lose those stacks pieces that are holding things down. And then Deverick killed the player with the Duranathon board and unlocked himself. And at that point, I was pretty confident I had enough interaction to keep him from getting there. But at the same time, like I had to use so much of it, and he went through so many things that it just, you know, I had to give up basically everything I had in terms of interaction to keep him out of the win at that point. And then he went to his Final Fortune turn, and the only thing I had left after the wheel, because I had to pay the life into the wheels to try to stop him from wheeling, and tried to talk the other player into wheeling, which didn't work out. So at that point, all I had in my hand was I had a Stern Scolding, and I had a Tainted Pact, and then I had a Seagate Restoration, a bunch of lands. It was a terrible wheel. So when he went to try to figure out a way to win there, you know, I'm looking at the Grafdigger's Cage, and I'm like, Breach is offline. He's probably going to win with an Oracle. Like I'm trying to figure out where he's going, and he ends up doing the whole Mnemonic Betrayal thing. And at that point, I'm like, I can't let the Mnemonic Betrayal resolve, because then he gets he gets access to my whole graveyard. He's got every counter magic he could possibly want. So I'm like, all right, I got to stop this. Tainted Pact. Terrible Tainted Pact, went through most of my library. I wanted to hold up that Stern Scolding because I thought, like, if somehow he just happens to have the nuts in his hand and he goes for Thoracle Consult win, I have the Stern Scolding to stop him. So I'm like, I got a guaranteed stop here if I do this. So I go all the way down until I find, I don't even remember what the counterspell was, but it stopped the
Force of Negation.
Yeah, Force of Negation, pitch the Seagate, counter the Mnemonic Betrayal. And I'm like, all right, you know, he should be good to stop. By the way, the whole time, every play is like, draw? Next play, draw. You want to draw? He just keeps offering the draw over and over and over again. I'm like, nope, over and over and over again. So finally, it's like, all right, he stopped. He dies. Goes to my turn. I'm like, well, now we're gonna, you know, I don't know how I'm gonna win at this point because so much of my library is gone, but I still got the beats and I got the Wish Claw, right? So I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna start swinging until he does something, and then figure out where to go from there. And he goes, he flashes in the Hullbreaker Horror, and I'm looking at the board, and I'm like, you know, I don't think he can win here. But I'm looking at the Wishclaw Talisman on my board. I'm looking at the Copy Artifact on his board. And I'm like, if he can get a loop going, he's got the Copy Artifact, he's got the Wishclaw, he's got everything he needs to win the game. It's just whether he could start the loop effectively. Yeah. So I'm like, and there's 7 minutes left on the clock. My chances of winning in those 7 minutes are slim. You know, his chances of winning, I don't know what he's got, but he could win. And he offered the draw. I'm like, fine, take the draw.
So the 4 life total, you're assuming in that spot either your Talion is going to get bounced, because that's what's applying the pressure, right? Talion going to kill him in 2 steps. You know, that whatever, the Mana Vault that was tapped, going to take a point on upkeep, whatever, go to 3. That's a lethal hit. You're assuming the Hullbreaker Horror is going to pick up a Talion or win the game on the spot somehow through the Copy Artifact chain, assuming there's a spell involved.
Yeah.
And you know, you just don't want to die that way.
Well,
we're gonna call it here.
Right, and it'd be one thing if there was like 20 minutes left on the clock, and I'm like, yeah, I still have time. So, you know, if he doesn't get there and I get back to my turn, I could find a way to win. You know, I got time. I didn't have time, so you know, it was probably gonna, like, if he didn't win and I still played, it's gonna be still hard to win even in that amount of time. So, you know. Yeah, because even if like, let's say he Hullbreaker Horrors, he doesn't manage to win on his turn, he's still casting his own Talion, right? So he's got Talion as a blocker, he's got a Hullbreaker Horror, and then what do I do? Like, I can swing at him and he'll block it and it goes nowhere. So, you know, I took the draw. I wasn't happy about it, but
I mean, yeah,
we were shocked. We're like, what just happened? Like, the game ended, but like, what actually
so close. It was so close, but it was like, yeah, it was tough. It was really tough.
We thought you just died somehow to like the Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
didn't see any combination there. I mean, the game shifted so quick, and I was shocked. You were in a dominant position the whole game. Looked like you were set to close it out, even with Hullbreaker Horror. And yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. That Copy Artifact representing a Wish Claw, then you can maybe get a 0 involved, and the Copy Artifact starts to loop. Yeah. I mean, you could easily lose in that play with any kind of draw.
And as I think about it now, he did actually. If I think about it, he did have the win because in his hand he had a Yogg-Will. So he casts the Yogg-Will, right? He casts the Yogg-Will, bounces his Grafdigger's Cage, gets access to his graveyard. I'm pretty sure he just wins from there. So I think he did have the win. Now that I think about it, so I think I dodged the bullet actually.
Maybe.
Yeah, Hullbreaker typically there's like no wrong way to use a Hullbreaker Horror. They typically win the game in some weird line.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Deverick pushed so hard. He pushed really, really hard, and I had to use so much resource to stop him that, that's what happened. Yep.
How familiar are you with the Talion Mirror? This is the first I have come to watch in Hullbreaker Horror, being able to break it open from a player that was quiet for the entire game. Very impactful. I mean, is this how this normally plays out? Is Hullbreaker Horror the big ace in the hole for the matchup?
100%. Hullbreaker Horror is like the best win con in the deck. It breaks everything wide open almost every time, because even if you're not winning with it, now you've got double counter spells on everything. So the control just gets out of control, and if there's anything on the battlefield to work with in a clone, you win the game. So, yeah, Hullbreaker's the ace in the hole for Talion. I'm telling you.
quite the an impressive performance for Hullbreaker Horror, then able to save a player that looks hopelessly gone. I mean, we were spewing narrative like, yeah, this is just in the bag, and Hullbreaker Horror kind of proving that it is not in the bag, and that was good enough to force the draw. And like you said, maybe you even got away with one. There was maybe a win dialed up there. Unclear exactly how things would have played out, but maybe even draw better than a loss. He took it, and the game is a draw.
Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. It sucks to fight that hard and then end that way, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you don't even have much of a break. You didn't, no win. You slogged through it all. I mean, we're taking some of your time, and I'm not going to take too much of your time, so you can get a little bit of a break before the next round. But that Talion game, quite the slog, results in a draw, but you're still sitting okay.
Yeah,
for next round.
1-0-1, not too bad. Not too bad. Yep.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Max. Thank you for speaking with us. Thank you for clarifying what just happened there for everybody at home and for us in the booth, because we did not figure that out, and you certainly have it. That's why we ask you, the experienced Talion players, instead of us here in the booth. And thank you for coming to talk with us, and of course, thank you for showing up and supporting this event. I'm sure we'll see more of you later today.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Good luck for the rest.
Cheers.
All right. With that, I believe that does it for us for round number 2. And I believe time of the round was just recently called. So we are going to take something resembling a short break. Actually, it was called like 4 minutes ago. We're going to take something resembling a short break, and we will be back with more CDH action here at the Boil, part of the Top Deck Championship Series here very shortly. Do not go anywhere.
Thanks.
Stay tuned.
And Chrome audio is working.
Well, upgrading. Yeah. He and I have different things we like. I'm sorry.
Did any of y'all have a regular, like original Expedition Spicer key? It's the only one I don't have.
See, I don't like foil. Is there not one here?
What?
They don't have Expedition key? Or is it expensive?
Nah, I already looked here.
No, I only have it in my bag.
I don't even run it in blue form, like on my 9 fetches. It's like, I just want it because I want the 10.
You gotta have the whole set, obviously.
Yeah,
I regretted having Blue Delta at the last minute. Paying full price for Blue Delta because I didn't need it. I needed it. Because the Rocco didn't need Blue Delta.
Yeah.
That was me too.
Yeah. What's your name, boss?
Paul.
Jamal?
No, Paul.
Local?
Of course.
Coming through from like just right in the area.
Yep, Atlanta.
Okay.
You don't gotta call me Paul, man. Most of my friends call me Daddy. It is.
Fair enough. Yeah, you got.
Of course.
We got it up there. Fair enough. And what's your name, boss?
Jacob.
Jacob, how we doing today?
Good, man.
Awesome. So we're gonna ask some. How did round one go?
I won.
You won. What are you playing?
I'm on Kennen.
Kennen. Okay. So we're doing big flips. What's your favorite thing to flip into?
Ooh, I like the Thorn Mammoth Fairy Artisan combo.
The new. You said Thorn Mammoth, yeah?
Thorn Mammoth Fairy.
That's the big removal.
Of course.
That thing's crazy.
And then when you put it with Fairy Artisan, it makes a token copy when someone else's creature enters.
So anytime anybody plays a creature, you're blowing something up.
Exactly.
Do you have anything? It's a 6/6, right?
Yep.
Do you have anything to make it any bigger?
I got some extra spice in my deck today.
Okay.
On natural order.
Okay, very cool.
You know, just little things. It's the little things.
What do you think is the most overrated CEDH deck?
Blue Farm.
Okay, why?
You just sit there and draw cards. Anybody can do that. You need to be like Kennen, baby. Flip into something. Make them work, you know. Put some power on it. Make them sweat. You ever seen anything else that's a blue and a green make anybody sweat that hard?
Yo. What stacks piece do you hate the most?
Man, I love stacks pieces. I love grindy games. I'm a Kennen player.
You love that mid-range hell. That's your sweet spot, yeah?
Exactly. Any stacks piece. I don't care. Cut Kennen off. We don't care.
What do you think's the most toxic commander?
What you playing?
I was gonna say you gonna rag on my blue farm some more. Yeah.
No, I think the most Sisse.
Sisse, wow.
Yeah, I'm afraid of Sisse players.
That's a great answer. Amazing. So what matchups are you worried about today on Kennen?
Just Sisse. Everyone else, cheeks.
Fair enough.
Oh, all the Sisse players are good except for Joe. Get good, Joe.
Wow.
Put it on. Like, nah, cut this. Nah, put it on.
We're live right now, so it's on. It's happening.
I want to make him better. That's all. He's really good though. For real.
So you play a lot of tournaments out here?
Oh yeah, all the Atlanta ones we out here.
Whatever the local scene is.
Way better than me though. He's the best.
No.
Yeah.
Whatever the local scene is, you show up, you grind on it.
Oh yeah, sir. We were talking to some Tennessee locals, and they had a couple of things out there they invited us over.
There's a whole crew. These guys from behind us from Card Monster said they brought out a whole squad. So awesome. Well, how you feeling about today overall? You feeling good?
I mean, you know, I'm about to go. How many rounds is it?
5 today.
It's 5 today.
5-0. You know how we doing?
Yeah, big numbers in the front and nothing zeros in the back, huh?
Yeah, you know I might get one lost way. I like to make people feel good.
Awesome. Well, Daddy, I really appreciate you taking a minute.
No, thank you. You're the best, man. I got excited when I saw you. I was like, oh.
It means the world, man. The fact that people believe in the movement, watch the channel, all that shit, it means everything.
How cool you got me, like, when I first started playing, I think I saw you playing with Power.
Okay.
As soon as I heard you say Wizard Battle, I was like, I got to play this game, bro.
Yep. I mean, I try to always keep the lexicon fresh, you know, always keep new words coming in there. And it's so funny, too, because I guest on people's streams or on their channels or whatever, and I'm on my normal gab, you know, just talking out my ass, and they're like, you're speaking a different language right now. And I'm like, you got to keep it fresh. You got to keep it, like, because the thing is, like, we all got the same jokes, you know? That's something that I think is beautiful about CEDH and EDH in general is it's a universal language, so we can all make the same jokes. And once you start mixing it up, if you throw a new thing in there, I heard somebody call Lotho Treasure Shredder the other day.
Treasure Shredder.
And I was like,
I like that.
I was like, oh, little treasure shredder, huh? Like, it was amazing. So like, as soon as you hear something like that, like I got goosebumps from it, you know? So it's like when you hear a new name for something, when you hear a new joke or whatever, it's so easy to just keep the party going. One of my favorites is like making jokes about like Judge calls, and my buddy Scoop from Buffalo, he said, Judge, my opponent's too handsome. I was dead.
He's too sexy.
My opponent's too handsome. It's distracting me.
That's what happened over there. In the pod I was playing, somebody played their Lotus Petal, and the correct way is to tap it and sack it.
Yep.
You know, most people, they don't tap and sack. So as soon as he did it, everybody's like, yeah, he's the police. Police at the table, bro.
And you said you're on Blue Farm today.
Yes, yeah.
How'd you do game one?
I gotta win.
We got dubs all around here.
I like to call my deck Sans Green Humans. I like disguise it a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
What are your favorite 3 creatures in the deck?
Favorite 3 creatures in the deck? Oh, you know, right now I'm big on Boromir.
Okay, Boromir.
Lord of the Rings. Really
Boromir's cool. You could sack to protect the squad, and he has a static effect, right?
I like that it protects me, it keeps me safe, but if I need to get rid of it, I can.
Okay.
If someone else has force of will, something need to interact on the stack, you know, I can get rid of it whenever I want. It's nice.
Let's hear 2 more. 2 more creatures in the deck you love.
Gotta go Dockside Sorceress.
Okay, everybody loves Dockside.
Dockside, man. I like treasures. Treasures are good.
1 more.
It's a love and hate relationship. I love Drannith Magistrate.
Okay.
Whenever I have Drannith Magistrate, I feel really good. But whenever someone else has Drannith Magistrate, I don't feel really good.
I mean, I play Atali, flip Atali, so I hate Drannith Magistrate. I keep 4 or 5 different cards for blowing up Drannith. So we got Dockside, Boromir, and Drannith. You ready? Fuck, marry, kill, go.
Ooh. Damn. I probably
Give it to Granny Daddy.
I probably have to marry Dockside.
All right, the money, got the money.
I love Dockside too much. You know, as much as I like Boromir, I gotta give it to Drannith. Yeah.
Okay, Boromir, it's canon event. He's got to die.
He's gonna die anyways, so I gotta let him go.
Awesome, that's a great answer. Well, thank you so much for good answers. I'm trying to think, what do you think is the most toxic commander?
I don't know that it's necessarily toxic, but it's probably the one that I fear the most when I play Blue Farm. It's probably Tivit.
Woo!
Tivit, I feel like it's a deck that I sit across from and I fear the most at the table.
It's a crazy deck.
Yeah.
Do you think that the new white enchantment, the 2 white, 2 colorless, Trouble in Pairs?
Yeah.
You think we're gonna see Trouble in Pairs become a staple?
I think it's more of a niche card than people are making it out to be, but I do think it's going to see play. I think if you don't have access to like stranglehold effects and things of that nature, like, and you're not on all the blue draw spells like some of these Abzan decks, I think it's a good include. Do I think it's going to be like, you know, in 30% of all the...
In casual games, I've been running Saruman of many colors, and the whole deck just works off triggers that other people are doing. Yeah. And I saw it, and I was like, this triggers off everything. You could sneeze in this thing, gives you a better...
Yeah, breathe on it wrong, and it triggers, man.
We're going to see it in, like, the Council of 4, all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I really appreciate y'all taking a second to chop it up. I'm going to keep doing laps, but I'll see you around. Best of luck today.
Of course, appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Daddy.
Oh, no problem, man. Stay amazing, man.
Hell yeah. If you're in the chat watching, say what's up. Let me know. I'd love to see you in here. I know it's not as exciting as it was earlier this morning. There's nobody in here, but that's okay. We're getting the live footage. So we're coming around. Here we go. So I got to meet Max last night. We went out to dinner. This is the human vortex here. We got the full-on black hole status. We were really impressed with it.
We can eat a lot of food, you know.
But you're on Kinnan today. I heard you're the #1 Kinnan stand.
I am the Kinnan guy, generically speaking. Yeah, we're grinding him into dust again. We took a little break. We were on Ob. We were considering running Rogside for the event, but big event. A lot of people decided to bring the boy back home.
So, what do you think is the most overrated CEDH commander?
Tayam by a mile.
Tayam?
Tayam is a garbage parasitic deck that shouldn't exist and no one should play it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What are your 3 favorite creatures in your Kinnan deck?
Probably Nyxbloom Ancient, Perplexing Chimera, and Nezahal. Or maybe the boy Armored Scrap Gorger, Papa Sucata Blindado in Portuguese.
So you said Nyxbloom Ancient, Perplexing Chimera, which is crazy to see in comp.
Yep. Turn 2 Chimera, turn 3 Consphinx, ride to victory.
So, and you said it was Nyxbloom Ancient, Perplexing Chimera, and what was the third one?
Nezahal, and I have to throw the boy Armored Scrap Gorger in there as well.
Nyxbloom, Chimera, Nezahal, fuck, marry, kill, go.
Dude, it's a fuck, marry, kill?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Nezahal is a dino daddy. He's a little wet, so I guess we'll marry that.
All right.
Nyxbloom Ancient, I mean, home of the trees. He nurtures. I'll probably mess around with him, and then I guess we'll probably kill the
Chimera's got to. I mean,
he's a little scary.
That's canonical. Everybody wants that thing to die when it's on a field, right?
Yeah, no one likes it.
Especially because, it's going to betray you. It's going to leave.
No, it doesn't. Because we can activate under it, or, like, I love giving away a Chimera, and people say, why would you do that? And I got a Beseju in hand. It's an enchantment.
What are some stacks pieces that you absolutely hate?
That I hate?
Yeah.
I mean, your Curse Totems, your Grafticus Cages, your Weathered Rootstone, your Drawn on Limvalas, anything that is artifact hate, put into play hate, or activated ability. So the onboard Bowmasters, Mayhem Devil type pieces can be in it.
Yep.
But we play through them fine. It's generally, as long as only one of those effects exists, you can play around it fine. When you get multiple of those effects in the battlefield, it gets pretty tough.
What are some deck matchups that you're really worried about today?
None.
The hubris.
The deck is designed to beat all. It's got flexibility. It's the only deck in the format that can play turbo mid-ranger stacks and do all 3 really well.
It's amazing. It's so crazy to see it, like, because it's been around for a minute, you know? People have been on Kinnan for a long time. It's going to be interesting to see how it evolves over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy year for Kinnan, a lot of development, a lot of people working on the deck, and we've gotten to a point that it is getting close to feeling optimized. It is so hard to make cuts nowadays.
Yeah.
It's so hard, but it also depends on what strategy. Some people lean more proactive, some people lean more control.
Yeah, of course.
I'm definitely in the control camp, and that's where I like to be. It's comfy to just sit back, build a board state, and then go for a absolutely dominant win attempt that no one can stop.
What do you think is the worst? This is just general questions. What do you think is the worst counterspell?
That sees play in CDH?
Yeah, just in general.
Probably like Dogan's Veto. Why are people running that?
Veto, interesting.
Yeah, Veto's not super good. I don't understand when people are on so it depends on the deck a lot.
Yeah, of course.
When I'm on a deck like Talion, the niche interaction actually has a lot of value for like waiting in lines when you're playing your spell snares and such. But if you're on like a normal 11 counterspell deck and I see you on something like Spell Pierce, I'm like, why?
Amazing.
But yeah.
Awesome. Well, Max, it was a pleasure getting some food yesterday, and it's good seeing you get a dub under the belt right now. I'm looking forward to tracking your progress through the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much for taking a minute.
Appreciate you. See you around.
Awesome.
Ranger Captain for protection.
What's up, buddy? I'm live. Sorry to interrupt. You want chopping it up for a minute? Sure. Awesome. So you were you were holding it down last night, partying and all that stuff.
Bit, yeah.
Remind me your name.
Michael.
Michael, how we doing?
I mean, I kind of threw round one.
hate to hear.
Fought over the wrong stuff. Yeah, kind of out-politicked. It's all right.
What are you running?
Atraxa.
Okay, 7 mana?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, we got there turn 3.
Okay. And any secret tech we should know about? You're live, so you don't have to give away all the secrets. But is there anything you're like really excited about?
I mean, I just saw you talking to Wounded. I mean, he put me on Quarter Calling for the deck. It's pretty good. Blind Obedience carried that last game.
Yup. Blind Obedience is a very, very strong card. Does very crazy things.
Incredibly good. Yeah, I mean, the pod was Timnatana, Rogsai, and Thrasios Vial, so getting a turn 2 Blind Obedience felt...
Between Blind Obedience and things like, even simple things like Manglehorn, like, are really changing the way the game works right now. It's really cool to see. So what are some matchups that you're worried about with an Atraxa deck?
I mean, turbo matchups are tough, so that last pod got me worried for sure. Rogsai is tough. It's running pretty rampant, and I don't really run that much interaction to stop early wins, hoping to use that on myself more. Otherwise, I mean, I grind pretty well into the late game, so if the game goes long, I should get there.
If you end up in mid-range hell or a stacks pile or whatever.
I mean, Smothering Tide beats mid-range hell, so...
Yeah, it does. It does a really good job.
Yeah, 100%.
Who are some favorites you think for the event today? Who are some people you want to watch out for?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I just lost to Devrick. Very good Rogsai pilot.
Okay.
Hoping that he'll do well. Freedom Waffles doing pretty well right now on Timna Crom.
Okay.
But I don't know. There's a lot of big names here. I think it's hard to really rule out one or the other. You know, it's only a top 16 that make a top cut. So out of 200 players, there's a chance someone just random makes it in there, someone big doesn't.
Have you seen or heard of any like really off the wall stuff? Any off meta decks?
Nothing too serious right now. I have a buddy though that he's playing. I think you saw it yesterday. It was the
Welcome back, everyone, to The Boil, a platinum event, part of the Top Deck Championship Series, the largest event for CEDH in North America, maybe in the entire world. 222 players. We just finished round number 2. You all watched some wild Talion action. We're about to start round number 3. Before we do that, we have some leaderboard considerations we need to talk about. As we mentioned before, The Boil is part of the Top Deck Championship Series. We have a leaderboard running all series long. It is going to aggregate to a Top Deck Championship. You can find out more on topdeck.gg. But the leaderboard players of the top 10, 7 of those players are here. So we're going to update you on their records real quick. You should be able to see their points on screen right now. And Jorman, we got to see round number 1, points leader, 1-0-1. Great start to his day.
Yep.
David Wilson, a little bit worse start, 0-1-1. Some draws for these players already. Ori at 0-0-2. 2 draws! All right, Ori.
Get him out of the way soon.
Yeah. Grant's not here. Max Sternberg, 1-1. Leon's not here. Evan Pierce, the only player in our top 10 leaderboard to be 2-0 right now, the only undefeated leaderboard player right now. Max not here. Wyatt Smith, 0-2. Not a great start. And Eric Duvall, 1-1. So, some good starts to some of these players.
Yeah.
Some not so much. A lot of these players still very much in contention for top 16 right now, as you would expect from our leaderboard players. But A lot on the line. Remember, first place, $2,000, 500 points. Rest of the top 4 starts to fall off a little bit more. You look at $800 apiece, 350 points. And then top 16 is $300, 225 points. So, a lot of points on the line. Dorman got a little bit of a lead right now. A little bit in danger as time progresses. So, a lot on the line for these players here, and a lot of leaderboard shakeups that can happen at these Platinum events. And with that, let's check real quick to see if round number 3 has been posted. All right. Pod number 1 going to be displayed for us, and this is going to feature, as we just mentioned, our only undefeated leaderboard player, featuring some other faces you may have
Freedom
seen
Waffle,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah, Freedom Waffle, Evan Pierce. We're going to try to use his name as much as possible. Everybody knows him as Freedom Waffle, so we got to slip that in here and there.
He's both.
Freedom Waffle
Yeah.
is so prominent online. It's kind of the Raptor thing, you know? Malcolm Beckford, a name I recognize in this top pod as well, was present with a little bit of controversy at Top Deck Expo, last event we had here at the Collectible show, with like this forced draw. We had him in the booth. There was this whole discussion about what to happen.
I watched that. That was crazy.
Wild. It was wild.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it. I was absolutely dumbfounded. Good to see him, resilient, back here and with a great start. 2-0. Different deck. He's kind of the Sisse guy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Switching it up.
That's what I associate Malcolm with, yes.
Yeah, a talented Sisse player at that. I've had the opportunity to not only watch him in action, but battle against him at some of the Eminence events that have happened previously. Very talented player, beat the crap out of me at the time, and showing that here today with a great start. But a lot of competition. Like I said, Freedom Waffle in the pod, Cole Smith, Dallas Glaze in the pod as well, all with 2-0. Pod number 1, going to be the feature match coming up shortly. Have not had an opportunity to pull deck lists quite yet, so let's do that. Now, let's see what we got. Cole Smith, he's in first seat. He's going to be playing Clark Sakashima.
Oh, all right.
Your favorite.
Okay, we're gonna flip some coins maybe here.
Those of you that were not privy to the broadcast that might be just joining us, Kyle, maybe not so big of a fan of the Kurokushima deck.
I just hope they don't do their thing for 30 minutes.
See, I
can't
they
deal
lose.
with that. I just don't want them to. If they're gonna win, like, dude, just get it over with. As soon as the coins come out, though, I'm on tilt. Malcolm Tana, our 4th player.
Oh,
I wasn't expecting to see that. This is
yeah.
Right, Malcolm Tana.
Yeah, Malcolm
Clark in double blue farm.
Did we
This
actually
is
switch
the-
up? Is Malcolm here with Sisse after all? Am I crazy? I thought he said he was switching up, but when I resolved this link, I am led to believe he has a Sisse deck in his hands, which will be a real treat to see. It is Sisse. All right.
Oh, okay. All right.
We thought that it was going to be, Blue Farm or some other switch up.
Okay.
Chose to bring Sisse again. I mean, I appreciate keeping the brand consistent because I'm
happy to see that. I'm happy to be mistaken.
Do you feel that Sisse has a better or worse chance against Kurokushima?
Say again?
Kurokushima. What is Sisse better or worse than Blue Farm against it?
I don't know.
Put it as better. Whatever. Dallas appears to be playing the Malcolm Tana deck you called out. Little Teamer Pirates action. Seen this, the Glinthorn Buccaneer deck and creature tutors to find it quite a bit. Thanks to Cal for playing with Power. Played a lot of that. I got a lot of experience against that personally. Maybe not so much these days. A lot of players seem to have moved away from it. It's done very well for Dallas so far. And once again, Freedom Waffle playing Tim McCrum. Seen it a lot so far today. Gonna see a lot more of it as the day progresses.
Yeah, I would have expected Thrasios Dargo if there's some kind of teamer deck being brought to the table, but it's cool to see something kind of reemerge at table 1. That's really sweet.
Yeah, I mean, you call it out. Freedom Waffle, I think, kind of known for Thrasios Dargo, has had a lot of success with that deck. Kind of put it on the map. It wasn't really the Thrasios combo that people talked about. Did a lot of winning with it. She kind of showed the power of Dargo, and choosing to move away from it, maybe potentially not I don't know. I don't want to say it's too definitive, but when you start seeing players, and this is something we were going to bring up with Malcolm as well, but obviously Malcolm thankfully chose to play Sisay, and I want to see some Sisay action.
Yeah.
You see players switching off decks they know and love like this. Speaks to maybe noticing a power differential.
Yeah, a power differential. I mean, I do the same thing. Tivit is my favorite deck, but I play Tivit, and if I don't, I play Blue Farm. And I think a lot of people who are in the tournament scene are probably like, I got to make sure that whatever I like isn't too much worse than Blue Farm. And I may want to consider changing it up if I can get enough wins with Blue Farm. If I'm comfortable enough with it, because it's, it's not for everyone.
That's extremely true. I think
it's a hard deck to play. I played it. I was fried. It's like, yeah, there's a lot going on with it.
When we watch Rogside play, you mentioned you just don't have the heart for discarding your card to gamble and all the high risk, high reward plays that they have to play. I cannot handle my Tivit getting red blasted. The second it gets red blasted, I'm just on tilt for the rest of my life. I can't do it. It's just, it can't happen.
Yeah, slumped in chair. Yeah.
So, shout out to these players here today. None of them, of course, choosing to play Rockside or Tivit. A very different look than we've seen, even though it's all partners. I mean, kind of shows the power of partner mechanic. Even if we're not talking about one specific deck, a lot of different partner options, maybe as Wizards intended it to be. Wanted to see a little bit of different looks, although that doesn't always manifest. Karakushima, kind of maybe the true outlier as a deck that is on a completely different wavelength from the rest of what this pod is presenting. You can see Karakushima gonna get to kick things off as the starting player. Second seat there, I believe.
And it won a tournament recently, Karakushima, where it was in first seat in the top 4 that I watched a few weeks back too.
A lot of it anymore, maybe making a bit of a resurgence. I mean, I'd be surprised. I did not think this deck was kind of a thing of the past. I very much spoke it as if it was, and now, I mean, I'm seeing a little bit of winning here. Apparently, it won a little bit earlier. I'm just doing a little bit more winning. A little bit,
yeah.
A lot of blasting past here.
Yeah, when we looked at, Drake and I, we have access to all the deck lists, and when we're looking at like, okay, who's everyone we recognize? They're on Kinnan or they're on Blue Farm, pretty much. So to see table 1, just one Blue Farm, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, it's also maybe indicative of a perception versus reality differential. That's certainly how I like to read this kind of stuff, is if all the good players, whatever, the players that we're picking out, the leaderboard top players, the players that we're paying attention to before things start are like all on TNK Blue Farm and they're also playing Kennen, then like the perception is those are the 2 decks. Like if you're not playing with those 2 decks, maybe it's just a mistake, unless you're just an expert or whatever. That's the perception I get. But when we're looking at these top tables, we're looking at players, succeeding with decks that have proven value in CDH in the past, but maybe, fallen by the wayside or whatever. Malcolm's still showing up with Sisay, still winning. One Blue Farm still present, deck still fine, but no Kinnan, and the blue-green decks we saw kind of actually lose to Jorman earlier today, maybe a little overhyped.
Yeah.
Clear. As these players are determining who goes first, maybe a little best poker hand. I see 5 dice. What do we got? What are we working with?
Yeah.
Love it. Well, as these players are shuffling up and rolling some dice here, we're going to talk a little bit about one of the sponsors for today's stream. You can see that active player that we've been using. It is over by Cole, who's going to be our first player that's going to pass around. You're going to follow that for who is the active player. There's a whole host of fantastic, easily readable, very important to me, tokens that they make. You can find it by All Trades Media on their Etsy store. So that's All Trades Media, spelled like all the words, .etsy.com. alltradesmedia.etsy.com. Use code Eminence on your order. And support the stream, support these tokens. They're incredible for coverage, and
very helpful for us.
Incredible for me.
Being on the other side of coverage is different now, and that is very helpful.
Just being able to parse what's going on from the webcam when there's glare and all that kind of stuff, invaluable. Cannot recommend these token packs enough, and at a very reasonable price, supports some Magic art. And honestly, they look great. Like, they still have art on them. That's incredible. When you have that good contrast, still able to put art on your token, I mean, that's a masterpiece to me. Active Player may be one of the ones that doesn't as much because there's more words, but the actual tokens themselves, we saw Thopters, we saw Beasts, all that stuff. We've seen them throughout the day. Treasures, they got art on them. They're beautiful. And yeah, support the stream, support those tokens. That's alltradesmedia.etsy.com. Getting an update. Evan is missing a card. Awkward. So
that can happen.
CADH, very expensive.
Agent. Yeah.
Opposition agent may be missing from the deck. A card.
No, just like in general, that's something that like comes
you think
up
it might be stolen?
like if something gets misplaced, carried off after the game.
I mean,
that happened to me last week.
Hypnotic Betrayal and
there's so many cards like that.
Steals, Gilded Drake. There's a lot of problems. So that is, we may have a little bit of a delay here as these players try to resolve that. A proxy-friendly format is CADH here, so we could maybe get some proxies fixed, but of course, if it's a real card, it's an expensive card, we need to figure out what exactly is missing, and that would cause a little bit of a delay, but not unheard of. Seen it happen before. A little fix to the camera. It's Malcolm that's missing a card, not Evan, which makes sense. That is the deck that is missing from the screen in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
So, another update. Malcolm's missing a card. A little more surprising. I don't think there's as much like stealing stuff going on with that deck, but obviously you could just drop cards. These are huge decks, difficult to shuffle. I have dropped cards, I don't know, probably every time I've actually played any kind of event for CDH. But he also searches all the time, so the oppos.
Everyone.
They've got to be good.
Malcolm probably has more opposing opposition agents than anyone else. Being a sissy stan.
And be like loudly identifying as a Sissay stand. People sit down and they're licking their chops for their opposition agents.
Yeah. You can mulligan into that. You can tutor for that. Like, it's going to be relevant in this pod. Although, Malcolm also looking at the pod composition, and there is an Is It deck and a Teamer deck. So maybe a sigh of relief. Fewer opposition agents to have to worry about. It's all in blue farm on fourth seat if there's going to be an oppo in play.
And being Is It means like a lot of the ramp is going to come from either spell based like rituals or artifact mana, which is great for Dockside and a very important part of the Sissay combo. Just kind of enables everything. Enables your Sissay activations, allows you to start flickering it with all the manners of flickers, including multiple of your 8 planeswalkers that are featured in the Sissay Weatherlight Captain deck. Very, very unique construction when you talk about this Sissay deck and its combos, really showcasing what toolbox looks like. Might go ahead and cut back to us while these players are resolving that. The judges are going to figure that out, and we will bring you action here very shortly. Man, talking about the Sissay deck, I mean, I can talk about this pod all day. This pod is wild for being pod number 1 after 2 rounds. There's a wild composition here. The Sissay deck really shows that toolbox is not only possible, but like the dead draws thing. You mentioned it earlier with the, play only your good cards, the no bad cards mentality where every draw is good. It kind of abandons that for leaning harder into the power of your deck. There's definitely some bad draws at various points of this game, but what you get out of that is a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, and it's hard. There's when a lot of podcasts that are talking about like the top decks, Sissay is often near the top, not competing with Blue Farm and Kinnan for like the top tier, but it's hanging out, and it's previously been described as something that has kind of like a brewer's advantage to it, because you can it's almost like the Amulet Titan, if you're familiar with modern decks, where there's a lot of crazy convoluted lines that ultimately end up that I win the game. But it's a question of how do I piece all that together? Everything looks a little different, but often leads to 1 or 2 different very common paths. So I think at this point, whether all the lines or not, just make sure Sissay doesn't stay out for too long and attack the uber mana ramps, the Bloom Tenders, and what's the other one?
Dockside Extortionists.
Dockside.
Keep that one underneath.
Fabro Elder. Like those things can go crazy really fast. You just got to watch out for it. That something bad's going to happen. You got to respect it. You got like 1 turn before it kind of falls apart.
I got that exact thing where it's like, oh, I don't know. There's a Dockside and a Sissay activation. We can probably beat whatever it is. Oh, no, Teferi Time Reveler. No, I can't beat whatever it is. Nope, that's it.
Yeah,
a
like 1.5
problem.
activations. If you can string that together, like you can probably carry it forward at that point through a lot of board states.
And I think too, we talked about this in the very first pod, in the very first round, where we're talking about this perception of CDH and how it has moved to being more mid-range focused. These decks that are coming about that have a very, I'll call it non-traditional composition, things like Sisay, Kennen and Edric were decks that we called out at the time that were part of that pod, centered around creatures, primarily. Creatures, activated abilities, taking game actions that don't involve casting a bunch of spells, because that's what a lot of the other side of CDH is right now. Like, you have the people that are in the camp of, whatever, I'm going to cast a bunch of spells, and, like, you know, in this flurry of one turn. You do have the control deck somewhere over here, but as far as, like, combo potential, that's what you're working with for Storm-style decks, Underworld Breach, and that ilk. Then the other side is, well, all these people are responding with really powerful engines that leverage that. Mr. Kimura, I mean, Talion's part of that lineup. Ristic Study gets called out all the time as a problematic card in that vein. And you get to dodge a lot of those style cards by just putting creatures in play. And that is something that I've seen manifest with this Sisay more than any other deck, where it is a deck that literally can just put Sisay in play, and if everyone wants to sit around and draw cards, they're just gonna activate Sisay, and you can't really interact with that outside of specifically removal spells and opposition agent, which is a very narrow breadth as far as the interaction people play, and you just win. All right, we're getting an update. Okay. Okay, so then update. If we have an extra, so this is going to be a warning for Malcolm. I guess we did not find the card. If we have an extra of that card, it will be inserted into Malcolm's deck at, you know, correctly and getting to the correct size. If not, it will be a basic land of Malcolm's choice, which is unfortunate. But
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
rough.
It's so awkward because I don't even know. We don't know what card's missing. If it's an important combo piece, then maybe Malcolm's deck just like doesn't function. Like, imagine you're missing your dockside or whatever. Your deck just might not function. I feel like we could proxy this. Oh, we can fix after the round. So this is for the sake of this game. Okay, that's kind of weird, but I guess things do get disrupted when you talk about missing cards, proxy policy, and like the sake of this game versus in between rounds. I believe that's somewhat consistent with what I've seen with players missing cards, although at least with this proxy setup, we can maybe have an easier fix than having to run to boosts and pray they have some weirdo card that you lost. I've seen stories of that multiple times in my career.
Yep.
So, little unfortunate for Malcolm.
Yeah, hopefully Malcolm doesn't draw that basic. That's not ideal on a 5
I wish it was
deck.
whatever.
It's
yeah, that is unfortunate, but the game will carry on. We have a deck, and the players, I believe everyone but Malcolm has successfully resolved mulligans. And maybe start to cut back to the pod and talk a little bit about pod composition. What do we feel if you are, I mean, once again, we've seen Blue Farm every pod. It's gone in 4th seat every pod. If you're Blue Farm, you're looking at this pod composition. Are you keeping a hand that's more interactive deliberately, or do you think you can power through? Because like Sissy is actually kind of light on interaction. That's something that I don't think gets talked about enough. Like, it has Force of Wills, but its blue card count is very, very insulting. Like, it doesn't really, it's not able to pitch cast Force that often. Very, very proactive. And, you know, the Teamer Pirates deck, the Malcolm Glinthorn combo, is kind of what they're doing as quickly as possible, and mostly using their interaction to protect themselves. Is there a window to go for a quick kill from 4th seat, or are we just trying to interact with some of these proactive decks?
Me personally, I'm in 4th seat, and I think I need to go fast because I don't think Karark Sakashima's interested in playing table police. Sisay, yeah, it's a lot like Swan Song's like protecting something that's like gonna try to kill Sisay. You know, they play like Legolas's quick reflexes at times, just like things of things of that nature where like, yeah, I'm not like trying, I'm just here for a short time most of the
Not a
time.
long time.
And Malcolm Tana, like we saw Blue Farm have difficulties with all the different creatures being thrown at it. Just creature removal, just maybe underplayed in general. It's hard to stop all of these things, especially just starting out at 4th. So I'm
It's hard to
probably
justify
hoping
this
to piece the
too, yeah.
Grixis side of it together first. Be
Makes
more
sense.
turbo.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth considering your Timna probably not actually be a great attacker. The card missing is Savannah. Potentially awkward for your fetching, but I guess you can
Yeah.
replace a basic and maybe make your fetches work.
Halfway.
So we've borrowed a Savannah. We actually get a Savannah. It's not going to be a
that's
basic,
good.
but if we actually lost a real Savannah, that's
Yeah.
not great. Hopefully
That's
we
not
managed to
great.
find that. Yeah, hopefully we find the Savannah. Definitely sounds like an opposition agent, like
Yeah.
a response to the fetch kind of problem. Should be able to track down whoever did that pretty quickly, based on who opposition agents you for Savannah.
Yep.
Anyways, so yeah, as I was saying, these decks have a lot of creatures they're looking to get in play just as naturally, organically as part of their combo. Krark, Sakashima can offer up some blocks for some early creatures. Sisay looking to put Sisay in play, which gets bigger. And then Malcolm looks to attack, but Tana's huge, and there's other creatures involved in that mix. So Timna's actually not going to have a lot of free cards in this pod to get.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I kind of think that leans towards wanting to go a little bit faster. And you kind of, I think you're on a team maybe a little bit with the Krark Sakashima deck, which because they are red and interaction is kind of weird because it's not great with Krark out unless it's specifically free. Krark Sakashima typically plays more like weirdo free interaction that's like removal spells. Like for instance,
They do, yeah.
There's a Gutshot in this deck, right? And those kinds of, there's a Bolt in this deck, those kinds of cards that are cheap interaction that for creatures. So I think you're actually, if you choose to take the slow route, you can keep a hand that doesn't rely on having to cover for everything using Timna so much, and actually lean a little bit harder into your combo, maybe only have one or two pieces of interaction, and then get some politicking team up with the Krark Sakashima deck to stop the creature decks, and maybe find a window for yourself. I think that's a spot the Blue Farm deck could be in, and I think at this point, Krark Sakashima has mostly, if you've been playing CH for a while, lost its Brewer's advantage. People mostly understand that the second Krark can't happen, because as soon as you get to like 2 to 3 Krarks, like 2 Krarks problematic, 3 Krarks close to game over, 4 Krarks definitely game over kind of thing. I think people understand that recipe, whereas previously people just sat around like, okay, you're making more Krarks, who cares? Like, let me know when you do something that matters that doesn't just get bounced to your hand.
Yeah,
really
and the Timna dynamic will kind of be indicative of what kind of hand Evan actually will get. If there's like some of the fast mana stuff, maybe you can just bypass and say, I'm gonna go with Crom this game. If I'm gonna take a turn off to play any of my commanders, it'll depend how fast I'm able to go. Because Timna can probably attack Krark Sakashima. That's probably who they're picking. And then everyone is going to attack Blue Farm as the lone Adnaz deck at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, not a
Which
lot of life
maybe
total
that
use,
explains why their record is not amazing. Like just generally like the known players. Maybe just Adnaz punches like left and right. Like we saw with Talion, their life total is pressured a lot.
How much stock do you place in the argument, don't attack me even though I'm the Nas player, attack the Krark Sakashima player because they're first seat and they have Treasonous Ogre in their deck? It's one that came up for me when I was playing Bergie a lot, especially with Mikey freaking Hollahand in the same pod. He understood how important Treasonous Ogre was to enabling the busted draws. We got a 17-minute or so. We got a huge extension on this pod. So yeah, 17 minutes of extension for this pod. So not going to go to time. Maybe the last pod playing, although potential for explosive draws from multiple of these players.
Yeah.
I would expect this one to still finish handsomely in time. None of these looking to
They're
slow
all
the game
dockside
at all.
decks. Anyone can like the
Anybody
seed
can
order,
dockside.
while important, can just be disrupted by anybody's dockside.
True. As
We've typically seen just like a 50-50 split of dockside versus not dockside, but now we're 2-0 and everyone has dockside in their deck. is where we're at. Whether it's something super familiar like Blue Farm or other.
Only player looking to not really even feed Dockside 2 is Malcolm, so I think these Docksides are going to be pretty juicy. Going to be able to make a lot of mana, assuming players can find hands they want to keep. A lot of mulliganing. Again, I can't stress enough when you see players mulligan. A lot of times in 60 confirm, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I hope you find a hand that works. That's not the case. When you're playing CDH, it operates kind of like vintage when you talk about mulliganing. It's like, I'm mulliganing because I have busted hands, and I also just get a free mulligan.
And Krark as first seat has the chance to, it's like, okay, I am not always first. Like, this is my opportunity. I would like to go fast here. So yeah, you can kind of look for specific hands. Maybe you're not trying to use your interaction if that's all you have in your hand.
I would love to see like creature removal. It used to be, what is it? End the festivities, something of that like type, where it would be, all right, now I kill everything because it just bounces to my hand over and over again. Not seeing as much of that going on in this deck. Instead, card Blasphemous Act, a little bit more ham-fisted, I'd say.
That'll be that could be good here.
Yeah, not a card I see that much. Blasphemous Act, an interesting feature of the Krark Sakashima deck, and I think we are now underway. Active player is Cole, and we have begun. It's gonna be a Scalding Tarn, the namesake fetch land for the 2-color deck. Going to be immediately correct. I have to imagine it's going to be Volcanic Island. Oh, no,
Scalding Tarn, go.
Okay. Scalding Tarn, crack it.
We're gonna fetch and get it over with.
Sure. I mean, a way to get it started. Normally, you see a little bit more fast mana. Something like Jeweled Lotus. You don't necessarily play on turn 1 if you're Krark Sakashima, because you can play it. You want to use it to get your Sakashima out, not your Krark. Is the way that's usually done. Your Krark is actually a hindrance until you get your Sakashima. As Birds of Paradise, Mana Crypt for Malcolm, a great start. And
this dockside dynamic may be a play to that Jeweled Lotus point that you made. Like, don't leave it hanging. Give someone a free treasure if you're not going to use it yet.
Well, here's a turn 1 Rhystic Study. So that not only feeds dockside, but is a very threatening play. You want to talk about, label yourself as threat, not the threat.
Like, let's talk.
I'm the threat. Rhystic Study on turn 1 resolves. Again, an all blue pod. A lot of spells that are really scary. Resolving. A lot of blue. Maybe less interaction than you'd expect for as much blue at the table. Especially from
bad news for Evan. Bad news for Krark Sakashima. Sisei, they can play like 2 more spells, and they got the Mana Crypt to pay for it. Like, they're not going to do too much damage. But this could be like this Rhystic could be a powder keg.
Yeah, that's a problem for Malcolm. I mean, the Rhystic being fed, I think, is actively bad for Malcolm. Is here comes. Okay,
fast
we fetch. There's a polluted delta in the yard because you can't cast Crom off just Mana Crypt, Jeweled Lotus.
Yep.
So we will have 1 mana floating
Colorless
from Jeweled Lotus mana, and you have to grab a land that casts Crom. But we're shortcutting that to try to get the pod moving along, which we appreciate. A couple cards moving, and we are going to attack the Team of Pirates player that we just fed, Dallas Glaze, and back over to Cole we go. As we go find our land that was used to cast our Crom Ludovic's Opus. First Crom of the day, I think.
Yeah.
Surprising. You see that card powered out a lot more often. Here is 2 mana. That's going to be a Krark the Thumbless. No thumbs for this bad boy.
We're getting started feeding the Rhystic.
Yep. 3 cards fed for the Rhystic so far. Actually 4. And turn is going to pass over. But, we could have paid for one of them, right? With the Mana Crypt leading.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Malcolm. You mentioned you're not big on the flipping coins. So far, all the coin flipping's happening for the other players. 2 Mana Crypts in play.
That is true.
To do right now. A lot of coin flipping. That's just part of the format, baby. Here we go.
Yeah.
Malcolm, active player.
I do odd even die rolls for that.
I do as well.
For my Mana Crypt.
Look, You could flip a coin. What does original print proxies make any coins?
Coin proxy coin.
I don't think we need more
Chaos
coins.
orb
I think this
coin.
is not where we're at. The One
Yeah.
Ring is going to be the follow-up for Malcolm. Paying for Ristic Study indicated that very quickly. We'll see if this one's allowed to happen, and that's a good at snowballing advantage underneath the Ristic Study. Maybe it will help you keep up. As Malcolm now has protection from everything, back to Dallas we go. Good start.
First two turns, not very
players.
exciting, but now everyone's just throwing it all out on the table.
Yeah, weirdly, the player in first with the worst start, I'd argue.
Just
even
land
though
go,
Dark Section
and
doesn't
then
really do
bird
any,
go.
doesn't do that much until your stuff's set up. I mean, that's kind of part
Yeah.
of the structure of the deck. You just don't really do anything
yeah.
until Kirk, and then you Sakashima. Great against mid-range decks like the pod we're seeing here. Not so good if you're looking to go fast, but a threatening setup nonetheless, especially if there's a Jeweled Lotus hiding away somewhere, keeping the dockside count low until Sakashima can come down. Something that is very possible, not guaranteed, very possible to be the reason Cole capped this particular hand.
Yeah, and they did mold a 5 as well. Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
So they may also lead to something a bit more proactive. Maybe they don't have anything held back to stop someone else from doing something insane.
Well, here is
leading to the
Malcolm.
study resolving, for example.
Ragavan,
no
Team of
blast.
Pirates leading into its Pirates, has 2 Pirates
Yeah.
in play. As Crom will draw a card off of the Ragavan. And over to Evan Pierce we go. 2 and
Yeah,
0.
Malcolm Tana just continuing the pressure outside of the turn 1 Ristic, just developing a board on top of that, threatening something scary with the Malcolm.
Mox Amber going to be the play. Looks like I'm going to pay for that. Phyrexian Metamorph. That can copy artifacts.
Can.
That could
Nice
be a
one
One
ring.
Ring. Well, a draw from Ristic Study is what it is right now. As the Teamer Pirates player, Dallas Glaze, accumulating a ton of advantage. Obviously, don't get a listen in on what was selected, but based on that posturing, that looks like a One Ring to me, and it sure is. Card coming for Evan Pierce. One Ring doing its thing. Now are we thinking about holding Crom back? Are we going to Crombat? Crombat it is.
Enter
Attacking the Teamer Pirates
Crombat.
player.
Is definitely a real consideration holding that back.
Yeah, with the One
as
Ring in
the
play,
second
Mana Crypt in
juiciest
play.
attacker. Never mind. They have the One Ring trigger. It's a free attack.
Yeah.
They have the protection this turn. But typically, Crom on
Was there any
defense comes up
consideration to
a good
Glenor?
amount.
Is that another One Ring? I think it's another One Ring.
It
All
is.
players- I had someone ask me recently, the One Ring's really good in 60 card formats, modern, and all that stuff. Is it played in CDH? I was like, yeah, it's great in CDH. They're like, really? I was like, yeah, I mean, it's just fine. I mean, especially as the format slows down, which it certainly is. It plays great, and I think we're seeing that in action. The One Ring for 3 of the 4 of our players. Not very One Ring to me. There's 3 of them. And Aristic Study, seeing if it can outpace the One Rings, which now I think these players are going to be looking to cast a lot less spells. Mana developed, One Rings lets you continue to accumulate resources. Aristic Study's drawn a ton of cards, but I don't know if it will continue to do so now that every player has so much going.
Yeah, the One Ring. Typically, flags are raised of like, this goes on forever. This One Ring is going to run away with it, but everyone can do it, so everyone is on an even keel. It's not really changing the dynamics of the game too much.
Yeah, it's not really as much anymore about, okay, well, they're going to have more cards than us. That's not true. We all have cards. Now it's about, this thing's going to kill me first. Who's going to die to their One Ring first? Because life totals are going to start to dwindle very fast. A lot of attackers, One Rings and Mana Crypts flying everywhere. There's going to be pressure to get this game over on life totals. Is Malcolm quickly reaching for some mana. Took 1 on upkeep. That looks like a Sylvan Tutor. Could be worldly. Either way.
Yeah,
looks like a
some
one
kind of
mana
green
creature
tutor here, leaving the One Ring back. Good sequencing. Presumably a dockside.
Yeah, I believe that is the worldly tutor. So yeah, I mean, dockside would look great here. Every player having artifact mana and the One Ring can draw it immediately. Thanks
Pretty
to the
gross
One Ring.
dockside here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew it would be.
Yeah.
this is a pod that is gonna make dockside look good, as if it needed any help. Enter we broke dockside joke.
Yeah, I want. This will be interesting. Sisei's kind of moving forward as the current threat, at least.
Well,
Not sure
you
who actually has
have a
interaction for
window
that,
here,
though.
right?
Yeah,
You're the first person to untap with all of your cards. There's no mana available for the Risk Study player, so you have access.
Evan has one
to
white mana that
a
is
window.
presumably there's one white mana open, and then free counters that you have to
dodge
sift through.
silence. Yeah.
So there's not too much.
That
Bloom
looks like a
Tender.
Bloom Tender to me. Yeah. That
Interesting.
speaks more to strapping in for the long haul than trying to punch a hole here, if I'm thinking about this. Which, good for letting it resolve considerations, maybe not being targeted considerations.
Yeah.
You know, Dockside
could be a little political
here and stopped. Yeah, I think there definitely could be some politics at work here. As the one ring going to tick up to 2. Draw 1 and 2. I once had somebody describe me, CDH is the art of resolving, like getting the scariest thing through. Resolving, like actually making sure that the scariest thing you possibly can resolves. And that might be what's happening here. Dockside may not resolve, but the table might let Bloom Tender resolve.
Yeah, everyone going fast here. Which artifact was just played? I haven't seen that art before.
That is an Arcane Signet.
Arcane Signet, okay.
And here is 3 mana, presumably paying for Ristic City. It's Derevi.
Oh, okay.
Taps One Ring.
Turbo One Ring. Let's go.
Turbo
All right.
One Ring.
You don't have to play Derevi in the command zone to get that going. All right.
Hey, I played some Najila in my day. I've done some Dereviing. It's not this is probably more impressive because it's usually just a combo piece. This is something else. As One Ring is untapped and chooses not to use it this turn. So tutored for Bloom Tender. Not going to use it right away.
Maybe Derevi was the second card drawn or something like that.
And this is part of where Brewer's Advantage still comes in for this deck. Malcolm makes changes nearly every single week. And I mean, cards like, I'm throwing something out there. Agatha's Soul Culture is a card that maybe you could leave it in the graveyard, and then now suddenly all of your creatures are Bloom Tender. Is that something that's on the market? I don't know. I don't play the deck. Malcolm has a plan. He's the deck expert. And with some of these cards that are unfamiliar in this particular composition for the rest of the table, you can maybe sneak some stuff through all the interactions that's likely going to come through. Although now, all these cards from Ristic, I think this is a big opportunity for Dallas, if he chooses to take it, to try to punch something through that is legitimately very scary. I cannot see what that is. Secret layer of some kind. Looks maybe artifact shaped.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that one is either.
Maybe we can get an update.
But presumably making mana.
That is a birthing pod.
Birthing pod? Okay.
All right. Well, that's pretty strong. How about pod away Ragavan? No responses. That equals Dockside. I've done that math.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen Blue Farm threaten the birthing pod for Dockside earlier
second
today.
Birthing pod activation today for the exact same card. No, that's not true. We birthing podded for Ranger Captain earlier.
Yeah, we ended up getting Ranger Captain, and it was threatened. But here we actually get the Dockside.
3
Teamer
6,
again,
7.
Making a lot of threats early.
What it's good is finding creatures and getting them into play like this. Did not have to actually cast that creature. Got to just cast pod. Was let through very quickly. Maybe a window open here. If we can get some Glinthorn stuff going. You mentioned the white mana up. That could represent something like a Source of Plowshares. Which birthing pod? Good against. Glinthorn? Worse against.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly what Dallas comes up with here. But Dockside's a great way to start it off as we get our nice original print proxy pack treasure out to match that active player token. Very aesthetically pleasing. 7
Yeah, if Evan is repping something and actually has something to do with the Hallowed Fountain, I don't think there's been a window for it yet, despite a lot of crazy things happening in just 2 turns.
And this is the awkwardness when you talk about Path to Exile, Source of Plowshares, things of that nature. These removal spells that you want them really badly until they don't work. Like against Dockside, it doesn't really stop what's going on here. But if there's a Glenmorn involved, it does. And that's part of the equation here of lining up interaction. As here's a Twin Flame for Dockside.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy. Now the
path's
table's
on.
getting uneasy. Yeah, the table's getting a little uneasy. And the path does work. This could be bait though. Imagine if you have Glenhorn in hand. You're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he'll do it. Draw from Crom. Birthing Pod, first spell. Twin Flame, second spell. 5 mana left over.
Freedom currently has protection. I think they're the only ones protected by a 1 ring, despite 3 1 rings being in play now. Is that right, or did Krark also play?
Coldcast, yeah.
Okay.
Coldcast still 1 ring. So there's actually 2 players with protection. Glenhorn
Most
doesn't
people
actually
protected
work.
here.
Okay.
So there's actually not a good Malcolm attack this turn because Derevi is holding down.
Yeah,
the
Derevi
fort.
blocks.
There's nothing. There's nowhere for the pirate to go.
Because even if you clone the 1 ring, you still cast it, right? So we're still talking about having protection. And there's a copy of Dockside that could attack.
I imagine that was part of the math for actually attacking with the Crom and not holding it back there.
Could be part of the math for letting Birthing Pod resolve too from the table. We used quite a few treasures.
Is that Niv Mizzet?
Niv Mizzet Perun? That could be Niv Mizzet.
I feel like that's an art.
We're
being
2
tested
mana from
here.
7 to 5 plus 7 is 15 minus 6 would get us to 9. Mindbreak Trap. Whoa, not many things get Niv Mizzet, but Mindbreak Trap certainly does.
Yeah.
Wow.
And paying for the Ristic. Okay.
Paying for Ristic with the Hollowed Fountain. Pretty solid move when you're going to be the first to untap, assuming you have nothing left over that costs mana. I like paying there.
Yeah, that was good. You got to stop some of the card draw. Everyone's going completely insane, and you are the lone sheriff as Blue Farm currently.
Mana drain for Mindbreak Trap. That's 4 mana on the second main if we want it.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be a ritual right now.
Yeah,
right?
heads up line, picking these fights. Not that you had like a great attack to start out with, but yeah, you can take advantage of that too.
And yeah, I think you want to counter the mana drain if you can.
Here?
The table's kind of indicating they don't have anything else. Can we actually win in any way? I mean, Niv Mizzet protection still doesn't get through Niv Mizzet. Obviously very strong against the 1 rings, but we don't have a way to actually lock this game up, right? Do we have Oracle Consult? I mean, there's no Consult, obviously, but we have Oracle?
I don't.
Let's look quick. Deck check
I don't think they
here.
typically win.
Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to assemble something absurd and just have a really good board state.
Be very far ahead. Here's a Niv Mizzet. Please don't beat it. I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
4 colorless mana, second main. We've moved through. No attacks were made.
Yeah.
We're going to see what we're going to do with this colorless mana now. Up to 8 mana thanks to Mana Drain. Oh, yeah. We're busting out the tokens. There we go. All this mana. 3 colorless, 2 treasures. That's 5 mana. What do we like? It's Invasion of Ikoria. X is 3. Well, I mean,
that's got to be
grab
something.
Glinthorn, and that doesn't do anything, right? Does that do something?
Do you have treasures remaining?
We do. We have 2 treasures left. Can we activate on somebody else's turn and then threaten to kill? We have 2 protections, but we could wait. If we do it for 4, we could grab our own Metamorph.
There's Tandem Lookout to go with Niv,
a human?
perhaps.
That's a human. You can't grab that one.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's a Tandem Lookout. You can't grab Tandem Lookout. That's a human.
Yep.
We gotta figure that out.
All right.
This is
I think
that's
so.
not a legal play. Invasion of Ikoria is non-human, and Tandem Lookout's a human.
Yep.
Assuming that's a Tandem Lookout, I'll verify that first. But otherwise, that is illegal, and we need to maybe stop that.
It looks like
and figure out what's
Tandem
going
to
on
me.
there.
That is indeed a Tandem Lookout.
Okay.
Okay,
I wonder if
we're figuring that out now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Can't grab the Tandem Lookout. That is. It's also not in the graveyard. It is a battle. Someone's got to defend that. There we go. All right, Krark Sakashima will be defending the Invasion of Ikoria. It is a siege and has 6 defense counters on it. Of course, the backside I've seen come up. I've seen that come up in CDH games. 8-8
Yep.
reach, ain't no joke. Makes it to where your stuff basically just like gets through. We
and
are
you have
fixed.
that you can get it there pretty easy if you want to go for it next turn. So yeah, probably won't be relevant, but
Yeah,
these
I mean,
nivs-
imagine we just grab Glenhorn here. I mean, just have it dialed up.
Yeah.
If it gets removed, whatever. If not, whatever. Like,
Yeah, likely a pivot occurring because it looked like Tandem was definitely cast for 3 with that in mind. It can be less though, yeah. Less. So
yeah,
we also
maybe
have
less.
there's still a good amount of
Hate like
things
a
going
spell
on.
skite to protect Niv or something like that. But I
Yeah.
mean, I don't hate Glenhorn either. I think Glenhorn is just like here, exactly what we talked about, right? I'm going to present enough problems that once your protection is off, I don't think you can power through them all without just dying to my Niv / Ristic combo I have going here.
Yeah, they've presented an insane threat in Niv Mizzet and then just a couple different layers that are just like one step away from winning the game.
And passing the turn over. It's funny to see all this stuff happen. Maybe speaking to the power of One Ring here a little bit with that protection trigger. Normally not something that actually comes up that much in CDH. I think
It really doesn't.
Active player
Cast
moved
Mystical,
over.
okay.
Evan Pierce. Gonna Mystical on upkeep. No longer has protection. That triggers Ristic Study, which we did not pay for, which triggers Niv additionally. So we get 2 Niv triggers for each spell cast. Gonna deal a point to picking targets.
Yeah,
Again,
Krark is
Cole
probably
the only one with
Krark, maybe?
protection. Putting a damage on Derevi. I mean, Niv is so strong against Krark. Like, if you ever cast a spell, you're dead, right? Like, I don't think you're in that much.
Yeah,
of a
there's
rush.
gonna be many
Krark?
spots. Yeah, it's all
I
depending
feel
on like if
Glenn
Evan wants to. Maybe Evan works together and says, "Hey, maybe we can get Derevi because there's like the unicorn lines with that."
And 2 damage marked on Derevi thanks to the draw from the Mystical Tutor triggering Niv Mizzet and the Ristic Study. So like I said, 2 damage per spell, like instant or sorcery that is cast. Toxic Deluge. I love it.
Okay.
Just take this garbage and put it somewhere else.
There's
too much.
We've seen it twice now where Blue Farm just quickly loses control of what's going on in the game, and Toxic Deluge would be preferable to Fire Covenant. That's often the Blue Farm community, I think, is fairly divisive on which one they prefer. I kind of see kind of an even split almost. I've played both in the past.
Actually, likewise.
But
I'm
looking
Team
good.
Fire Covenant because instant speed has come up too much for me.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Deluge
It-
does
it's
look
tough,
a lot better
yeah.
here. Looks a lot
Yeah,
better
there's
here.
really good cases for both of them, but there's so many creatures that are really scary at this point.
Yeah, things definitely have changed recently with the, all these blue-green decks we're seeing kind of up and coming, not just in this event, but across all the CDH metagame, creatures combating the slowdown of the metagame. Taylor's I could definitely see being more prominent, excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised we don't see more Damn. I think that card is underplayed. It's so good. It's just like,
Yeah,
Wrath of
I
God,
like Deluge
Storm
best
Storm,
in Tivit at least, and then typically Dam's played as like a secondary one.
Yeah, I imagine
and
you don't have Fire Covenant, you'd probably play that.
yeah, it'd be some Blue Farm decks do have the second sweeper as well. Like in Dam's a good sweeper because it's only 2 when you reveal it off Adnaz, so that comes up sometimes.
Well, Deluge is cast. Have to imagine for X equals 5 at least.
Yeah.
Take care of the Niv. The Derevi's gonna die first. Maybe speaks to intent to interact from Dallas if we're still killing creatures, not pinging players. So have to imagine you need to stop this. Dallas, deterministically a creature deck in every aspect, needs to stop that from happening. Delay is going to take both treasures out of the equation. An expensive interaction piece to have to use on the first turn after you. Like removes a lot of your cover for the following 2 players' turns, both Cole and Malcolm. Hoping
and Krark Sakashima can get something going. They have an opportunity to be a little scary with untapping with the One Ring again.
Yeah,
Shield's very much down.
And Deluge going to be put on delay. Okay. I mean, there's a chance that comes off. We interact with a few things.
Yeah.
There's a chance that comes off. You get to pay life again. I don't know. It's not the worst. Not great. There's still, I mean, Niv Mizzet in play is still in play, but tapped out is Dallas. Niv Mizzet, really the only interaction, a good piece of interaction, but really the only interaction we have to work with right now. And has done a lot to disrupt Cole, as the Quirk is in the command zone once more. We'll see. Combination of One Ring. Life total still very high for Cole. 36. Got to dodge any and all damage thanks to the protection trigger from the One Ring, but all of the One Ring protection triggers are cleared for the moment. Safe.
Interesting spot from Blue Farm where they have to balance trying to win the game with just... It feels like they're the only ones who weren't like threatening a win in the prior turn cycle, and making such a defensive line. It's something you got to do, but you don't love it because it's kind of like where I thought the game was going to head for Blue Farm, where by the time Evan takes a turn, it's like everyone is just off the rails already.
Yeah, this game has spiraled very quickly. I mean, but what do you expect to happen when people come out swinging with this kind of mana? We were talking about Soul Rings, Mana Crypts everywhere, and then Ristic, and then three copies of the One Ring across the table. I mean, spells are going to start flying quickly.
Yeah,
and I mean,
everyone is
good job cleaning
juiced.
things up. Yep. And this is a wild game to have to play, and I think this is part of what makes CDH so special. So many players with so much to work with. This Pyretic Ritual kicking things off.
All right.
That's going to trigger some stuff. Card from Niv Mizzet.
This Niv and Ristic study.
Yeah, is that strong?
This is rough.
Niv Mizzet, a card we saw Shauna, a very prominent CDH player, clean up a ton with in various tournaments. I mean, just countless top 16s to her name. Now, I mean, it's the Italian Bergie thing. Like, we're seeing these cards just show up in 99s. This is not even the only Niv Mizzet at the table.
Yep.
The Krog Sakashima deck has one just in their 98 as well. This card just showing that, hey, off of Dockside, it's easy to cast. If you can cast it, it's extremely powerful against all the draw engines that are prevalent in CDH right now. And I think it's definitely showing that right now as Pyretic Ritual gonna resolve. 2 damage was dealt to Crom. So there's 2 damage marked on Crom right now. 3 red mana. Yeah, we get to get those nice proxy packs.
Nice.
Thank you. All trades.
Good
media.
that I can see it.
Yeah, these ones we can actually see and parse.
Not everything is visible all the time, so that's good. That's been consistent.
Gonna use it all for
All right.
Storm Kiln Artist. Artisan? Whatever. The
Yeah.
Magecraft make
I
a
think
treasure
artisan.
creature. Alright, you got it. Whatever. No, it's
This
Artist.
is-
Take that. I was right.
Is it
Storm Kiln
Artist?
Artist.
Nice.
Yeah. Magecraft make a treasure. And it gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. I've seen the card actually kill people. It's like 13 power. or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's typically good.
8
The
pounds.
Niv Mizzet, though, is going to be rough.
Yeah,
This is
and
really
it only
hard to
has 2
get something
toughness.
going.
Yeah, it's a 4-mana
How do
creature.
we-
You're running into a Niv Mizzet, which has 2 toughness. and
That's
you've gotta have a
designed to make
plan.
mana. Like, are you going to get a return out of this thing before Niv fires it off?
Something that I've seen done with Storm, especially Isn't Storm stuff before, where you play things like cost reducers, is you can kind of build on top the lethal damage for your Storm Kiln Artist. Maybe you can resolve some spells on top, really use it as a mana burst. But we're just going to go ahead and pass the turn. And that makes me feel like you're just hoping someone's going to answer this Niv for you.
Yeah.
Oh, if that's the case. Malcolm, not
That's your
strapped
line
with wrath
as
effects.
as Sakashima. That's like kind of your line. Like, I can't deal with this. I don't have a blast. There's like, this thing's running around. You got to stop it.
Oh, wow. What a display of dominance, I think, here
Yeah.
from Dallas. All right. You're telling me I only have to get through one more player's turn before I easily have this covered? You've
Yeah,
answered none of my
might
things.
as well.
Let's go ahead and pick off some of your mana on upkeep there, pal. Going for Mana Crypt and Arcane Signet with Force of Vigor. Pitching, I believe, Birds of Paradise in order to pick off on upkeep the Mana Crypt and the Arcane Signet. Malcolm, in response, activates the One Ring, taps Birds of Paradise. It's going to be Swan Song coming after the Force of Vigor. That triggers Ristic Study and Niv Mizzet. So cards coming that is going to pick off the bird, wisely using the bird mana before that just dies. Yeah, what is happening? Oh, there's a second point of damage. That's going to go into the Storm Kiln Artist. Yeah, this is a good sign. Any further responses from the players? Let's see. Force of Vigor, a solid piece of free interaction to have. And the commander's still in play. for Dallas. So all the commander spells work. Haven't seen a lot of those really at play yet, but certainly powerful.
Now, can Sisay, like, so if you're, let's say you're Malcolm Tana here, you're stopping Sisay because they're the last person before you get to go completely insane on your turn. But, like, do they have lines in their deck where they can, is this just like, I'm so far ahead, whatever, I'm just blowing it? Or is there
That's what
something
I'm
that they
reading it as.
could do out of nowhere?
What else are you scared of, right? Like every piece
Yeah,
of
I don't
interaction
know.
just
I don't
draws you more
know.
cards.
Yeah.
What's the downside? Just use your
Yeah,
stuff.
I
Don't die
don't
with
think
9
they're
cards in hand or
there.
whatever.
Yeah, I don't think they can turn the corner here. But yeah, they're just firing off the Force of Vigor. Just
Yeah, Force of
'cause they
Vigor with
can.
fierce backup. Like they're just backing it up. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
taking your
they're
Stormkill
fighting
Artist.
it.
That basically time walks Cole, and I get to blow up 3 of your mana sources, one of which is your only like kind of pentacolor source, which matters for these 5-color decks. When
It
you have
does.
Ancient Tomb in play, I mean, we're down to Naya mana sources in a 5-color
That
deck.
is not good mana right there.
No, look, I
that
played
is
enough in the jail.
rough.
The mana is bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
And like Malcolm tutored a Bloom Tender a long time ago, and wow, does that card look embarrassing in the face of Div
And
Mizzet. Can't play that.
It was Bloom Tender instead of Dockside. There's always that choice to just grab Dockside to make the obvious search. And
Is Cradle also not
did not look good in
Div
hindsight.
Mizzet.
Yeah, a lot falling apart for Malcolm here.
Yeah, and he's already drawn his cards off the One Ring, has access to all he's going to have access to this turn. And that display of power, like you said, I mean, not the card display of power, an actual display of power from Dallas, picking off the 2 artifacts, looking like it may actually be enough to disrupt Malcolm from having any kind of impactful turn. See what he can come up with.
Drew a ton of cards and played Gaia's Cradle with no creatures as the
I
next.
feel like it has to start
thing.
with Dockside. Nothing else works.
Yeah, a lot of players are in that spot now against this Niv Mizzet that's just totally running away with this.
Yeah, all the creature setup's just gone, and this is really the power of Niv Mizzet just being in people's decks. It's just like, oh, okay. You want to play creatures? You want to grind with creatures? Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you what goes over the top of that.
It's like
It's
just a
Mizzet.
consecrated Sphinx that like no one can counter.
No, it just
which
kills
is
people
rough. It's a
lot
rough
faster.
spot.
A lot of value already generated from this Niv Mizzet, and a Glint Horn. Let's not forget Malcolm, the creature Malcolm, Keen-Eyed Navigator, and Glint Horn Buccaneer are just in play. They're still in play. Like we're talking nonstop about this Niv Mizzet. And it's like, yeah, this is a problem. It's wrathing everything. It's killing everything. But there's literally just a lethal combo in play. Splinter Twin Deceiver Exarch. It's just in play.
Yeah, that is the
Sitting there.
second scariest thing to this table at the moment.
And
like
we're on
Niv's
the last
just one-shotting everyone.
Taps. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
it's on
even if
Malcolm to move something around here, and there's a Dockside there, so like clones are on too. But no one's able to touch this.
Okay, Cradle.
Oh, do we
it looks
pull
like
a
we
land
took
back?
no game action,
Yeah.
so we decided to revise the
Okay.
land play, which makes sense to me. Let's get our mana developed. Let's get a land that actually works. And Misty Rainforest
Yes.
certainly qualifies.
Yeah,
as
fix that mana under. Yeah,
Underground Sea looking.
yeah, you
juicy.
can finish off your 5 colors there. So yeah.
Assuming that's what we do want to do. I don't know for sure. These players still facing down lethal. It is Underground Sea. Let's take a look real quick as this shuffle is happening. Anything other than Dockside that helps? I'm looking for dress downs. I'm looking for anything that kills a creature. Breath Decay in Malcolm's deck.
Yeah,
That
missing
one-
double blue for Sakashima, but that would be helpful otherwise. And
Yeah, sure. Make your own Niv Mizzet. That picks stuff off. Or Kai, wow. Reached out here, huh?
it's tough. You have Urtai, but
Okay,
can't cast
Urtai is
that.
deck.
You
Yeah.
have you need the blue and the black to be in different lands if that's on the table.
In different lands, they are not. Wow, such a tough spot. It's so rare in my time playing CDH that I've seen spots where people set up to win and actually get to untap and win. Like you just don't see. You see people have to do it all in one shot because there is just so much interaction, especially in these quad blue pods. You can't just like, okay, I'm going to set my stuff in play, beat it, or I win. Like a lot of times, you just don't win from those spots, and it's looking like this might actually just work.
Yeah, Evan's Mystical Tutor for Toxic Deluge just quickly snuffed out. No one was able to protect it either. It just
no interaction
happened.
from the table was wild. I mean, there was a swan song.
Yeah,
from
any
Malcolm.
counter is functionally a Toxic Deluge in that instance, and there wasn't enough for it to actually resolve and kind of put everyone back to just having a billion cards in hand and nothing else. But yeah, it's you have to you're fighting a hive mind at this point. Everyone knows immediately.
Yeah, it's 3v1. It's been 3v1 for the entire turn cycle.
Yeah,
and all these players, all 3 of the 3v1 players have had access to a tap of the One Ring. Like, they untapped with the One Ring, got to tap it again. They should have, theoretically, a lot of resources to work with. They're all working together. And so far, they've come up short. But here's 5 mana from Malcolm. What could it be? Oh, boy, here we go.
Oh.
Gaedrone Dahada. Not Dahada Binder of Wills. We've seen that one.
Okay.
I think plenty here in the command zone.
That one's
the previous
that's Silver Bowl if I ever saw one.
one. Protection from permanents with corruption counters on them. It costs 1 in Grixis to cast, which we don't have. It can't be that card.
Yeah, we don't have it.
I think we're rewinding that. Wait, maybe not. Can we cast this thing? Am I just reading a different card?
I think it's that card. Okay.
We can't cast that, right? Is that? I mean,
unless there was something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's give a check real quick.
Blue and black are on the same land, so yeah, we definitely can't cast
there's
it. Unless there's a mana floating somewhere that we missed, but I think all the bird pinging happened in the upkeep. So yeah, I don't think we can do this.
But if we do get to do it, we get to see the play that was made. We get to gain control of target creature planeswalker, untap it with a corruption counter, gains haste until end of turn. I see Plateau, Taiga, Underground Sea. This costs Grixis to cast. Am I bad at Magic?
It's been a long it's been a long day.
Pointing. I could be wrong
for us, but yeah, I'm
That's
curious.
not
I'd like to
Grixis.
learn something.
I mean, if there's a weird card at play here I don't know, then sure.
Yeah,
it does not read castable to me,
looks,
and based on the rewind, that also
retracted.
looks like to be the case. Okay.
But that's interesting. Yeah, not castable. Confirmed.
Dahada not able to be cast, although looked like it would have at least answered the Glinthorn Buccaneer if it was able to gain control. Get a corruption counter.
Yeah, not something you see in Sisay decks. I've never seen that card before in Sisay. Not an expert by it in that archetype, but yeah, it's usually Dahada Binder of Wills if we're going to see any of them.
I don't know what that is either. Here we are. Good old Malcolm.
There's also a Kiora in there.
As Olivia mobilized for war. Whenever
Okay.
another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you can discard a card. If you do, put a counter on that creature to gain haste until end of turn. It becomes a vampire in addition to the other types. That seems a lot worse than being able to cast Dahada to me. Which means over to Dallas we go. Yeah, everybody's picking up.
Yeah,
Marine
some that's
Olivia
able to
mobilized for war.
give haste to the mana dorks. So like eventually you could maybe get something going with the Bloom Tender, but it's so tough against that Niv Mizzet. So I think that's typically why they play that one, right? It's just okay. Yeah, they're
Bloom
going for
Tender is
that.
the follow up, and now we get to put a counter on it, give it haste, right? And then we can cast Dahada. No, yes, no.
No, still no, but we're
Still short of blue.
We got something.
We got
we
Jund
make
mana.
Jund mana.
Okay. Does give Bloom Tender haste. Man, these cards. Everyone's picking up and reading them, including us here in the booth.
They're
Get back to Malcolm House on the pod.
Olivia is one of the more playable legends, though. That's in multiple
That
Sisay
feels like a
decks.
shot, Kyle. Are you taking a shot there at the legends in this deck?
The Dahada, the Grixis Dahada, though, it's like okay, it's a cool effect, though. I think it's a pretty strong card.
Okay, so we've discarded Windswept Teeth from hand to give Bloom Tender haste.
And it has a 1/1 counter, very relevant. I wonder if Malcolm's
matters
going to go
against
for
Niv Mizzet
something.
for sure.
that's-
I mean, you have to, right? I mean, you're still
Yeah,
everybody
you're
at this table except
all you got is a
Dallas
bunch of
is
mana
dead on
dorks.
board. There is no blocker for Cole, which means The Glenhorn attack is free. Doesn't need to do anything. Just gets to attack. Doesn't need to block or worry about that. Gets to discard cards in combat anyway because he has the mana out the wazoo. Nothing matters. You got to make something happen. It's Dash Ragavan, green floating. That triggers Ristic Study. Not paying that. Need that green mana.
Okay.
Ragavan's not in play yet when that draw happens, so we cannot just pick off the Ragavan. So we're going to mark a damage on Bloom. Can't do the Ragavan. Bloom Tender is going to get a damage marked on it.
Malcolm trying their best to just anything. I respect the scrappiness.
It's all been so close on the mana too, because Ragavan can do something to fix the mana, but we're one short in any angle you take trying to fix your mana with Ragavan because Ancient 2 mana doesn't flow through the phases and stuff. So we've just been one short this entire turn for casting Dehada, and then you get to attack with Glinthorn. Yeah, so I believe we dashed Ragavan using Jund.
Yeah, it was likely a dash because the Ristic was drawn. So the Ragavan can team up with one of the other players of the table to generate a treasure. I'm not sure if we have something to do with that extra treasure.
Card is going to, if it resolves, should get a counter. If maybe he doesn't want to, if
you have to discard a card.
You can give it haste and attack with it. Well, assuming he wants to do that. I mean, we know he has a Cradle. Oh, the last green is going to use Ignoble Hierarch, which will pick off the Bloom Tinder. Did we miss our Olivia trigger? Or was this? Yeah, we can't respond. So I assume we didn't want to discard a card. So we didn't discard.
Yeah, saving the cards for Olivia.
And maybe to get saving to give Ignoble haste. Yeah, we are going to discard the Dehada to give the Ignoble haste. Ragavan already has haste thanks to Dash. So here we go. And
this is a tough spot for green mages here, just trying to cast all their spells.
Not a super beatable card.
It's so hard here.
Attack Cole. Only good attack. Flips. Force of Will. I believe. That's a little late to the party. Treasure plus Hasty Ignoble Hierarch. 2 mana left for Malcolm. Anything left to do? Looks like the answer might be no.
Yeah.
And back to Dallas we
All right.
go. All game
We've been waiting for this for like
Dallas
20 minutes of people trying their best.
Gets to untap with Malcolm Keen-Eyed Navigator, Glinthorn Buccaneer combo in play. Nimbisit Perun in play. Even Dockside still in play.
Don't forget Birthing Pod.
Sure, a Birthing Pod too.
I forgot about
Bears,
Birthing Pod.
Yeah, not even close to the most relevant
That's
part of the table, despite how broken
coolest thing going on here.
Oh my gosh. And who knows what even pod considerations
Mystical Tutor.
are. This feels like we're just getting fancy. Or just, I mean, we done here? You know? Like, they've already...
It's already been a long day. You got to make sure you have everything under wrap. You're like, okay, I'm going to like get my third... I'm going for my third win here.
Yeah.
I'm in a good spot to make top 16 already.
Yeah, 3-0.
What can I do to not screw this up?
I don't even know if
against two fantastic. You're like one of the top tier blue farm players and the top Sisse player. Like
true as well.
This is a big spot for Malcolm Tana here. I always consider a badge of honor if I beat someone who I, have respect for. It's like, because it's such a skill intensive format, and to take down two awesome players, and I don't know about Kark Sakushima Pilot, but they're 2-0, so I presume they're also very strong as well. So yeah, just a really good potential win that they could take down here. It's their game to lose, like 100,000%.
I have to agree with that. Some fighting action there on upkeep. Swan Song came through for Cole, stopping that Mystical Tutor. Didn't see what was just cast. Perhaps it was a counterspell in response after all the triggers responded and stopping the Swan Song from happening. Don't really recognize that art, but looks like we are going to go ahead and grab. How funny! Use interaction to grab more interaction. Just kind of a bait fight, like you said. Just kind of going through the motions here. I don't think this fight was necessary. I don't think there's you
Yeah, just burning everything down.
Sure. I mean, I don't hate
Making
it.
sure
You're
it's
so
all
far
going
ahead.
away. Yeah. Just
But
don't lose
plenty
your
of time
pack
in the
trigger
round.
now. If the game somehow by an act,
I don't know what act.
crazy
Angel's
act.
Grace?
Yeah.
Sure. Angel's Grace.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there any
Hey,
Angel's Grace?
that hallowed fountain is there. Could be Evan. I think Evan did play Angel's Grace. No, Evan does not have Angel's
No
Grace.
Angel's Grace.
Okay.
All right. Maybe
Just
we won't see pack trigger be relevant.
okay. We're using chain of. I believe that's chain of vapor. With the hallowed fountain, the innocuous hallowed fountain. This game.
The innocuous hallowed fountain becomes less innocuous as it is manifested
It's out there.
into a chain of vapor that is going to attempt to return.
A lot of patience by Evan if they had that in hand. Not sure if they did or not though. That could have because I believe there was a Crom draw as well.
Yeah, it could have been drawn off.
So
Crom,
maybe he
just
had it.
picking
Not
these
sure.
Spells. But yeah, with Pact and Chain, more cards coming. It feels like it's going to be too little, too late. Needed to really answer that Niv Mizzet nearly immediately. But if you draw it when you draw it, and if you didn't have it, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
okay.
the players are done.
All roads lead to Rome.
Yeah. All roads.
Congratulations, Malcolm Tana, 3-0 on your bingo card.
Not even close on my bingo card. Wouldn't even be in my top 6, 7, 8, maybe top 10, but I even doubt it there. The deck really has fallen out of favor. Put on a clinic there in the face of steep competition.
Probably a top 20 deck if you ask people to rank it and say what do you think's going to happen? Fantastic showing. Crazy game, just guns blazing, winning from third seed. Everyone else has the one ring. They began with turn 1 Rhystic Study. Just the dream start. You're like waiting for everyone to mulligan. You're like, can I go? Just don't mess this up for me. Like, I have turn 1 Rhystic Study. I never get this. Like, let's go.
Yeah, one of the best hands in CDH, I think. Turn 1 Rhystic Study works against creatures, works against non-creatures. Don't have to continue paying, and if you get to, in the case of this, where you get to keep the Soul Ring around, just one of the best starts possible. And coming from third seat, a lot of players had some explosive turns before you. As soon as it works, you have to feel good. And, we're going to hear, I think, from Dallas here in just a moment, and be able to ask him directly about that exact sequence and what his thoughts are running through that game. But I mean, when you're talking about a deck that can only win with damage in all these one rings, I mean, we can even start talking about bouncing one rings, replaying them, and you can't actually kill the table. Being able to set up a position where you are able to just put the win in play and then untap with it. I mean, doesn't happen in CDH. It just doesn't. People will find an answer. There's so many tutors, so much interaction. They find answers. I mean, Dallas managed to find a way. I'm very interested to see, what his thoughts are. The one ring seems like a card should be good against Glenhorn Buccaneer and that kind of positions of that card. It seems like Team Pirates has only gotten worse and worse as the meta's developed. Shows up 3-0 at this tournament.
Yeah.
Dallas, we got Dallas. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and get Dallas on. Sounds like we have Dallas in for a quick interview following that extremely impressive win. How's it going, Dallas?
Great.
We're having a great time.
Congratulations.
That was an awesome game. Congrats. Yeah.
Excellent to watch.
So talk to me about your position. I kind of want to start at the beginning of the game because your opening hand was incredible. So there's a little bit of mess with the deck. Just talk to me about your opening hand, your philosophy with the keep. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, with all those players had those explosive draws with the mana, your Rhystic Study resolves. I mean, you're already in a great spot with Rhystic resolves, but then, I mean, a card that I would foresee, and I kind of want your thoughts on this too, I would foresee is potentially being problematic for your deck. The One Ring, a card that not only can stop your Glenhorn wins, but also lets them keep up without triggering a Rhystic Study. How concerned were you? I mean, 3 One Rings on the table seemed like it shouldn't be good for you.
I definitely was a little worried. But then once I realized I had Dockside into Twin Flame, able just to make me enough mana, I was able to then have Niv Mizzet in my hand, able just to hard cast that, and I could stall out the board, keep everything pinged down until the protection's gone, which I was very scared. I wasn't going to be able to make it that long.
I was curious about your thoughts. Yeah, normally you don't see that, right?
No,
When you just put the win in play and they're like, "Don't kill it, please," and you were able to untap with it. It just worked for you.
Yeah, and I think putting both Glinthorn and Niv Mizzet on the board definitely just added way more pressure for them to not be able to deal anything.
And you had Birthing Pod too.
Yeah.
When Drake and I were talking about the game, 3 players failed to stop you.
Oh yeah.
And we're like, oh man, there's Niv Mizzet, there's Glinthorn. We're like, oh yeah, there was a Birthing Pod too, wasn't there? Like what? So if you didn't have the first 2 scary threats, what were you gonna do with Birthing Pod in that spot if that was like your only threat?
Birthing Pod just typically I'll go straight for Dockside and then I'll go into Glinthorn, or if I can't go into Glinthorn, I'll go into Tandem Lookout. Which thinking about it actually right now, I think I actually misplayed there. I think I could have actually used. No, I think Birthing Pod was tapped them. I couldn't do that. Cool. I was wondering why.
Yeah. For the initial Dockside. Yeah.
And then I messed up with the Tandem Lookout. I used Invasion of Ikoria, and I went and got Tandem Lookout, and I swear I've read that card 6,000 times, and I did not realize Tandem Lookout was a human. So that was my bad. That was definitely my bad.
I have so much frustration with failed builds of Hermit Druid decks because you can't grab it with Invasion of Ikoria and stuff, all these weird non-human cards. Kennen says it too. What gives?
It's brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, great plays from you. Well, awesome. Good to see Birthing Pod back in action. Literally won you the game. I mean,
Yes, sir.
resolved straight up, no interaction. You were able to run away with the game. Turn 1 Ristic obviously powered you there. Awesome performance.
Thank you. You guys have a great
congrats again.
All right, Dallas, thank you. Good luck the rest of the day. I'm sure we're definitely going to see you in day 2 and maybe even in the elimination round. Such an impressive start against, some very, very steep competition. And I mean, things are definitely heating up. Leaderboard. Evan
You
Pierce,
will definitely see me in day 2, 100%. Look for me. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good one.
We will. Thank you,
Take it
Dallas.
easy.
Thank you, man.
All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for the CEDH action here for round number 3. So we're close to the end of the round. I imagine turnover should be pretty quick. You might hear from Alan again here in just a moment. Before we cut to a break, I want to thank you all. Remember, this is round 3. There'll be 2 more rounds today, and then the final 2 rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 16 and finals tomorrow. So 5 total today, 4 total tomorrow. That was the end of round 3. So don't go anywhere. We got plenty more CDH. We got plenty more interviews. We got plenty more of the floor action. And we will be right back with CDH very, very shortly.
Back. You did really good.
It's an interesting deck.
Does like land recursion
Thank
or
you.
something
Yeah, I'm gonna
wonky
take
like
break
that?
too.
I mean, he got the first round win, so.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's always cool when you see something like that come out of left field. Nobody's seen the brew before, and it can kind of get those like surprise wins because nobody knows the tech.
Brewer's advantage is real, for sure.
Yep. So some oddball questions. What do you think is the most overrated CEDH commander?
Ooh, Tivit.
Tivit, yeah.
I think too many people play Tivit as like an entry level commander, and I like Temujin. I don't know how well you know Temujin, but he's really good on Tivit. I think you just gotta be really patient and play it as a control deck.
Okay, you don't play it, just jam Tivit as soon as you can and hope for the best.
I think you're trying to just sit there and you're gonna grind value more than everyone most likely with that Tivit. I mean, you're making a lot of artifacts, right? So if you just jam a Tivit, you're just feeding a Dockside. If you can't stop them, you're gonna lose.
All right, I like that answer. Yeah, Tivit's a good one. I've been on like the big fuck Tivit train forever recently, just because it's like
people have realized it's not as good as it used to be.
I was seeing it in every pod for like a solid year, but now I'm seeing Kennen in every pod. So
yeah, Kennen's making a big resurgence.
It's been pretty crazy.
Which I mean, good deck.
Well, one more time, what was your name?
Michael.
Michael, I really appreciate you taking a second. The last oddball question: which wedge or color pairing has the worst players?
Ooh. I mean, I feel like the obvious answer is green, but just no one plays green. So I feel like the pool is small enough that maybe they're pretty good. So I don't know, maybe blue, you know? Blue's too ubiquitous.
Okay, so green or blue?
I feel like the pool is just so big, you got to have pretty bad players in there.
Fair enough. Well, thanks so much again for taking a second. Best of luck. I look forward to catching up with you throughout the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hell yeah, thank you.
It is human.
It is a human. So some people are still deep in game right now. We got like this guy behind us. He's been deep in game. This pod right here. These guys are deep in it as well. So you're seeing crazy pods from all over. Wow, that focus went wild. So something you can do is show games from this event. You can get some secret feature matches that aren't feature matches and show people, show what the games look like. So people are still deep in it right now. We're getting some good talks, some good people out there looking for more familiar faces to get answers from. I want to talk to Thraben and see how they're doing. So yeah, this venue is super funky. It's really, really funny. I'm looking for some familiar faces that I can grill a little bit. I might call it in just a minute. How we doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm live right now. You got a second to chop it up? You want to go live? All right, remind me your name one more time.
All right, so my name's James Doyle, and today I'm playing Godo Bandit Warlord. If you don't know what it is, it's the King of Red, and today we're repping it all the way.
All right, we're on Godo. What matchups are you worried about?
I think more of the time I'm going to be worried about my blue farm matchups, and that's just because it's going to be more mid-rangey, and I don't really perform well in the mid-game with my deck.
Okay.
Not a ton of value. So I'm trying to mulligan aggressive as I can, and try to get pieces out. I mean, I'm trying to just play a game of solitaire and win the game.
Okay. In general, we'll ask some general questions. What do you think is the worst stacks piece?
In history?
Just in general, yeah.
Oh, 3-ball.
3-ball.
I play the card so much in my life, and every time my opponents see it, it's the end of the world for them. So
yep.
I think it's the best card. I didn't see it in my round 1, but I was able to take that win from them on turn 2 when Kinnan couldn't pull it off.
Nice. If you see a 3-ball in your hand and you're on your deck, if you see 3-ball, will you like mull around that? Are you more likely to keep a hand with a 3-ball in it?
I'm more likely, if I see a turn 1 3-ball, turn 1 like Blood Moon, I will play those cards right off the bat. I don't even care if it's not a winning hand. I know it's just going to lead me into a better progressive long game.
Yep. You've had good luck with Blood Moon recently?
I had played it in the last tournament that I played in. It was the Beholder tournament.
Okay.
And in the top 16, the Blood Moon just couldn't pull it off. It was holding off 2 of my other players from interacting, and the guy who got away with it had Dockside, so the one out.
I find that it's either totally stopping people or giving one player a massive advantage, which is very, very scary.
It's a very test card right now. I'm trying to test out like 3 cards right now for the CDH Discord for Godo. And so we're trying to see if we can pull it off. Can't. I tried, boys, but that's the best I can do.
What's the most overrated CEDH commander?
Right now, I think Kinnan is just really overly played. I'm not even trying to be a hater. Really good deck, really viable. It sees a lot of play in almost every single tournament that you're in. And the fact that it can play into stacks, it's fast, it's everything you want is Kinnan, all in just those 2 colors. So overrated. I mean, I'll kill it on spot. Don't care.
It's kill on sight these days for sure.
Bolt. Every red spell in my hand is gone, so Kinnan's gone.
I've been running Flip Atali. And just for fun, like it's more an entertainment deck than anything else, but I run it in comp games, and I have a whole suite of Dranith removers for sure, because it's like you gotta be ready to blow up the stuff that stops your whole deck. Right?
I really have to be prepared for magistrates, because those are like hurtful, and if I see at least 2 of them, I don't think I'm getting through the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know how much more I'm going to see fun stuff for today. I had Zerda in my pod, and that was
nice.
That looked like it was cooking up on their next turn because everybody else was winning on their second to third turn.
I love seeing off-meta stuff. I love seeing fringe decks. It's one of my favorites.
And see, that's why I played and I chose Goto today because everybody is just hoping for a longer game, and Goto is just going to be get there right now. You don't have the answer, I'm winning. And so my life total is all that matters. You can't get me below 33, I'm winning.
Find the hole and punch it, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Which color pairing or wedge has the worst players?
Worst players? You know, anything that involves blue probably has people that don't use deodorant, but I'm not going to say that. But Grixis players.
Grixis, yeah. Grixis has been a common answer today on
Grixis players, and it's not just because of blue farm or anything. It's just because I play Anala for a long time, and that's just a dirty deck.
Anala is gross. I mean, you got to know the line, and the thing is the line is kind of disruptible.
It's very easy. I mean, one mental misstep disrupts the entire thing. No backup, but it's everything I play is just speed. So
one Thorn of Amethyst will ruin everything.
Dranith ruins everything. Everything I don't want, people are playing today. I hope I don't run into an Elevir.
Wow.
Is something I don't want to see. I've seen it played a couple times, saw it in my last tournament, and the amount of stacks pieces to handle is just not what I want to see today.
What's some new stuff that you've seen out of new sets? What's the new spice? What do you think's going to rock the CEDH meta?
Right now, we're always praying for red cards. There's never good red cards anymore. They just don't love red, so green and blue always see. I was looking at that last word Phantom.
Okay.
And I think that's just going to be like a really good card in Zer.
All right.
Maybe that's just personal opinion, but I think it's cute.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. That's a good one. Last word Phantom?
Yeah.
I'll have to I don't know it. I'll have to take a look for it. I like it when I get answers that I'm just like, oh, okay, all right, there's spice.
They get to tutor neck opponents with Zer, and then they just cast it, and you can play your spells at their end steps. It's kind of like Born Upon a Wind.
Okay.
But only on your opponent's end steps.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I did remember seeing that. That is a really funky one. I mean, giving you that flash kind of out of nowhere is really bizarre.
I like really funky cards, so I mean, I'm playing Void Mirror today, and I hope it catches Turgid.
There you go.
Turgid. It's not even CDH viable. It's not faster than Crick. It's just a personal hate thing.
It just sucks, right?
I played it one time. This dude kept a hand of 8 removal spells, and I was like, how'd you have 8 cards? He just has it all.
That's amazing. One more time, what's your name?
James Doyle.
James, thank you so much for taking a second. I look forward to talking with you throughout the rest of the weekend. Good luck out there.
Thank you so much. You have a good time as well.
All right, we got a guy in a cool Dragon Force shirt. We're going to see. I bet he's got some takes. Woo! It's so bizarre just not knowing anybody out here. I know 10 people. All right, I saw you deep in the cut. You're doing your recap right now?
Yep, posting my tournament report on Twitter.
Nice. Sorry to interrupt.
All good.
How was round one?
We got into the mid-range hell I was looking for.
Nice. Okay.
I lost mostly to my greatest enemy, the clock.
Okay.
I had to shove a win because I wasn't going to get another turn on the clock.
Okay.
And if untimed round, I just sit there another 2 or 3 turns probably and figure it out. But had to shove, got stuffed, and then the next player in line won, as what always happens.
Yep.
Yep.
When you're the first person to push, the next person gets it, huh?
Yep. Secret tech coming in hot as well.
Okay. Your secret tech?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. Thanks for the little recap.
Yeah, no problem.
Looks like it's time in the rounds, which is exciting as well. I saw my man Stormin. We'll get a recap from him as well. Sorry to interrupt. All right, what's up, Gab? What's the story? How'd it go? Feature match round 1, huh?
Yeah.
Pressure's on.
Feature match. It was calm, nice and grindy.
How'd you do?
We won. T1 Archivist, T2 Dorothy. We ended up cracking Dorothy for a birthing pod.
Gross.
We get to play green too.
Gross.
Yeah,
What'd you get? What does birthing pod do for you?
It was gonna turn Esposito into a dockside. Esposito got Besaju'd, so I just turned my Archivist into a Ranger Captain and won with Breach because they used their Besaju.
There you go.
Thanks, Breach.
Once the Besaju's out of the way, then you're like, you don't have to worry as much with the Breach. Very cool.
I should have been thinking about the Endurance though, but the Endurance player never wins. We know that already.
This is established. Endurance is definitely like, if it's such a feel good when you could catch somebody with it, like I got you, but then it's like, all right, what else you got?
Yeah. It was calm. It was good though. Nice win. Nice momentum to start the day.
Awesome. Well, good stuff. I look forward to hearing more.
Brooklyn all day.
You want to chop it up? We're live right now. Yeah, of course. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Lyle.
Lyle, you playing in the event?
Yeah.
What are you playing?
Malcolm Tana Pirates.
Malcolm Tana Pirates. All right, you're searching for that Glinthorn, huh?
Yep.
How'd you do round 1?
Lost, but I had Glinthorn right on top.
All right, so you were ready to party.
Yeah, definitely.
What's your bad matchups? What are you watching out for? What are you terrified with Malcolm Tana Pirates?
I am scared of anyone running Dauntless. That is going to shut me down.
All right, I can dig it. What do you think the most overrated CEDH deck is?
Overrated? I mean, I feel like because everything is getting so mid-rangey, I feel like people should be speeding up. So I'm going to say Blue Farm, even though I just lost to him.
Listen, I've been getting a lot of Blue Farms today, and I honestly love it.
Lost one had Necropotence, other had Adnaz.
Okay. What are your 3 favorite? So you said you're on Malcolm Tana Pirates. What are your 3 favorite creatures in the deck?
Gonna go with the basic answers of Dockside, Glinthorn, and Snapcaster Mage. Why not?
Snap. Okay, we're on Snapcaster Mage. I love it.
Yeah.
What do you? I'm trying to think of like all my like hot take questions and all that sort of fun stuff. But do you play a lot of tournaments at home and all that stuff? Are you coming through from far? Are you local?
I'm local. Haven't played in a tournament before. This is my first big one.
First tournament?
Yeah.
How do you feel as far as like the atmosphere that being in a Comp REL match creates?
It's actually, everyone is pretty friendly.
Yep.
I'd expect like more backstabbing, but things are going well.
It's right now, everybody's running hot. Everybody's happy to be here. By tomorrow's rounds, it's going to be spicy. You're going to feel the heat.
Oh, wow. All right, then.
So, yeah, I would say, like, if you, hopefully, you're in good enough standings that you want to play tomorrow and keep the party going. But you'll see, people are taking the game on a much different level on day 2.
All right, cool.
So that's something to keep in mind. If you could unban a card, what would you unban?
Biorhythm. I want to see that mess up some games.
I love it. Biorhythm. I've never heard it before. That's an incredible answer.
I want to see a mono green deck come in, wipe the board, Biorhythm win.
Amazing. One more time, what's your name?
Lyle.
Lyle, thank you so much for taking a minute. Enjoy the rest of the day.
I will, thanks.
Good. We're good.
Glad to hear it.
Yes. Oh, okay. So you're just trying to sleeve as fast as you can. These guys, we got all 4 people in the pod sleeving up a deck right now. These guys are getting after it. And we got, Cop. We're doing good. Yeah, we're here at the Boyle and we're chilling. Cop. Steven, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. All right, so we got some good recaps from round 1. We got some good info from some different players. Everybody's happy to be out here. I'm looking to see like 1 or 2 more people to get the recap from them. But yeah, living vicariously through me, I really appreciate that. Yeah, this place is just full of people. It's just round 1 timing around. So I can't hear what they're saying. Oh, there's another game behind us that's going long as well. So there's some games going long. There's some fun stuff happening. I'm going to go. Oh, we got 18 people in here? No, we'll have to keep it chopping right now.
To play, not to win, so.
Okay, all right. You came to have a good time. What are you playing?
A really weird Gave brew.
Okay.
Fungus.
Guru, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the tech? What are you trying to do in it, if you don't mind saying?
Yeah. It's just heavy stacks out the board, and I have some Hulk lines I'm on, and I don't. Yeah, it's a weird brew. I just came to have fun.
Awesome. Listen, that's a good part of it. That's something that's really important to come in here and do. We're gonna ask some dumb questions too while we got you on the air. We're gonna have you put some people on blast. What do you think is the most overrated CEDH deck?
Overrated? Blue Farm, 100%.
I'm getting that answer over. I'm going to make a compilation. It's going to be what's the most overrated deck, and it's going to be 40 people all saying Blue Farm.
Yeah.
How about a specific card? Do you think there's any cards that people like just can't shut up enough about that you think are particularly overrated?
Nothing comes to mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the most toxic commander?
Meta, maybe Urza. Like,
okay,
nobody likes playing around, Winter Orb and that kind of shit.
Yeah, Urza's a crazy one. It's wild too because you don't see it too much anymore. It was strong for a little while, and people were like, "It's gonna break Magic. It's gonna break CEDH or whatever." And it's like it did its job for a little while, and it dialed back after that.
Yeah, exactly.
So with your deck, what are some matchups? What are some good matchups for you?
So I want the game to go long. So
Yep.
If I'm in a pod with another stacks deck, that's definitely helpful.
If they're laying down stacks pieces, it only helps you.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I need to buy time to try and find my win cons. And when I'm against a bunch of turbo decks, that's typically not what happens. But
what are some new cards that have come out recently that you think are changing the meta, really impacting things?
So I think Miss of Lorien is a really cool card.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not in my deck, but also the Galadriel's Dismissal.
Oh, okay, yep.
Those I think are really interesting, and they've started to show up a little bit.
The one that got me recently is what is it? The it's like you become a princess or something like that. It's this white card that it's like a 1 and a white, and it exiles a thing. It O-rings it basically. Somebody hit me with it. It's like you run away with the princess or something. I don't even remember what it's called.
Okay.
That one had me crying when somebody hit me with it.
Yeah, there's some new cards I saw spoiled from the new
There's cool stuff.
They look real hot.
The one that I'm really excited about, and I'm trying to gauge where people's heads are at, is Trouble comes in pairs or whatever it's called. They come in pairs.
Oh, is that the white?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what that ends up doing with the meta.
Me too. Yeah, I really wanted to run that for my list, but obviously it's not out yet.
Yep. So you said you're after a mid-range game. Are there any? Who do you think are some favorites in the tournament so far? Anybody you expect to see in the top 4?
I mean, I saw Ian is here. He always does well. But you mean decks specifically?
Yeah, decks or players, either one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Ian will do well. Decks, I expect to see Blue Farm. Probably Atraxa. Atraxa got my first game. So, yeah.
Awesome. One more time, your name?
Tyler.
Tyler, thank you so much for taking a minute to chop it up. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks.
Farm decks and a Thrasios Francisco.
Okay.
Yep. Blue Farm number 2. She did the classic, Thorical Tainted pack.
Yep.
Counter War ensued. Right.
Yep.
Didn't resolve. Then she put a Demonic Consultation on top of that.
Wow.
That also didn't resolve. But then she pulled out an Underworld Breach, did the whole thing again.
Wow.
Snapped the Thassa's Oracle.
Wow, the big brain plays, huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
Did you have any heavy impact on the game?
I did, yeah. I had a Deafening Silence turn 1, and that pretty much warped the rest of the game.
Oh, I'm sure.
The problem was couldn't draw more than 3 lands.
All right, that's trouble for sure.
Yeah, but I came to find you again. Chief from Play 88.
Oh, yeah.
Find you.
Oh, Chief's a sweetheart. Chief's really, really good people. I was hanging out with them a bunch in Salt Lake City, and they were absolutely a joy to chop it up with. Do you work with that Discord, or are you just a buddy of theirs?
I'm in the Mono White Discord. I
awesome.
Talk to all those folks a lot.
Cool. Well, I'm glad you came over and gave the regards. Thank you so much. Remind me your name one more time.
Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew.
To say your shirt was on.
Oh, yeah, this is a popular favorite for sure. Thank you so much, Matthew.
No worries.
All right. Gave, how about it? A fucking Gov deck. Gov, Gave, whatever it is. It's crazy to see that out there for sure. There was somebody I saw who looked familiar, and I wanted to chop it up with them. I'm starting to get thirsty. I've been at this for 40 minutes now, but this guy over here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you Samurai Dance Rules? So we're live, if you don't mind. Sorry to cut off the conversation. I want to just say hello, first of all. And I want to express my appreciation. You come through in the chat, you come through on the videos and the comments all the time, and I would not be able to do what I do if it weren't for people like you who believe in the fucking movement. So thank you. It means absolutely everything to have people out there who are just, in it to win it, man. So thank you.
Oh, man, it's great. Come a long way since Vegas.
Yo, for sure. So what are we playing today?
Get Gecked. We're playing Malcolm Kettis.
Okay. And how'd game one go?
Game one, we did a turn one time twister. We were going second. The turn one player managed to pull it back. They got Culling Ritualed, recovered from it with a Mnemonic Betrayal.
Okay.
They exiled all their win cons, but unfortunately, the Kenrith player had put a Thassa's Oracle into their grave.
Okay.
And they exiled all their win cons with a Demonic Consultation.
Yep.
They got an Endurance, put the Demonic Consultation in hand, back into the deck, and in their hand they had a Demonic Tutor.
Okay.
So they just went Demonic Tutor, get Demonic Consultation in hand after casting their own Culling Ritual.
Oh, it's wild.
Yeah, and then they played their opponent's Thassa's Oracle, and I was like, man, if he fizzled, in my hand I had the Breach line. So I was like, it is what it is.
So have you done any of the Eminence events before?
Eminence events, like in person, I think the last one I did was probably Mox Masters.
Okay.
And then I do online all the time. I top 16 just this month on Mox Masters. And then I won Path to the Peak, which is now partnered with Eminence. So their next event will be going towards points. Yeah.
So what are some decks you're watching out for today? What are you worried about?
Basically, the thing you're going to look out for today is just Crom decks. They're going to be everywhere. Decks I don't want to really play against is probably Godo. It does not line up with me very well. Turbo decks that don't care about, they're not going to interact. It's just very much, I'm going to get bullied into interacting, and I don't really want to do that. Like, if someone's playing Crick, I'd probably get forced on that too.
So are you ready for some oddball questions?
Go for it.
What's the most overrated card in CEDH?
Probably Dauntless.
Okay. You're not the first person to say it.
It's just, it does nothing. It's like, stuff comes into play tapped. Okay. It doesn't stop Breach.
Fair.
Bowmaster is much better. And if you're going to do something like that, might as well just be running Blind Obedience instead.
Okay. Blind Obedience has been scary recently.
Yeah, it's a win con, and it taps everything down, including...
Yep.
Right?
I think it's creatures and artifacts.
Yeah, that's much better.
I think so. So, I'm trying to think of my other, stupid questions. Which color pairing or wedge has the worst players?
Definitely Abzan.
Abzan. I've been asking this question a minute, and nobody said Abzan. Why is that?
Abzan are either on Tayem or they're on some Kodama stuff. As far as that goes, that's some copium. They're literally just hoping that people won't interact with them.
Yep.
That's their whole game plan, is hoping people won't play the game and hoping that they'll get there somehow in between people dying.
I love it. These are great answers. All right, I got to give my hands a rest, but Samurai, thank you so much for taking a second, and thank you so much for supporting everything, for being there for the last forever, man.
Bro, I love your content, and I was like, he's gonna be wearing a fire shirt, and again,
of course,
always, I love you.
Gotta represent. Thank you so much, man. We'll talk soon.
Can do, brother.
bit of a break you have there. We are back with the Boil, part of the Top Deck Championship Series. This is a platinum event, the biggest events they make. A lot on the line, both points and good old dollary dues for these players. We just finished round number 3, going into round number 4. So, gonna update you really quick on the leaderboard before we jump in to round number 4. So we'll get that pulled up right here, and we'll go through kind of the, like I said, 7 to 10 players on the top 10 of our leaderboard. Showed up again here today, try to compete, get more points. We have, leading off, Jorman, 1-0-2. Has not actually taken a loss yet. Actually a pretty good spot to be in. Yep. David Wilson, 0-2-1. Markedly worse, but not dead yet. Still playing and live for Top Cut. Ori, a player I think we're going to see this round, and the actual previous champion of the last event here at CCS, 1-0-2. So, also undefeated for the purposes of losses specifically. Grant is not here. Max Sternberg, 2-1, has rallied quite a bit. Leon is not here. We just watched Evan Pierce lose on camera in our last feature match, and has fallen to 2-1. Max, of course, not here. Wyatt, 0-3, drop. The first player that has showed up and is out of contention among this top 10. Eric Duval, 2-1, has rallied as well. So a lot of these top players, unsurprisingly, still in contention. Few of them, just by law of numbers, started to be eliminated. And yeah, I'd say that things are definitely heating up. 3 rounds in, almost halfway through all of the rounds for the event, and quite a bit left of Magic to play. Ori, today, brought Blue Farm, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to triple check that.
As they do. As they do.
As these top players seem to do. Brought Blue Farm. Going to be competing here. Pod number 9 near the top of the standings for those purposes. Oh, repair. Well, we were about to watch a pod that consisted of Double Kinnan, Atraxa, and Blue Farm, and I was about to say, buckle up, strap in. It looks like we may have a little bit of a repair happening, which means all of that is factually untrue, except that we are going to watch Ori, the actual defending champion from Top Deck Expo, play. I mean, they're 1-0-2. They're still very, very live. Actually, I would say in a good position to make the top cut. Do need a few more wins.
Yeah,
and that
draws are solid here.
Draws, yeah, the draw's worth quite a bit. Oh, repair into Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm again.
The player, Malcolm.
Yeah. We had Malcolm and Malcolm Tana last round.
Yeah, having Malcolm play against the card Malcolm was something we got to feature last round in quite an explosive pod. This one looks like it's going to have a way different texture. I'm seeing Sisse, of course, for Malcolm. Rog Silas. That is going to be from Derek.
Is this another Sisse, too?
Oh,
Double
geez,
Sisse?
Double Sisse? Let's get a quick look.
Is that right?
Oh, wow. Double Sisse?
Okay, we may see Sisse do some things then.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely saw it do some things last round.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're Sisse player and you're just sitting down paired against the master, actual Malcolm, playing his namesake, playing Sisse?
I mean, yeah, you're still live in the tournament, and you're like, if you play Sisse, that means you've studied what Malcolm does extensively. So that's always got to be like extremely intimidating if you're
I'd be very intimidated from this spot. It's a complicated deck, got a lot going on, a lot of weird choices, and I mean nobody knows them better than Malcolm.
Yeah.
As this, I mean, looks like it's going to set up to be quite explosive. Coming also too from the 4th seat. We've seen Blue Farm stuck in the 4th position in every single pod we've watched so far. It looked like that was going to be the case. Actually is not going to be the case here.
The repair did help Ori moving up to 3rd. 3rd seat's respectable. You can make something happen.
I'm not sure that we've ever seen so much pressure to have rats in your deck than this pod. Double Sisse threatening to pull ahead with creatures very quickly. Very much what we've seen this kind of be about. Rogside kind of moving against the grain in that nature, doing a lot of spell-based win conditions, although even from what we saw earlier with Eric DeVito, able to like leverage creatures, things like Bergie, God of Storytelling, to get ahead. See how
Creatures just in
long.
general have looked really good in this tournament. It doesn't always kind of play out in that narrative, but green performing pretty well. Disay just continuing to do well to kind of deserve that. Maybe in the top 5 decks of CDH currently, still putting up results, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, I think from my experience, as far as like Sisay Weatherlight Captain respect goes, you have 2 camps. You have the people that have played against Malcolm and the people that haven't. that is kind of the range I've seen. People that have played against someone that has sat down and knows what's going on and works you, and then the people that has not been the case for. Although Malcolm, we did see felled to Niv Mizzet, a very powerful silver bullet, I'd say, for these creatures last round. So we're getting to see him again, see if he can rally from that loss. Kind of an odd pod as far as win rate goes. Of course, Malcolm just took a loss first of the tournament. 2-1, still set up very well. Still near the top of the standings. Still obviously live for the top cut. Playing against players that have a whole mixture of records. Ori among them, coming to defend his championship at the Top Deck Expo. Off to a fine start there as well. With Sisay in both first and fourth, kind of once again, like we see with CEDH mirror matches, what a mirror match is takes a different meaning, I think, in CEDH than anywhere else, because even if you have a mirror match, it's not the entire pod. You kind of have this auto team up between first and fourth, because you're just kind of trying to execute the same game plan. How does that impact these mulligans from our second and third seed, both of which are kind of Grixis plus decks looking to execute spell-based wins? Is there any rule of laws we can draw to that can maybe change that texture?
Let's see if either of Sisay players are actually playing Deafening Silence. I've seen.
Yeah, I've seen those too, and a decline, I think, in those effects in recent events.
Yeah, neither of the Sisay decks have that. So, I mean, they may just be looking to Ori to say, hey, police Rogsai. Make sure Rogsai doesn't go too ham in the second seat. Just make sure that happens, and we'll kind of slowly develop their. Yeah, because like we mentioned before, there's not a lot of counters in Sisay. They like to use them proactively, but I don't know if they'll have Rogsai is going to be eating a lot of this interaction, provided they have a fast start.
Yeah, hard to imagine starts from Rogside that don't involve something fast. Typically, when you're talking about the Rogside deck, no matter what, they're going to have something extremely impactful to do on turn 2. At the latest, because they just have so much mana by virtue of having that 0 mana commander. They don't have card advantage in the command zone to leverage as the game goes on for an extended period of time. So there's a lot of pressure on the opening hand to do something that matters by turn 2 at the latest. Maybe you can make an argument in some slower pods that turn 3, protected win, is fast enough. But even there, I really think if you're keeping that, that's mulligan territory. We're not talking about keeping 7 that does that. I think Rogside, we're going to see some pretty aggressive mulligans. I think we're going to see something impactful happen early on turn 2, and the table has to be aware of that. We're deep into this competition at this point.
Oh yeah,
these players are experienced; they know what's going on. None of these decks are surprises. Maybe some interactions are, but none of the decks are surprises. They should know what's going on, and we're going to see how they can stop or think they can stop the Rogside deck from making something shake on turn 2, and then the game will progress from there. As Rogside, unsurprisingly, I'd say, taking another mulligan.
Yeah, continues to mulligan. When we saw Eric DeVito play, I think they landed on 6 cards, and they were still able to kind of hang, even though there was a lot of control at the table. I guess that would kind of dictate how I'm going to play out my turns. It's where Rogsai stops mulling. It'll because if you keep 6, I'd presume that's a fairly reasonable hand there. And then just see how flexible Sisay needs to be and say, hey, are you going to throw some counters into the mix to kind of stop Rogside, to slow it down? Because, yeah, green performing very well in this tournament so far. We've seen some really good showings from the green decks, but it takes a little longer for it to get started.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's kind of the nature. And like I said, we talked about this a lot, but the narrative around CDH right now is very much about it's mid-rangey. Like, we're talking about, obviously decks are still winning with combos. You're just going to naturally do that in Commander anyway. It's really hard to just do like the combat damage thing or whatever. There's going to be combos available. So every deck is going to be some variation of combo. Mid-range takes on a little bit of a different meaning in that context. We're talking about just not trying to win as fast as possible, still a lot of interaction, and when, your combo win comes later. And that's kind of what you define as a mid-range deck in CEDH. These green decks that look to be able to slow down a little bit, but pick up a lot of additional resiliency, get a lot more stock in that environment. And I think that is kind of what we are seeing here.
This is kind of functioning like basically a green deck, even though it's playing all 5 colors. It's mid-range in the sense that it just takes a little bit longer for it to get going in the base case. And then you got like Ori's Blue Farm deck that is more, it's mid-range in the sense that it can pivot between being more controlling, generating card advantage, or just going really fast and has that pivot point. So two different styles of mid-range at play here. They're all pretty much all just they want to mid-range hard as soon as they keep Rogsai in check. So step 1, keep him in check. Step 2, mid-range harder than the other 2.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the equation. That's the formula. Is Rogsai mulliganing, looking to just have something impactful to do, but at some point, I mean, now that point is really low on the mulligans. At some point, you have to keep something that just functions.
Yeah, and a 4-card hand is still something that needs to be respected, and we have really strong pilots at the table, so they're going to respect it. They're not going to let their guard down just because Rogsai mulls to 4. That is not where you want to be.
Little statistics I have here. Double Sisay Weatherlight Captain and Blue Farm. So that composition of 3 decks have faced off 29 times. Never with Rog in the Pod as well in our events, but those 3 decks have faced off against a myriad of other decks. In the split, Sisay is 110, Crom Timna has 1-8. So, I mean, if you're counting for players, a Timna Crom seems like you could interpret that as has a pretty good matchup against Sisay decks.
Yeah, or he has to balance the spell-based interaction for Rogsai, while also just making sure that you can, if you can find a removal spell. It's hard to mulligan for those types of things because there's just not that many removal spells in the deck. You have your sweeper that you can find with a tutor, and then you have a couple spot removal. That's about it.
Yeah, I think the sweepers, the spot removal, and understanding how important those are from Orrery's spot is something that gives you a little bit of an advantage when you're playing against all the Sisay decks. But like you said, you still have to keep in mind stack-based interaction is going to matter. You have to be able to check what Rogsai is doing, but you may not need a ton of it. You may not need a pile of it in order to really get something going. The creature removal definitely is going to come at more of a premium at Double Sisay at the Pod. And when you're looking at your interaction mix, this is where you start to deviate from heuristics you may have built while goldfishing. Being like, okay, well, this is what I need. Like when I'm goldfishing, just sitting at home, what is the caliber of hand I'm looking for to keep to play out? That changes so much within the context of what these decks are looking to execute.
And if you're Ori there, Ori's settled on a hand. So they were not aware how deep Rogsai is mulling, because if they keep 7, it's like they're going to fire off multiple win attempts really fast. This might be, I'm going to stop you once, and then I have like maybe 3 turns, hopefully, depending on what your draws yield, before you try to do something else. And then I can focus on trying to make sure Sisay doesn't win the game.
Yeah,
and Sisay's like, random swan song might come in clutch there, and might do a much better job at keeping Rogsai under control.
Players are
but if the game does drag that, if the game drags on, there's going to be that spot like we saw where Eric DeVito was just kind of camping out, flying under the radar for a while, where everyone else just tore each other apart, and then at least had one final like solid win attempt able to fire off.
Yeah, bullet when the dust settles. A big part of the equation when you're talking about Rogsai, you mentioned a lot the playing possum act that kind of comes with getting stopped early, but that's really just kind of part of the dynamic of the deck. You get a lot more politicking positions from people that aren't intimately familiar with it, but I mean, I've been in pods with Rockside where they get stuffed on turn 2, and then they start hoeing and humming like, "Oh, I would have used my interaction if I had it. I would have, you stopped me, so I don't have it." I just shut it down. Shut it down. Because they are going to be a player as the game progresses. Their draw steps are very impactful. They have a lot of recovery pieces in the form of just mana and wheels. They have a lot of the most efficient tutors. They are not as dead as they look when
they're
you
always
3-for-1 them
live.
or whatever. They're always live, and a lot of times they get away with more than maybe they should. As these players kick things off, we need to get that active player token go ahead and added. Right now it's very obvious as players don't have stuff in play. I want to make sure that is being used because it is very important for our sake here in the booth, your sake there at home to understand what's going on, and it is nice and readable. Shout out to All Trades Media. Check out their Etsy store, alltradesmedia.etsy.com. Use code Eminence at checkout, support them, and have better tokens for your spell table. I've had it. I'm tired of playing with unparsable tokens, upside down sleeves. I'm done. Get nice tokens. It's worth every penny. And you can support the channel. alltradesmedia.etsy.com. So there you go. Getting an ad read in while yelling at the players. God, I love my job.
Yeah.
Everything.
And they're
Everything.
using it. That's good. Using the active player now. Awesome. Love to see it.
Get Gamble on turn 1.
Just kicking it off with living life on the edge. Gambling.
Yeah, like only 3 cards in hand.
There's
this is like one of the most depressing gambles.
Into
That's not ideal.
This is Rogsai. So everyone at home, if you're watching
this is the entire deck, huh?
This is another day at the office. Just, oh man, the odds are against you.
All right. What do we have?
All right.
What do we got?
Had it. That must be what they searched for.
Watery Grave? Not optimistic. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what they did search for, but I don't know if they has it. The turn, go ahead and passes. Ori going to get to play Magic. See exactly how they're going to start. It's going to be Esper Sentinel, a great
excellent start here.
Yeah, love this. Rogsai's going to be casting spells, and obviously so might Sisse. I mean, getting it down early, these 1-mana card advantage engines, able to, Sisse doesn't play a lot, but sometimes they play like 1 rock or whatever, Jeweled Lotus, Mana Crypt, Sol Ring, the stuff that's busted. That's going to come down on turn 1 if they have it. So that's actually still going to replace itself / draw cards, but it's already very good against the Rogsai decks. So, but has play in every single one of these decks in the pot.
Yeah, Timnum might also come into play at this point, a couple turns down the line as well. So getting an early body, and then Mystic Remora coming down.
Yeah, great spot from seat 4. Rogsai on a low mulligan. You're going to have time for this Mystic Remora. Even though it's bad against the other Sisse deck, it is good against the other 2 decks, especially, Rogsai Blue Farm, those 2 decks. Wanting to cast a lot of spells, and if you're feeding the Esper Sentinel, you kind of get in these spots where the 2 card advantage engines actually feed each other because you want to deploy your mana. And Mystic Remora is actually the better card advantage engine in that asymmetry. So now there's even more pressure on Orrery with the Esper Sentinel to draw a bunch of cards and then just not actually deploy that much stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and inviting a wait and hold strategy here with the Mystic Remora, and the Mana Crypt coming down is huge. There's always
huge for paying. Yeah, huge follow
like
up there.
Right before the Mana Crypt, I was like, they got to watch out that they don't just get sucked into this fish for too long. And the Mana Crypt's like, yeah, no, you just get pure upside here.
Oh, tough spot for Malcolm, who I believe just deployed a Mana Vault and now an Arcane Signet. So that's 3 cards drawn for the opponents across this sequence. Should be a mana floating still. Still have Sisse mana if we want it. I have to imagine that's what we're going for.
Oh yeah, the rest of the table's just groaning at the way that the mana acceleration is played out.
Sylvala.
Sylvala, okay.
Card I have not seen in action very much over the last few years, but used to be quite a terror in this format. Heart of the Wild, 1 green for a 2/3. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, its controller may draw a card if its power is greater than each other creature's power. Quite simple. You play the biggest thing, you draw a card. And then green and tap to add X mana in any combination of colors to your mana pool where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Another card that used to be in the command zone. Now in 99s, making mana.
I just bought one yesterday to put Sisse together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Kind of an expensive card. It used to be, at least. Especially
Yeah, it's about
foil.
$10 or so now. It's
Yeah,
come down
sure.
by a lot. There's a couple of reprints. Demonic Consultation, turn 2. Firing it off into Esper Sentinel and Mystic Remora.
And it resolves. Didn't get a clear listen on the name. Don't think it's any of those 3 cards. Don't think it's those 3 cards either. Maybe Dark Ritual, I think, was there, but obviously not. We would have exiled the whole deck. Time Twister revealed. Mana Vault revealed. Pretty deck we got here.
Yeah, is that a real Time Twister?
Looks like it is. Signed by Tedden. It's a nice deck we have.
I used to have one of those, and I sold it for $700 like 13 years ago.
I did better than you. My beta for like $7,000, but even now they're worth way more. So
Yeah.
That's the way things break.
Yeah.
I bought it for like $900 off Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, I did great. It was actually a Facebook group, but whatever. Going deep on this deck. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Did we grab it? Is that a command tower? There's no way we just Demonic Consultation for command tower.
It looks like it.
Oh boy.
At what cost?
Pretty steep. 2 cards for your opponents
Real
and like half your deck. Is it just command? There's no command tower.
Let's see if chat is correcting us.
No, I think it's just command tower. It looks like the secret layer one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that is a tough way to do it. Okay, now we play Mystic Remora. So we needed a blue source. The best one we came up with is Command Tower. So we need so we gambled for Mystic Remora, and then we have Demonic Consultation for our blue source. Jeez, what a tough way to do it. I feel like maybe we could have gambled for the blue source. I don't know, whatever. Were you supposed to do that in the inverse order? You're always supposed to grab Remora, right?
Yeah, probably, but it's
Whatever. There's a Duranath Magistrate. It was a good, solid follow-up against the Sisay decks.
Yeah.
No Sisay deployed by either player. Malcolm maybe missing his window, choosing to deploy Saval instead, get the mana going. Now Duranath potentially posing a problem to deploying Sisay Weatherlight Captain for both Sisay players. And across the red zone comes Esper Sentinel, getting its free attack.
Every
as it
damage
does
counts. Everyone counts there.
Absolutely. I mean, you're not blocking with it. If it ain't blocking, it better be attacking. Here we go. And there
really
is
awesome start from Ori here.
Industry
Sentinel into Dranath at this pod. Like if you can't kill all the Sisays at the same time and like keep them all at bay, like Dranath, and stopping some of what Rogsai's up to as well.
I mean, this is probably exactly the strength of, I would not be surprised that the leftovers for Orrery aren't that good, because this looks like a lot of the strength of what the hand has to present. Turn 1 Esper Sentinel, turn 2 Dranath. I mean, that's just a great plan on its own in the face of this pod. Stops some of what Rogs has got going on, like you mentioned, Underworld Breach, stuff like that. Mnemonic Betrayal, we saw Graphic Cage not be good enough earlier against that one. Dranath works. And then also just shutting down both Sisays before they come down. This is a key Dranath. Have to imagine we're going to protect that one at all costs. Is Orrery as we move to Zach's turn, who is going to develop paying colored mana for the Mystic Remora, leaving up Mana Crypt for the moment. Fetching for Savannah with Wooded Foothills. And we'll see what the follow-up is here. It's Soul Ring. 4 mana, is it 1 ring? Yeah, we can't power through that. We still got to draw. Yeah, we can draw for Esper Sentinel, draw for Mystic Remora. Yeah, there's a lot of drawing that needs to happen, but 1 ring is the follow-up, which is going to draw another card underneath the Mystic Remora.
Yeah, very, very key with that Dranath in play. Just getting something to just build in a different way that's not command zone centric.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic Remora plus 1 ring. I mean, you'll find an answer to a Dranath eventually with enough cards. Is rebuilding Derek from the mulligan. Not clear what the composition of Derek's deck is. We didn't really, obviously have a ton of time to internalize what all, these cards missing from the deck is going to imply necessarily. Has to be pretty good. Kiora, Behemoth, a Beckoner added to the mix. That can actually untap Selvala. So that kind of does a little bit to pop off with mana if we can grow the Selvala, but we haven't really been able to do that quite yet.
Yeah, it's a flex slot, but it looks pretty impressive, at least down the line.
As far as weird planeswalkers go, I actually think it's one of the best in commander in general. I mean, it just makes mana on tap.
Yeah, it's probably underplayed. You got Guy's Cradle, like you can figure something out.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. Well, we'll see what and untap mana vault. I mean, that's already looking pretty juicy, huh?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what we're
that's
gonna
pretty
do, we're gonna
awesome.
untap. Yeah, it's gonna be the mana vault. So yeah, there we go. Paid for itself already. Obviously, colored sources matter and what have you, but it's impressive. Gonna use it immediately. Relic of Legends looked to be the card
Okay.
played. Now a little bit glared, but
Yeah, I
I'd say
saw a little
Legends,
flash of it.
solid. Card coming from the Mr. Kimura players.
Rogsai
notably
is
not
getting
yes,
Rogsai's getting so many cards here.
and gonna be the first to untap with all the cards as well.
Yeah. The
card advantage.
Draneth Magistrate kind of had that unintended consequence of I can't Sisay, so I have to do something. And it's all feeding this Mystic, and this Mystic Remora is going to stay in play. Like Rogsai has nothing else to do except make sure this fish stays in play. So I think they're just kind of burning through it.
Yeah, I mean, you're in no rush. Like, these Sisay players are just assembling cards. They're still a full Draneth away from winning. You have free interaction online with Rog. You can just sit here and kind of just pay for your Mystic Gamora over and over again. Make up some stories about how, oh, my deck's gone. My hand was so small. I can never win. As you're just assembling a win with double protection. And that's just kind of what Rogsai does. We've seen this before.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of getting away with it a little bit. Like
they can't keep getting away with this.
It'll be interesting in retrospect to see like if some of these Sisay pilots at the end of the round are like, yeah, I was a little too aggro into that Remora. Like I should have maybe cooled it a bit.
Yeah, and it's shocking too. Normally you don't see Remoras perform this well with double Sisay in the pod. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been in that spot. I've been in this spot with Remora against Sisay, and they do not feed you cards very often.
Yeah.
But just the way these hands have come together, these Mystic Remoras have been impressive.
Yeah, Draneth just turning what I would expect to be the most common paradigm kind of on its head.
I agree with that assessment. 2 mana tapped here for Derek. We'll see what he comes up with. Mr. Kimura been doing a ton of feeding, doing a lot of thinking, maybe getting somewhere close.
Yeah,
to
are
a kill.
we going for it or like?
I mean, we just cast a Chrome Mox, so we've already started feeding for the turn. Yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Cast Wishclaw Talisman, be like, all right, you can't really hoe and hum anymore once there's a Wishclaw in play. I'll say that. You can't be like, oh, my hand's so bad, I just can't do anything. You should have this Demonic Tutor in play. Like, come on. You literally have a Demonic Tutor in play. So Wishclaw Talisman added to the mix, but at what cost? Maybe some complaint equity. We'll see exactly what happens. So far, I don't think we've seen a Wishclaw Talisman played and activated in the same turn yet. And that's interesting. A paradigm that I think is maybe changing.
Really passive wish clawing just in general, yeah.
I love
just kind of getting some of the cards accumulated via Mystic Remora out of the way. Because I'd presume they're paying for the fish another time. So yeah, they're just gonna have just use some stock mana right there.
Love it. All right, well, it doesn't have to pay for anything, does Orrery, so maybe a window. Mana very tapped low for players, of course, for Rog. That doesn't always mean much. No days available, because no island, but a lot of free interaction available thanks to Rog being on the battlefield. Asking some questions about some cards in hand, doing some pointing.
This is a good
concerning.
Yeah, this is a great time for Ori to just say, hey, like let's have a conversation here because I'm at a pivot point where maybe I could play this Timna and I could draw some cards, but what happens if I do that? Am I dead? What can the table please assist? Because like Rogsai's not the most problematic, but they're building up pretty fast.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Who do you think is the threat right here? I think it's a hard call. I mean, that's why I'm
it is. Yeah. It's
because Rogsai, I would say the scariest board, but they have the last turn from this position. So does that make the Sisay player with One Ring Mystic Remora more scary? In my opinion, not really. I haven't seen them explode out of nowhere underneath a Draneth. It would involve Dockside plus a lot of really good ones, and you're just not going to get that done without a bunch of tutors, which draws the table a bunch of cards. So because of that, to me, from this position, Rogsai kind of seems like the threat, which is not what I would expect to be the case.
Yeah, I would also agree that Rogsai is currently the problem, but maybe they're like 40% to win the game. So
Ooh,
like
I love the
15
math.
above
Oh, how about Monkey
15 above
Blast?
the 25.
Red Force of Will going after a permanent in play. That's going to be Rogsai's Mystic Remora. I think that's a really heads up move. If your call
Yeah.
is that Rogsai's the player that is the most ahead, shutting off their draw engine is what makes sense. Great play from Ori there.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some table discussion involved as well, but I really
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
conclusion that was come to. Boom! One
And
more
not
point.
going in with the Timna either. So like holding up some interaction. So I'm curious the kinds of
Yeah, had red
questions that
mana,
were
didn't
asked.
need to Monkey Blast, chose just to move to discards
Yeah.
instead. Okay, got mana up, your turn. Says Ori, some extreme patience here.
And also interesting that maybe he attempted to go for the like, can you all please not like play into this fish any more than you already have? Because it was done on their turn, just to kind of avoid discarding. And yeah, used use a Simian Spirit Guide. Just like,
Yeah, having
this
to Monkey
Esper
Blast,
Sentinel's
it gets a
been
card out of
kind
your
to
hand.
me.
Yeah.
I'm getting like a tax refund from this Esper Sentinel. Like, I'm just gonna blow it right now.
I mean, no fast mana is kind of rough. Definitely speaks to having a ton of interaction, and I think the play pattern supports that theory as well. If you're willing to start going after random, Mystic Remoras with your blasts on your main phase, that speaks to a ton of interaction rolled up.
Yeah, not a balanced hand by any stretch.
Here is Deathrite Shaman added to the mix, paid for Mystic Remora, and have already drawn off the one ring. Has Zach. See exactly what else we can get going. Mox Diamond is going to draw only Orrery some cards, not paying. I think very wise. Kind of feel like there's a little bit of a team up here between third place and fourth place. Mostly because it looks to me like Zach, who's in fourth position here, is actually now suddenly the threat. One ring, Mystic Remora, both Mana Creep and Soul Ring. Like mana, we have cards. That's a recipe for
Fish
success.
for
in CDH.
days. Yeah, you have. Yeah, that fish just isn't going anywhere ever with the amount of artifact mana available.
And it's Gilded Drake. Well, that is
wow.
Threatening to take care of that Dranith in a very big way.
Yeah.
This Sisse player.
I'm all about Gilded Drake now. I love that card.
With all the creatures that have come about, I don't know how you can't be. I mean, yeah,
Just
okay,
all
it's
the
slow, don't answer
asymmetrical
one thing.
stacks
So big.
pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Bowmasters everywhere.
killing.
Give me that.
Yeah. You get to kill the Dranith for you and give someone else like Dranith imposing on the person who owned it. It's like such a broken effect in this spot.
And it looks like Orrery agrees. Pyroblast coming after the Gilded Drake. That's going to draw some cards, but that's both blast use. I mean, this not surprising. As soon as we're monkey blasting on main phase, we got to have more interaction.
Yeah.
And here it is.
Yeah, this is absolutely something worth fighting over, even though it's painful with the onboard Remora, and Sisse is just like, okay, fine,
Yeah,
I'll eat some
doesn't really
interaction.
care what happens here, but is likely very excited to see interaction being spent, as he's really done a good job, kind of quietly, I'll say, accumulating a ton of mana. Very patient. Haven't really seen, from what we can see, him very involved in conversation. He's just kind of sitting back. I think he's cooking. I don't know what he's cooking, but I think he's cooking something that could be very explosive with how much mana he's presenting right now. And him being the next player in turn order, any fight over this Gilded Drake I think is very good for him. So I'm not that surprised if Zach only has one piece to fight over this Gilded Drake. I'm not surprised to see him hold it, not use it.
Kind of forgot Malcolm was even there the way the game is playing out. Not that their board is that bad, it's just... Yeah, there's just a lot happening.
Loud. I don't know how to describe that. But just what Malcolm has going on is less loud. It's less complex.
Flying under the radar. That's a skill. That's a skill that's very important in this format. And like, if Malcolm gets away with something, this is exactly why.
Yeah, no, I mean, Malcolm, I think, has more or less cut his teeth on being very good at flying under the radar, using interactions that people don't understand, kind of just not manipulating directly, but just having a better understanding of his game plan than what everybody else has. Because right now, I mean, I don't know what he's planning to do with all this mana. He played Savala over Sisse. I thought that was kind of strange. This Kiora doesn't look that strong on this board, but does untap Mana Vault. Okay, but then what? You know, all of these pieces create a puzzle that is not obvious, even for someone who has experience like me and you, to solve. And I think that's going to be the case for the players at the table right now as well, but something that Malcolm already has, you know, dialed up. Whether it's something or nothing, not clear, but I can tell you it's very likely to be something, and we'll see exactly what that is, maybe right now.
Yeah, and the
turn we
blast on Rog Size Fish, like, could play out pretty poorly for Ori if the rest of the table picks up on that. And it's just like, I'm just going to priority bully you. Like, that was just a huge tell at what your hand looks like. So that might be able to play into the politicking there
This
of
is a
just
red
like leaving
alert,
all
right?
this mana up. What's that?
This is red alert, right? I mean, is this like Cutzel, the Grand Abolisher?
Oh yeah, that looks like the
Cutzel
Altar
Melamet
Cutzel.
Exemplar.
Yeah.
Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn whenever one or more creatures you control, each with power greater than its base power, deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So that's a legendary Grand Abolisher style effect for just you. It's on the stack right now. 2 mana floating, I believe. And will represent a card from Savala and mana. Yeah, card from Savala and mana for Savala as well. Okay. Now the table has started talking very quickly.
Yeah.
Let's see, what does this mean? Malcolm's sitting there very patiently, explaining the Savala draw, the Relic of Legends mana. Yeah, they're talking about all that. Cuts it worth quite a bit here.
It's worth quite a bit. It could be Rogside's taking their turn next. So, you know, it might have been worth it to kind of let them know ahead of time if that was coming. Like, I'm playing Cutzel, like, this isn't like a Teferi thing. It's not exactly face up that I'm going for it because you can't pass like with a defense grid. It's you know, it's
You
like a
can
Grand
pass and you're fine.
Abolisher style. So it's might not be completely indicative. It could be I'm just trying to draw a card with Savala. Of course, it's hard to know. Malcolm would have to like kind of show
Well,
the
it
hand.
resolved. He drew a card.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
Malcolm
might-
very disciplined with his hand shuffle. You see players leak information all the time playing with their hands. Not for Malcolm. Set it down on the table, and we're going to parse what's on the board without that. Mana Vault, untap from Kiora.
Very
Access
cool
to
interaction
a
I
lot
never
of
really
mana here.
seen before. I don't think all the Sisse decks play Mana Vault even.
Yeah. I love the inclusion of Mana
But
Vault.
really cool
It's hard
synergy
to-
with Kiora.
Hard to not want 3 colorless mana in this format. 3. One more from Relic of Legends, allowing Cutzel to tap right away. Of course, does not give it a tap ability, just asks you to tap a legend. And I cannot see that card. But given how it's hanging back, it looks like a spell. It is.
Is that Resculpt?
It is Resculpt. Have to imagine that's going after Drannith Magistrate.
Oh man, that's so dangerous.
Oh, you don't like it?
It's I haven't fully comprehended if I like it or not. Because if it
we're
like it's so threatening.
He's got the 4/4. Who
You
wants
have
it?
Are you gonna kill like yeah, it goes after the Drannith. So like all right, so Malcolm must have it here.
You think he's just got a win dialed up right now?
Yeah, because
I
you
mean-
can't just go Resculpt go, because then like Rogside's gonna kill you.
I mean, Rockside's got its card advantage stifled very early on. The other Sisse player has multiple draw engines running. That's not.
And
that's
it's
not
an
worth anything
instant, so it's like you're only doing it to really like protect from with Cutzel.
Well, I mean, you need to cast Sisse as a sorcery, so you kind of. I mean, if you're not Castle, that.
Yeah,
Sisse,
yeah.
You need to cast your commander as a sorcery, so I mean, you kind of have to play at sorcery speed if that's your plan.
Yeah, but just unlocking it, but it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And now Sis is going to come into play and add quite a bit of mana through Selvala, but it's all one color. Is it any combination of colors? Any combination of colors would be nuts. Let's get a read.
Yeah, I believe it does.
Selvala here. X mana in any combination of colors. So Sisse is going to come in. Let's get a power toughness check on that. Plus a +1 for each other color among legendary permanents you control. So it's a 2/2 base. I see Bant. So each color. So that's gonna be 3, which is 5, which means Savala would make 5 mana, and that's enough for a Sisay activation. Am I right?
Yeah, and you have the relic, so yeah,
And
Sisay's
then you have relic for
mana,
whatever you
so
get. Which, if we have a way to untap
yeah, it keeps
Savala,
going.
then
Mhm.
we get to start the chain, and that could be it. Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, we're talking,
Yeah.
but I don't know what we're talking about. Kutzel is in play. There's
Yeah.
not a whole lot players here can do.
Yeah, we have some channels if anyone has any.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's on Sisay to.
The question is,
Sisay
can you
play.
go off from this board state with a single Sisay activation, no mana floating after? You have a Relic of Legends. That's huge. And you can use Sisay to activate
Derevi,
Savala.
free activation.
Well, Derevi's another activation. Doesn't add a color, though, but it is free to get into play.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can grab. We're digging through. This is my favorite part of the broadcast. Where we dig through the Sisay deck to figure out what it is we're supposed to be doing. Flickers aren't great. Zombie. Any creature represents mana. Why is Rogside drawing a card? Did we pass? What are we talking about? Not necessarily clear where we're at in the game state. There's a lot of conversation going back.
Yeah.
Turn was passed.
Turn was passed. Okay.
Holding up the activation.
Okay.
All right. I've seen this before as well. The toolbox nature gonna come into play here. You have to imagine.
So Malcolm has
Malcolm's gonna
Urtai up.
activate the turn cycle. Yeah, Urtai's up. Uncounterable.
Yeah.
I'd say. That's big.
That's something. It's probably the one thing you get at this point.
Now
Sakashima as
we have access
well.
to deck lists and we don't even know what's possible. The opponents definitely are kind of
The
on
hidden
same time.
Sakashima is interesting. If a dockside comes down, you might be able to go
Can we get a
completely
combo going at
nuts.
instant speed?
Yeah. Yeah, Sakashima the imposter. That
Yes, actually, the imposter, notably, unlike its reprint as a commander, can copy opponent's creatures. So instant speed clone, I think that actually just check marks. If we get an instant speed dockside, I think that's just it. Because Sakashima is still a legend. You get to make all your mana. And then
this is weird
because
you have the other Sisay player in the pod, which means all the Brewers advantage decks. Like if one person knows what's up, they're like, "Whoa, watch out for these things."
And we've seen a ton of
Sisay's
talking
probably
here. I think
there
there's been
just
this
spoiling.
conversation,
Yeah, they're probably just like Malcolm's can do this, and this. Like probably 5 things that we missed, but then the 2 things that we did talk about from this position.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm not a Sisay
watch
expert.
out.
I can
Yeah.
tell you what I've seen, and I have seen some nasty stuff come off some instant speed Sisay activations. This is a tricky spot. So if you're Rogside, you have your Wishclaw Talisman. If you've had the Sisay the Sisay activation explained to you by the opponent, let's assume that he has. What do you do if you're Derek here? What can you do that your confidence gonna work?
Yeah, I mean, Malcolm is kind of the problem. I don't know. A lot of everyone except Ori is super scary at this point.
Yeah, everybody's the problem. The active player, which of course that active player token does need to move.
Yeah, it might as well say the problem for the last 3 turns.
Just
like let's move that over.
The problem. The threat is just the active player from here on out, as everybody has really assembled. Words are hard. Has assembled a very threatening board state here.
But yeah, even at instant speed, Malcolm showing being reserved, being comfortable in the pocket here, just still being a threat in the middle of the game. We saw Sisse take down a tournament, like last month with Teferi, Mage of Zalfir. Just like, yeah, I don't know, surprise. I gotcha.
Yeah,
Like
you
you
can't
thought
pass
you were
anything
safe,
anymore.
but
Yeah, no,
it
your
all
stuff doesn't
happens
work.
like whenever I want.
Interesting counter too to like Born Upon the Wind. Infernal Plunge, that requires a sacrifice. In addition to the costs, Rog going to hit the bin, maybe stay in the bin. You see this happen sometimes with Yawgmoth's Will lines, where you can replay it and then get your Infernal Tutor once again. So yeah, Rog's going to stay in the graveyard. No interest in recasting that one. 3 red mana coming, thanks to original print proxy tokens. Look at those beautiful R's. You can read them. You can look at the color. If you're colorblind, it's a big R. So no matter your
Rogside doing their best pirate impression over here.
Arr!
Now you can't unsee that.
That's a great joke.
Response to Wish Call Talisman Cabal Ritual from Ori. Is it ad nauseum time? What is happening? It's opposition agent time.
Yeah, is it Oppo?
I don't think we have 7 cards. It has to be Oppo, right? Hold on, quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5 cards. That's
We're
not
gonna
7.
see what Malcolm is cooking with if that's what's gonna happen. This is gonna instigate some action.
Oh,
if that's
forcing
what
action
happens.
on Oppo agent. That opens up
Yeah.
everything for Malcolm. Okay. Uh-oh.
It's time. Fireworks are going to happen here.
Oh,
if it resolves, that is. Lots of free interaction from
Supposed to
Rogside.
respond first there, right?
What's that?
Not. Wasn't Malcolm supposed to Malcolm has a chance to respond before Derek does, correct? Maybe he passed priority. I mean, Tainted Pact here. I mean, I don't know. Either way, skipping priority, I think you can almost force Malcolm to do the activation by just hoeing and humming and then do your Tainted Pact. I don't know if that's good or not, but it seems
I don't know
like
if it is either.
I think Malcolm's still a problem.
Yeah. Until if Malcolm passed on it, maybe it's going to instigate something. I don't know. This is weird.
We're flipping cards. This Tainted Pact is resolved. There's ad nauseum. Only 3 red, no other mana. Thinking about ad nauseum anyway. Maybe we have some other mana sources in the chamber. Chooses to pass on that as well. I believe that is a Final Fortune effect.
Not clear if they can actually mess with the opposition agent or not. That's a really tense spot if you don't win this turn, because it's so good to stop Sisse players from doing their thing. On the other hand, if Ori gets to look through Rogside's deck and find a win condition, then Ori will continue the trend and be a problem on their turn.
Maybe the galactic brain here is that you're actually just exiling a bunch of your cards. So if the opposition agent does happen, half your deck's in exile, so you just hope that whatever they wanted is in exile. It's gone.
They
now,
passed on the
Bozo.
Deadly Relic, so I guess Rog's gone. So
doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
What is that?
Thassa's Oracle. Stopping there?
Oracle. Is Breach gone? Is that the consideration here? Breach or Freeze? I mean, Freeze doesn't matter. We have Mnemonic Betrayal. I mean, I don't think you need to stop at Thoracle just because it's your last win condition. You just have Mnemonic Betrayal. Right?
Yeah, I don't think I saw Beanbat go away.
Yeah,
and Grasp,
and too.
There's a few other things.
The table might be trying to convince him to stop anyway, just because, that's your last win condition. You have to stop at Thassa's Oracle. Oh yeah, we're checking the checking the graveyards. You see here, Wow, a little bit of nervousness, I'd say, here from Derek about the ability to win the game. All right. I do never like stopping in these spots, but maybe you're supposed to. I mean, if he has the consult dialed up. No, he doesn't. He's been through consult and Pact. Because consult grabbed Command Tower.
Yeah, that was
Pact
like
just
turn
2. Dawson's Oracle. Yeah, we just don't even have those cards anymore either. We have to get something out of the graveyard to even make the Thoracle happen. Chooses to stop at the Thoracle anyway.
Interesting.
All right. Well, now I guess...
Now priorities moving around and...
Oh my god, another opposition agent There was 2.
Oh.
What is
that? Okay.
So now you
yeah.
get to pick a player, I believe. You get to pick which replacement effect, right? Is that how that works? Double opposition agent?
I've never seen double oppo in play. I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Oh, we're gonna pretend I'm right. I don't think it has anything to do
Timestamp.
with when they
We're
enter.
getting word.
That doesn't sound too right to me. But maybe it is. That'd be a weird thing to be timestamped. Maybe it is. It's just like a static effect. Gets to look at the hand. Judge
Okay.
confirmation. So
So
timestamp
Sisse
applied
taking it.
here. So because the second Oppo was the one played, that's the one that gets to do the searching. Wild. Okay.
So that means
Force of
Malcolm
will. Face up.
passed on
Exile.
it.
See you later.
Because
Yeah, Malcolm's passed on it all. Yeah. Fine with it all. Wow. And not very many cards left. And maybe that's part of the consideration for Derek. Just not very many cards left in the deck at all. I mean, that looks like a limited deck from here.
yeah, this is a ROG size special of their
No
resources
deck.
are just so mangled at this point.
The wrong size special is mangled, huh? All right, so now we get to decide who gets the Wishclaw Talisman. Malcolm says, "Give it to me. Come on, nothing works."
Yeah, double oppoed. Yeah,
doesn't work.
it's
The hand
it's
pushes
like
it off.
just
Come
immediately
on.
point like no, stop.
I love how expressive Malcolm is. He's like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah,
Do
like
you
that's a
see this
slam
bullshit?
dunk. It's me.
Oh, I love it so much.
Yeah,
Well,
like
Malcolm's
thank
dialed
you.
up with tutors. If he has a way to like phase out these opposition agents, he's got it rolled up. But there are some major problems, and in my opinion, Malcolm went from the problem, even from not even his turn, to definitely not the problem.
Yeah,
As
significantly hobbled, as well as
Hobbled,
like
I
all
love
of the missing Rogside pieces.
and Springleaf Drum deployed for Derek. That looks like that's going to be the end to this Rogsai win attempt. An active player dramatically passes to Ori. Ori had a timely opposition agent, but not quite timely enough. By definition,
Yeah.
Timestamp did not allow Ori to do any searching. And yet, that's yet another big win for Zach, who basically at every point has been kind of ahead on board.
Yeah, there's a
and
fish
not
and
really
all
done
that,
anything.
and yeah, and still not going away, still accumulating resources, got some static pieces in play, one ring still.
Best 2 mana rocks in the game, Mana Crypt Soul Ring in play.
Yeah, just perfect combo with the fish. Ori, active player, but doesn't look particularly scary at this point.
Would be a stretch to call Ori a problem from this position, I believe.
It's been tough on Blue Farm. You know, Blue Farm is, I think everyone would tell you that it's the top deck, but we've seen it just kind of get outclassed in the rounds that we've seen, at least.
Yeah,
in these
the camera games
games.
we've watched, it's got beat up a ton. Just a ton.
Like
But it has
everyone
been in,
just
like, first
morphs
position a lot.
around it. They go so much bigger and they're so much more threatening the entire time.
You would expect to happen in a normal metagame churn, right? If we're talking about CDH being extremely mid-rangey and Blue Farm kind of being the face of what mid-range is in CDH. When you think of mid-range decks, it's hard not to think about Blue Farm. Decks that are going to continue to exist in the format have to have a plan for that. And I think we're seeing players, kind of practice that. They're just showing their well-oiled plans they have for Blue Farm. If your options are play it or beat it, their plan to beat it being executed, and so far today looking good. We'll see if that continues to be the trend. And if you're an Ori fan,
not picking on
don't
Ori,
want that.
just like that. No one's
great
like
deck.
gone after their resources. They're
My
just
biggest
not building
accomplishment
as
in CDH
fast.
is I've won a tropical island, and I did that with Blue Farm against some very talented players. One of them in the casting booth here with me, part of the production crew, good old Scott.
Hello.
Scoots. He said hello. Yeah, he was there for that. I'm not lying. But Blue Farm, I mean, I've played a lot of decks, including Wrong Side. I played quite a few of these decks. Blue Farm is the one that I have the most accomplishments with. Not obviously deterministic for anything, but if you can carry a player like me, it can't be that bad of a deck. And despite what
Yeah,
it
no,
does
it's
look like
really
on camera.
really good, but Sisse and Rogside not too far behind, probably a tier behind, but still, of course, extremely powerful.
Agree with that as well. Deathrite Shaman looks like so. We're in upkeep. Mystic Immortal Trigger on the stack. I assume Mana Crypt also on the stack. We're exiling a land for silence, and this does not come as a surprise to me at all.
Yeah, no.
Zach has been accumulating resources not so quietly the entire game.
Yeah.
Got the opposition agent for Force of Will. Has a face-up Force of Will through opposition agent. Oh no! Wait. We're activating Sisse for mana.
Okay, that makes
Or
sense.
not Sisse, Selvala for mana.
Yeah.
Swords to Plowshares. Going to be the card cast. That triggers Mystic Remora. What is that going after? Opposition agent?
Nothing that stops this win attempt. If presumably that's what's happening here, it's not going to be anything else. So that's I mean,
the patience on
Sisse
these
doesn't have
Swords
1,000 ways to
Plowshares.
interact. So
okay, what is the other piece? Flusterstorm. Oh,
Okay.
we swords the
Building up
opposition
Storm.
agent to build
Yep.
Storm for Flusterstorm.
Okay.
Coming down on silence. Malcolm committing his resources, interested in getting an untap. Clearly has a plan of some kind. Still has that Wishclaw talisman. See if this Flusterstorm's good enough. This silence certainly threatening in the game. This Flusterstorm can be paid for. Puts a huge tax on Zach's mana, especially if he wants to try to keep fish around through whatever fight may be coming.
yeah, Crypt and
That's
Soul
nice.
Ring again working overtime, and all this is happening with the Remora on the stack. So kind of getting their cake and eating it too.
Yeah, being able to draw off of any squirming that's done by the table. Drawing with one ring in response here. That's 3 cards. Just a pile of cards for Zach. Now, the one saving grace for the table here is Sisse, while very resilient, not flush with mana-efficient cards. Not a ton of free interaction stuff. They have the obvious ones we see for us.
Yeah,
Well,
they
you
play
see
the
all those
best
kind
of the
cards.
best.
But that's it. Not best of best and nothing more. As this silence is going to get checked by the Flusterstorm. Fish going to hit the graveyard. To draw step we go, assuming Crypt and One Ring have already resolved. Now
That was a good Flusterstorm, just because you have to cast the Sisse to presumably get something going. Silence indicates you're gonna be really aggressive here, but yeah, we'll see. And clearly it's a mana intensive turn.
well, here comes Chain of Vapor, and there's a whole lot of options with this one. I like that. Before we move on, I like that Malcolm actually kind of got to quietly start to solve problems for himself by swordsing and being like, "Yeah, I'm just building, storm count. Just gotta get, I gotta build the storm count a little bit, make my Flusterstorm a little better." But in reality, has just an answer for the other opposition agent. The win all rolled up and is just trying to get to his turn as any way he can.
Yeah, it was a little innocuous, and he didn't really stop the table either to say, "Hey, I have this Flusterstorm,
Can we build storm?
Let's
He's
build
like, I'll just do it
storm."
myself.
Yeah.
I think that certainly worked out in his favor. And I mean,
I didn't check.
silence despite the short up storm count.
Did Esper Sentinel draw a card off of Malcolm spells that turn, or was that paid for by the Sylvella mana?
I imagine it was paid for. I mean, didn't have anything else to do with the mana, but at the same time, I mean, that player's kind of on
do you want to help? Do you want to help?
Yeah.
Ori find more
kind of on your
interaction?
team with how
There's a
far
lot. Yeah, there's a lot of things that could have happened in that point. Or if it's this is what I have. I don't know if it's good enough because they're clearly going to be really aggressive this turn. Do we want to help the table accumulate resources or not?
A lot of conversation over this Chain of Vapor. I mean, what matters in this table? If it's only going after opposition agent, there has to be a conversation about how Malcolm is just going to untap and win if you fail. And I think that if you're Zach, you're okay with that. Look, I have a silence I used. I'm already kind of committed. I let my fish go, so things are no longer getting better for me. Letting your fish go, I think, is a loud statement that it's time to go for the win. And to force a will, still in exile with the opposition agent, something that could have been pitch cast, if my understanding is correct, pitching this Chain of Vapor if he wanted it. I think we're just kind of going all in here. And with the amount of resources he has to work with, I don't even know that I hate the spot.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And I think you see that conversation happening. Yeah, Malcolm's just going to win anyway. And he's like, oh, I got my opposition agent. He's like, well, then just recast it. As here, back to hand goes Chain of Vapor. Or, sorry, goes opposition agent. We'll see if he wants to continue the chain. Could be good to maybe pick up Savala. I mean,
yeah, Savala's scary.
Land about something seems strong to me.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these creatures from Malcolm are problematic. Here's Jeweled Lotus. That grabs Sisay. And
that was a good card to leave behind.
Have 5 mana yet for the activation. Only 3 colored pips that I see. 4 mana still dialed up in Mana Crypt Soul Ring, though. There's City Brass. That adds a 4th to the mix. That is Demonic Tutor. Colorless mana floating.
Okay, that's like Idaria.
Yeah, opposition agent could come down here.
There it is.
I want to.
Do it.
I want an opposition agent here. You know, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know how you talk yourself into not.
Didn't
he says, okay,
come here to not play it.
Yeah, this is why you show up. I'm going to force pitching. Force a negation, exile to force a will. Answering the second opposition agent, Malcolm can only really look on for the moment, but has to be excited. I mean, he's definitely going to win. And Fierce backup.
Fierce back.
Wait, yeah, we have Tim and SWAT backup.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
So much back and forth here.
Force on opposition
their hand
agent.
was juice from that fish.
Oh, yeah. Fierce Guardianship going after the Force of Will, deflecting SWAT. Now that Sisay's unlocked, going after the Fierce Guardianship.
Yeah, a great window, and like clearly some of this was in their hand in prior turns and said, I'm gonna hold on. This isn't my window yet. No one's went too insane where all of the interaction was burned yet. Like, I need to do a little better, and now this is the time.
Yeah, it's funny. Everybody was like, the active player was the problem for a while, but as the game progressed, Zach, a player that was getting more ahead than the other players as things happened because of the fish, because of the mana, because of the One Ring, and now, just like you said, hasn't really had to use anything. Now has it all for his own turn, and Demonic Tutor is going to resolve. The entire stack's going to clear. Face up grabbing Dockside. I have to imagine that was being cast. There was a colorless mana floating from Mana Crypt, so only needs to tap 1 land, is able to do that successfully. And this Dockside count, I don't know what it is, but it's good enough. It's going to be good enough to make a Sisay win possible.
Close to 10.
We may see Sisay pick this win up here. Against Malcolm, the Sisay expert, taken down by potentially, a note taker. I don't want to use protege. That's not really the relationship, but
yeah. Is that an 8 on the treasure?
I believe that's an 8 left over after activation, and there's Emil is going to be grabbed.
Emil's coming down.
Deck, and that's face up. Emil's infinite, and that is going to be a kill if there's nothing else. And I mean, with the way Emil's already in play, I don't know what you can do.
You don't have a choice once you made your selection. Yeah, it's like a Corda calling effect. So yeah, it's just in there. If you want to kill Dockside somehow,
and the fists are presented. It's fist bumps. Yeah, and that's gonna do it. There's
Congratulations.
Doing some gesturing and impressive display.
Very impressive.
Of course, what actually ends the game is some manner of this. I think this deck can actually kill at instant speed. There's a host of various creatures and things. I think there's like a twin shot sniper in Malcolm's specific deck that you could flicker if you just wanted that. That you would eventually find for Zach. I mean, it's going to be something of that, like I'm sure that actually ends the game. Orcish Bowmasters works. You can eventually draw your Orcish Bowmasters after making infinite mana. Grab your Thrasios, draw your deck, get your Orcish Bowmasters, flick that infinitely, and that ends the game. A host of ways. Mayhem Devil does it as well. There's a ton of different things that actually end the game. So Emil, Dockside, infinite mana plus Sisay, going to be good enough. And Zach emerges victorious. All right, so with that, that's going to conclude our game that we're watching for round number 4. We're going to have Zach in the booth momentarily to talk a little bit about Sisei's approach to this pod, and specifically that game with all the opposition agent stuff flowing. Before we do that, thank you very much for watching. This is, of course, round 4 of 5. We're going to have one more round of day 1, and then the last 2 rounds of day 2 are going to happen tomorrow. And then, of course, we'll have our top 16 and then our finals and declare a champion for the largest CDH tournament in North America, potentially ever to happen. 222 players. I've never played an event that large personally. And, I mean, incredible stuff here at the Top Deck Championship Series. The Boil, these platinum events worth a ton of points, a lot of money on the line. Can't emphasize this enough. A lot of prizes to be won in CDH right now if this is your format of choice. And some incredible decks, incredible players. I mean, we've seen wild texture to all the games that we've watched so far today. And we've still got plenty more Magic to play.
We've picked some of the name players to feature. And, the folks that we're not really familiar with, nationwide, like, made very impressive showings so far. That happened with Freedom and Malcolm in the same pod, and everyone else still able to make their mark in those really tough pods. Tough to really politic your point. You're gonna get shut down a lot. That's tough. So yeah, like very, very well done.
Agreed. Zach, are you on the other line?
He will be in a sec.
Oh, Zachary's coming on the line. All right, I was under the impression he was here. He's not here quite yet, but I'm very excited to hear his thoughts on Sisei choosing to pick it up this weekend. I mentioned last time we saw Malcolm in the pod. We saw him again, of course, this round with Sisei. I mentioned the texture of the Lord of the Rings cards changing in such a way that I think actually made Sisei worse from my perspective. Things like Orcish Bowmasters, things like the One Ring. I think these are cards that are better for other decks than they are for Sisei and do a lot to help change the dynamic of slow Magic away from just being Mystic Ristic Study and actually be doing things that are good in the face of Sisei just kind of sitting there and not casting spells. I think
more Bowmasters means more opposition agents.
All right, he's here direct.
More black creature strategies and potentially problems, but I want to hear from Zachary's point of view. Zachary,
what's up?
You on the other line?
Yeah,
congratulations.
What's up? Thank you. Yeah.
Quite a performance there from Sisei. I don't know how much of the double Sisei pod. Malcolm, obviously someone that I've seen play Sisei a lot. Not as familiar with you playing Sisei, but you should put on an incredible show navigating the double opposition agent and all that. Talk to me about your approach from the start, from the very start of the game. You're thinking when you're mulliganing. I mean, you're in 4th.
Absolutely.
You're kind of where are you thinking?
Absolutely, yeah. So the main thing that probably your viewers don't know is I'm not playing normal Sisei. I'm playing a deck that's called New England Clam Chowder. Have you guys heard of this? New England Clam Chowder. So you guys were just talking about how Orcish Bowmasters and the One Ring and all that stuff comes in and mixes up the meta. You're 100% right. I was a Najila player a year and a half ago and basically abandoned it because Orcish Bowmasters are too frustrating. So what me and my friends did is we said, shout out to the Shizo Night Crew up in New England. We said, hey, you know what? Let's just make a new deck that uses Bowmaster, uses the One Ring, and the deck we settled on was Sisei. So my game plan was totally different than a normal Sisei game plan. 1 and 2, they had no idea I was going to do it. Right? New England Clam Chowder is basically a mid-range deck, and so I have one Planeswalker. It's Teferi. My only combos that I run that are Sisei related are Emil oriented, and then the rest of the combos are Thassa's Oracle and Underworld Breach. So I got the Remora down on 1. That won me the game because they did not understand I was playing Clam Chowder, so I drew like 17 cards off of it. On top of that, I managed to get the One Ring down on 2, and I think
fatal mistake.
Yeah, dude, it was bad. But they didn't know. They didn't know. Someone made a joke. The Blue Farm player made a joke. He's like, "Oh, he's staring at all these Planeswalkers," and I was like, "What? Did you see it in my glasses?"
That's sick.
Yeah.
That's a nice tidbit. He thinks you're just sitting on all these
That's exactly.
whatever borderline playable cards. Is the term I'll use.
Malcolm popped up.
Great turbo cards.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. So, in terms of my game plan for the whole game, it was grind advantage, draw more cards than everyone, kill them with Underworld Breach if I can, and that last turn I happened to top deck Emil at the end, so I went for the dockside kill instead, but. That was the.
I thought you tutored for it because you had it rolled up as soon as you dockside. You just played it out of hand, and obviously that does it.
Nope, I drew into it.
Easy.
Yeah.
Well, that's extremely impressive performance as far as that goes. And I mean, to your point about, playing Orcish Bowmasters, playing One Ring, I mean, you did that. You executed One Ring. You managed to find, Soul Ring Mana Crypt in the process. You had broken mana going. You had broken card advantage going. And were actually able to deploy your cards, to keep up with that rate, using your mana, using, all of these cards you've been drawing. We really saw that manifest. And, Malcolm's somebody that we didn't really know what was going on with the Savala stuff, had like an activation he chose not to use and all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's a piece of texture. There's a piece of texture that you guys missed because you didn't have the audio, I'm guessing. He miscounted his Sisay power. His Sisay was a 5/5. It was actually he thought it was a 4/4. So when he tapped Silvala on that last turn, he thought he could have won on top, but he miscounted his mana, and so he ended up doing something else instead. Yeah, so that was like pretty unfortunate from his perspective to miss that there, because it would have totally changed the game.
Yeah, we were talking about what he could do with the activation. We're like, oh, I guess he wants to hold up Urtai because he could like instant speed Urtai with the mana activation. And
he missed it.
Disrupt. And I guess, wow, that's interesting.
To be clear, he said out loud Sisay was a 4/4 about 2 turns prior. And so the whole game, I'm just like, does he know that it's a 5/5 and he's trying to freak me out?
I hope he doesn't. I hope he does not realize.
No,
wow.
But the double oppo play is really what cinched the game. I would not have gone for the win there if it hadn't been for stealing the Force of Will with the second oppo. That was really what did it.
Well, it sounds like you've done a lot of preparation from Charlies Deck. Looked awesome.
You were so far ahead when you went for it, so that was nice. And that also, like, were you under duress, just politically speaking, when you had the fish going, thousands of mana to keep it going, the One Ring? Like, it seemed like you had everything going for you for like multiple turns. Like, what was the environment there?
They did not know what Clam Chowder was. I discarded Brain Freeze like a couple turns prior, and I was like, please God, no one look at my graveyard right now. Please God, no one look at my graveyard right now. And so they just let me draw 1,000 cards, and it's like, you can't beat Clam Chowder if it has 1,000 cards. It's not possible.
Too strong.
I want to get that on a shirt.
I mean, you've used it so much. Where does Clam Chowder as a name come from? Is it just because
okay? So you know DJ Avamaya?
Okay, no.
DJ Avamaya, he's a CDH old head. He's my boy. Anyways, so he and I were playing a game, and when we first brewed the deck, like I said, it was like over the summer last year, right after Bowmaster. We were calling it the New England Special, but we didn't really like the name. And so DJ Avamaya was like, oh, you should call it New England Clam Chowder. And I was like, yes, let's call it New England Clam Chowder.
Yeah,
so,
it's food related. You got the boil, you got the cookout. It all makes sense.
Yeah, we're just cooking food. Yeah, we're just making food here in CDH.
Yeah, that's
hungry
right.
People.
I mean, it is very cool. Like that's actually a pretty unique idea that you don't see quite as often. Is you basically took the concept of no bad cards in Agila and just said, no, that's old hat. I'm actually doing no bad cards Sisay.
Yep.
And I get a lot of advantage off of being able to do things that you're not ready for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge advantage at a tournament like this. Like I said, I'm from New England, and so nobody knows my face, nobody knows my deck except for like the friends I came with. But even in my local meta, New England Clam Chowder is indomitable. The fact that I can put Teferi into play at instant speed, you want to cast Grand Abolisher more than anything else in a mid-range game, and I don't have to cast it. I just activate Sisay and I kill you. Yep, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, there was a concept many moons ago with like Sisay and Gigantha where that was part of the pressure of that deck was being able to instant speed that. You get to get the best of all worlds. People don't really know what's going on with the Sisay. You get the instant speed Teferi and all these really powerful cards, and you're putting on quite the show so far. A great record so far, and against some solid players. And like I said, the performance, hard to deny it. Indomitable, the term you use. And I'm excited to see how your tournament develops from here. Really appreciate you walking us through the Clam Chowder mentality.
Thanks, guys.
The world will know the Clam Chowder, so
fear the clams.
You made it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
The Clam Chowder is not just regional anymore.
That's my hope. That's my hope.
Put it on the map.
I think the deck is really underrepresented and understood right now. And we got Malcolm here. I'm sure he wants to put in some words about his classic Sisay. So I'm probably going to let him do that. But Clam Chowder, check it out, guys. If you haven't played it yet, check it out. It's a fun deck.
Well, thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you introducing us to the concept. And good luck in the rest of your event.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Some awesome stuff there from Zach. A little bit of a Sisay. I don't want to say shade, but maybe competition.
Yeah, a dark horse. Like a dark horse and a loud statement about the power of this
I did tell them that. They
dude?
didn't know. I said he just.
That's something that I believe, has been true for CDH a lot. A lot of people start with a concept that leverages Brewer's advantage. You get all these cards that people don't understand. You get to like kind of pull off whatever it is, and then you have to kind of start to migrate your deck back a little bit more towards the equilibrium point, back towards where everybody else is as far as their card and their card quality. All right, Malcolm's in the house. Malcolm,
how's it going? How's it going?
I need you to talk to me about some Sisse cards.
I think I'm just tired. So here's I'm tired. I can't believe that I made such an elementary mistake as miscounting my Selvala mana.
We were trying to figure out what the plan was. We came up with tutor for Urtai resurrected at speed. That was Kyle's. Not me.
There's some hidden information that changes the calculus here. I had Quarter Calling in hand.
Oh, that's really strong.
I was looking at my board and I kept thinking to myself for some reason that Selvala makes 4. So if I tap Sisse and tap Selvala, I get 4 mana, which is only cord for 1. And I was like, okay, I can't win here. I guess I just hold this up and hope I get back to my next turn with my swords and my Flusterstorm. When the second opposition agent came down, I was kind of excited because I figured the game was going to go into a stalemate for maybe at least one more round. And I had swords and Flusterstorm in hand with Kutzel on board. So as long as Kutzel doesn't get back to removed, I can destroy one of the op agents, and I have Gaedrone Dahada in my hand in order to steal the other opposition agent so that I can tutor.
Ooh.
So I had plans on plans despite being locked out by 2 opposition
the cords
agents.
face up, right? Because you had Kutzel protection, just cord for Dockside. That gives you another activation, start the flicker, win on the spot.
Exactly.
Right? That's just, we're done.
Yeah. If I had realized that on my turn Selvala makes 5, it would have been over. Because I'm gonna get Dockside. I'm gonna make 8. I'm gonna go. All right, cool. I have infinite mana. Nobody has any mana. No one can cast spells on my turn. Let's go. But that's why
can't cast spells.
But that's why I also think that I don't see why. I like the idea of Clam Chowder. I like the idea of this kind of no ungood cards.
No, fire away.
Let's play better cards, great high card quality, etc. But at the same time, it's it feels like those are wasted slots because the way that Zach won the game was not through any particular usage of the specialized cards that go into Clam Chowder, like the quote unquote good cards. And you could have done that. I could have done that. The cards that are in my deck do exactly what he just did. So there's really functionally no difference if you can just pull that off the same way. And I don't know why you would dilute your card quality in order to have options that you don't necessarily need. He's able to remove the op agent. He was able to get through everything and start tutoring. He was able to tutor for something that he needed. He was able to get Dockside, play Dockside, go infinite, blah, 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 blah. All of the same good things, all the things we want to do. And so I don't understand the change in cards. It just feels
You don't put any stock into the One Ring Orcish Bowmasters change.
I'm on One Ring, though.
Pressure to play those cards and leverage them a little bit harder than your stock builds. I don't actually know. My perception is that one player won the game, the other one didn't, but apparently you could have won the game. That's all I have to work with.
So the thought there is, I understand the swap. I understand the idea. Okay. And at the same time, it feels like you're just diluting your power. I'm on One Ring. I'm not on Bowmasters, but I don't like Bowmasters being cloned against me, so I'd rather not play that. But I think it has a home in the deck. I think there are really good cards that have a home in the deck. A lot of good mainstream cards. But I just don't know why you would want something like Tainted Pact Oracle, where your deck isn't really optimized to find those things, to get those things on the board. You have to sacrifice more slots in order to find those things efficiently and get where you want to go. And you're hoping to draw into these 2 cards when even with all the card advantage that we run, we don't draw that many cards. He had a turn 1 Remora, and that's the reason he drew a bunch of cards. But at the same time, those cards were just regular Sisse cards. Those weren't he didn't play Breach Line. He didn't come through on LED or any of those other specialized cards. So I don't see why you need them. You won the game without any of them. Any of them. You pitched Brain Freeze on purpose. So how
colors are a crutch?
How
Underworld Breach is a crutch.
Yeah,
it's all a crutch.
Well, you don't need that. You don't need any of that. But if it makes people happy, I want to see people playing it because I love seeing people play the Commander and I love seeing people.
It's cool. Yeah,
what they want.
It's a neat idea. When we started this broadcast, there were so many Kinnan and so many blue farm decks by the named players. So it's we've seen a lot of really interesting decks win, and we're not even showcasing like last table. It's like they're beating good players and being able to hang with the big decks. So yeah, it's been very cool to watch.
Thank you.
Definitely, yeah. Love the work that you do on Sisay, no matter what's correct. I am excited to watch this play out. I truly believe that Sisay is one of the top commanders. Just the value it offers for all the reasons that you play the deck yourself. I am convinced the deck is strong. I am willing to hear a case that there are a build or maybe multiple builds that can coexist, and maybe one's correct, one isn't. One's correct during certain metagame textures, one isn't. And right now we have a lot of TNK, we have a lot of Kinnan. We're going to see how things play out and what's best against that as time goes on. But I think Sisay is kind of at the cutting edge where, like you mentioned, you don't really see why, they don't see why the other cards are good. You don't understand each other, you're both playing them, and kind of the tournaments will speak to the results.
That's it.
And I'm excited to see how that plays out. Malcolm, you have a fine run so far. Some work left to do if you're going to make the top cut.
Definitely.
And when you have a win face up in hand, let's
pay attention.
Let's pull the trigger on that.
Let's
for the rest
wake
of the
up.
tournament,
Let's wake up and pay attention. That's all I got to do.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Any final quabbles,
any final thoughts,
statements?
Yeah. I like making mana. Just don't worry about it. It's fine.
You gotta actually make all of it.
That's it. Make all the mana you got, and actually, pay attention to your power and pay attention to your board states, people. Everybody can make mistakes. Even the best players can make mistakes and not see lines or miss things. We are none of us perfect. We are all of us human.
We've been doing it all day. All these games are really complex.
That's my second mistake in a row, so I think I need to go get some food. So.
Get some food.
Made a mistake.
Well, you still got time. A little bit of time left in the round.
That's it.
Thank you, Malcolm. I appreciate you talking with us.
Always good.
Thanks. Good luck.
All right, you get the nice double feature on the interview for you all. We appreciate you sticking around. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of the Sisay rivalry that may have just been at play there. I didn't realize there was so much at stake. The head-to-head different variants of Sisay. Interesting.
That doesn't happen very often. When you look at the deck for 1 second, it's like, oh, it's that commander. I know what it is. And they're like, no, this is like completely different deck. It's like, what? It's like, oh yeah, there's one planeswalker in this list.
All right. Well,
Nuts.
Hopefully we see a little bit more from both of those players as the time goes on. That was the end of round 4. We don't have much time left in the round, so we are going to get a quick break. You will also get a quick break. And after that, we expect you all back in your seats for the final round of CDH action here at the Boyle, a Top Deck Championship Series Platinum event. Don't go anywhere. One more round.
I have all the good Blue Farm stuff, and then I got some other spice in there that people aren't ready for, and I think that's the name of the game of this tournament. I think everyone's going to look at the deck list of the top.
I had somebody tell me I got to stay out of their peripheral.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Yeah.
They're epileptic.
Were they serious about that?
Yeah.
Well, be careful.
Yeah.
By the way, I do love the mental movement channel.
Appreciate
Your
it.
playmat is so sick. The foil
Oh,
one.
bless
It's
up, man.
beautiful.
Are you in the event right now?
Yeah, I'm in the event.
I'm live. You want to chop it up for a second? So I don't mean to cut off the conversation or anything
Absolutely,
like
I'm
that.
about to talk about that.
No, nice, awesome. You talk shit.
Don't talk about it. I'm not. All right.
Come on over here where we're not going to be in people's ways. What's your name, boss?
My name's Eric DeVoe.
Eric, what are you running?
I'm on Blues Clues. Came in second place last time it was here.
Oh, very cool. That's Lonus, yeah?
No. So it's Will and Lucas, but no.
Okay.
No Luris. Luris is bad. Ristic Study good.
Oh, but Blue and Lucas.
Yeah, it's Blue Farm colors, but different partner pair, and it has a dockside loop outlet.
I thought it was Blue. I'm used to Blues Clues being the Lonus deck.
I've never even heard of that.
Lonus cryptozoologist, which does all the tokens and stuff.
Well, I stole the name then. It's my name now.
Awesome, I love it. So what are you trying to do with this deck?
I mean, I'm just trying to surprise people a little bit. People see the Blue Farm colors, so I have all the good Blue Farm stuff, and then I got some other spice in there that people aren't ready for, and I think that's the name of the game of this tournament. I think everyone's going to look at the deck list of the top 16 at the end, and they're going to be like, wow, I was not expecting that deck to be here. I think there's a lot of decks here that are going to catch people off guard.
I seen one that was a green commander with the red background that I thought was really good. I don't remember what it was, but I thought it was really interesting. The red background is a sack outlet, and the green commander brings lands back.
Yeah, people are bringing the spice, man. Like backgrounds, not that bad.
Background's pretty cool.
Not that bad. Yeah, people are bringing the spice. I think obviously we're going to see a lot of Blue Farm, Kinnan, Sisay at the top, but I think some of the lists are going to surprise people, and some people aren't ready for it.
I think that's good, though. I think that's something we need to see. It's honestly one of my favorite part about tournaments in general is that you see the outlier decks. You see stuff that's definitely just way off of anybody's radar. So what kind of matchups are you worried about with your deck?
Definitely Kinnan. Kinnan is a beast, hard to stop, hard to deal with. Not too worried about Blue Farm, to be honest, and then worried about Sisay.
Fair enough.
Mind if I do quick shout-outs really?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to shout out all the CEDH content creators out there. They're all super positive. I think they bring a really great energy to the community. I think that's super awesome that everyone here is, in a happy place. Obviously, shout out to the event organizers and shout out to Charlies Collectible show. This place is awesome. This is the second tournament they're hosting here. Keep coming to this, guys. This is going to continue to be the largest tournament that Eminence does.
I really appreciate the shout out in the show, man. It counts for a lot. You're
Big
doing.
shout out to Mental Misplay.
You're making my job easy. So let's go for the hot take questions. Which color pairing or wedge has the worst?
So I don't blame anyone who I've encountered a number of Blue Farm players here who respect to them. They just come forward. They say, "Hey, this is my third time playing this.
Yep.
Like I don't really know a whole lot what's going on, but I'm gonna try my best." Huge respect to those people. So nothing wrong with running Blue Farm, especially for your first deck.
There you go. That's a great answer. So what's a commander you sit down and just in general, CEDH, EDH, anything, you sit down and they flip it over and your heart drops. The most toxic just bummer to play against.
It's got to be Kinnan. Kinnan is just so good. It does everything, on one card. It gives you blue-green on one card. The only downside of Kinnan is that it's two colors. Otherwise, it gives you mana, it gives you activations, it gives you ability to get around all the stacks pieces. It gives you a huge grind game. It's absolutely crazy.
Awesome. Well, you got great answers today. I really appreciate it. What's your name one more time?
Eric DeVoe. Thanks,
Eric. Thank you so much for taking a second. Best of luck in the tournament, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, sir.
That guy's got the gab, man. He was chopping it up fast. I couldn't believe it. That guy knew all the words. How about it? We got to find somebody else. It looks like these guys over here. I want to talk to these guys. What's up, guys? I'm live right now. Can I chop it up about the event? You ready to talk? Awesome. What's your name, boss?
Krish.
Krish, how we doing?
We're doing really good. I just won my game.
Nice. So you 2-0, 1-1?
No, 1-1.
Okay, what are you playing?
Magda.
Magda. Oh, very, very cool. So what deck are you just like, if you sit down, what's your bad matchups? What are you really watching out for when you're on Magda?
There's always Blue Farm, but I'm actually kind of worried about Tivit right now.
He's very worried about Tivit. Okay.
Yeah, Tivit.
I'm excited to see that the white enchantment that stops extra turns, the new one that they just spoiled from Karlov Manor.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's 2 colorless, 2 white, and it stops extra turns. And then it does, like, whenever anybody plays their second spell, you draw a card. Whenever anybody does their second this, you do. It just benefits from, I think it's called, like, Trouble Comes in Pairs or something like that. But I think it's going to be an interesting Tymna foil, and I think an interesting Tivit foil, and it's going to be interesting to see whether it makes a splash in CEDH meta in general. So you're worried about Tivit, you said. What are your good matchups?
Honestly, I can't tell right now.
Okay.
But I do like to say Kinnan is also a good matchup against.
Okay.
Because, well, it is a creature deck primarily. But with cards like Portal to Phyrexia, I can easily just null it down.
Yep. And the same things that are stopping your deck are stopping a Kinnan deck as well a lot of the time. So they are working with you to get rid of those stacks pieces, which I think is important.
Majority of Magda players, at least from what I've seen, just like to play it back. They either play more control or more turbo.
Yep.
But with like the approach I'm taking it more of like a parasitic deck.
Yep.
Where I'm just gonna stay back, and if there's like any chance that I need to like cast a spell, I will.
Okay.
Like if someone's winning, like. If an Underworld Breach comes in play and Lion's Eye Diamond Brain Freeze, of course I'll cast a spell like Devil's Trickery to counter it.
Okay. So what do you think is the most overrated card in CEDH right now?
Ooh.
Or Commander.
Yeah, look at Magda, so to say.
Yep.
With the introduction of new artifacts, I'm pretty sure there's like a gun mechanic coming out or something.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to see that and how it would run in Magda.
Awesome. Well, Chris, thank you so much for taking a little bit to talk. I really appreciate it. Best of luck, and as the weekend goes on, I'll catch up with you and see how that record's doing. I love it. So we got to find some more people to chop it up with. We'll see who's out here. All right. Done with round 2?
Yes, we have finished round 2.
How'd we do?
We got dunked on by Sisse.
Dunked on by Sisse. Was it a known player or just...
Malcolm.
Oh, it was Malcolm. Okay.
First game against Malcolm. He was on a play on Sisse, kept first 7. I was in 4th seat, kept them all to 5. That was just a couple of dorks into a Grim Monolith, and I forget if it was Water or Cake or Ring in my opener. And yeah, they, even though I was in the worst spot, they killed the Kinnan immediately and just... You know, I sat there. I ended up getting One Ring, Seedborn, everything online and go.
Oh, all the important stuff.
But, you know, he tutored for 3 fairy, and I had a conversation with him where I pretty much said, like, I have interaction 3 to fairy. If you can't win, don't go for it. And so he wasn't sure if it was Ottawa or Beseju. The Ottawa would have been able to stop him, the Beseju wouldn't, and, you know, I had the Beseju.
There you go. Awesome. I'm going to go. I see him over there. I'm going to get the other side of the story. But, yeah, thanks for catching up. I appreciate it. All right. I just got Max's side of the story. Let's hear your side of the story.
So I was super dreading that he had Otawara or Blue or Beseju. I didn't know which one, and so I decided that I was gonna go for a line that was kind of proof against it. Like, I'm gonna get to Fairy. I'm gonna bounce my own Bloom Tender. What are you gonna do? Bounce it for me? Great. I still have the mana to recast it. I'm holding on to it. I'm just gonna recast it with haste. I'm gonna tap it. I'm gonna make Infinite Sands red. And they were like, "How do you get Infinite red?" And I was like, "You know, Relic of Legends is a really good card. I'm gonna flicker my Sisse and tap it for red every time."
There you go.
Infinite Sands red. And then I'm going to go in my deck. Does anybody have any responses? Under this Teferi and this Ranger Captain? And everyone's tapped out? I think not.
What turn was it?
I think it was turn 5.
Okay.
I'm swinging today, you know.
That's beautiful.
No secrets, no secrets.
Awesome. Thanks for the recap on that. I appreciate
Chief,
it.
my pleasure.
So it looks like Malcolm's one to beat right now. 2 O's and OG. All right, so we're going to catch up with our boy here. He's on that Gruul weird deck that we're tracking. All right, we found you. We found it. How'd round 2 go?
I won both games.
Oh, all right. So we're 2-0 right
2-0 right now, yep.
Awesome. So remind me the commander's name one more time.
It's Eminence, Gloomstalker, and Street Urchin.
Eminence, Gloomstalker, and Street Urchin. That's amazing. So what inspired it?
I think it was agency. Agency to dictate the course of the game. I kind of get to decide who gets to fall behind and who gets to stay ahead, who gets the draw engines, who gets the like the Esper Sentinels and whatnot. And then also being able to win at instant speed. There's Hulk lines, there's Cord lines, there's Emergent Zone. I get to recur Emergent Zone every turn if I need to.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Awesome. I appreciate the rundown on that. And yeah, it's a deck that's now that people are starting to see it, now that you're doing really a little bit better with it, or not better with it, but now that you got a couple of wins with it, people are kind of like, oh, okay, there's some new spice out here. So congratulations. And like I said, I'll keep bothering you throughout the weekend.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's see, who else is out here who I can bother right now? I want to get some like good opinions from people, good rundowns. Minutes, not so bad. I know there's a little bit of dead air when I'm sitting here kind of wandering around looking for people to talk to. It's a little bit wonky trying to figure out who the next person to talk to is, because people are like, nah, I don't really want to talk, or they're, don't really know them too well. So there's a little bit on me as well, kind of figuring out who the next person to talk to is. Can I pick your brain for a minute? No, don't worry about it. Oh, here he is. It's the man of the hour. How we doing, nerd?
Hey, I'm 1-1 right now. So
okay, 1-1's not bad. You get some flips.
Yeah,
you're on Kennen, right?
Yeah, it's been a weird game. Like my flips have actually been historically horrible. Like,
oh, okay, wow.
The best flip all day was a Metamorph, which doesn't exactly want to come in off 7 mana flip.
No.
2 whiffs, Thrasios, and a Mana Dork were my other ones.
But you took the second game?
Took the second game. Yeah.
Okay. Are you finding that people are zeroing in on Kennen really hard?
Well, I think there's a lot here, so I think people aren't really like exactly going hard on Kennen. I think like it's just like I'm noticing a lot of people with a lot of interaction, but not for the responsible stuff. It's just whoever's next in turn order. It's like I'm ADHD responding to people.
Yeah, just as people are trigger happy.
Yeah, the very, very trigger happy, or they're the full greed lords, like not paying for a single Ristic, like that kind of stuff. Yeah. So. Yeah,
Brian was telling me that like he was ready. He was about to go to time and he pushed because otherwise he wasn't going to take it. Right. And dude countered his stuff, and the next person just was like, all right, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been definitely a good amount of that. Like, oh, hey, thanks for pushing in a really bad time. And they're like, okay, cool. Yeah, sick.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll ask you some of this. What's the most overrated CEDH deck?
The most overrated? Oh, man,
yeah.
You're trying to get me canceled today.
Oh, 100%.
Oh,
man. On blast.
That's so tough. Probably Yuriko, man.
Yuriko, that's a great answer.
Yeah, people love that deck. You look at the numbers on that deck for the past like 8 months, it's dog water. It's like bad. It's like Kohei got 2 top 16s, and then it's like off the cliff.
I mean, it's a weird deck because like it brings everybody's life total down, but it doesn't do it in a consistent way because you've got your top end cards, but then there's so many CEDH cards, so it's like a lot of times you're flipping over one drops.
Right, and like the main game plan is just like kind of slow right now, right? Because people have like the Ristics out, and you're like, cool. Every time you like bounce your little dork, like I'm getting a card draw off of that. So it's like, are you even out racing them, Yuriko? Like, not really.
Interesting. I like this. I like that answer. What do you think's the worst counterspell in CEDH?
The worst counterspell in CEDH? Honestly, I used to love this card. I think Dispel sucks right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Dispel has just been like, yeah, it works every 3 games. Yeah, so.
That's the one where it,
for blue, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it just sits in people's hands sometimes?
Yep. I literally was like testing yesterday, and I was like, maybe I don't want to swap Dispel out, and I just like watched 3 games that if it was just a miscast and could hit sorceries, I was like, oh, cool, I would have not died here. Great, thanks.
There you go. Okay, we got 2 good answers. I appreciate you rolling with the punches on the cancelable quotables. For sure.
Yeah.
I've been like racking my brains for a like really, really good one. What's a commander if you sit down? This could be casual, CEDH, anything. You sit down. What's the commander that you're the least happy to see? What's the most toxic commander?
It's definitely Roxai. It's like, oh my god, like I could go the rest of my life with never playing against a Roxai again. Like boring, snooze. It's the same thing every time. The more that are in the pod, the worse they play, and they just give it to the next person in turn. Or it's like garbage, dude. I'm like, yeah,
amazing.
Really good pilots out there. Don't get me wrong. People like Zane who are like they're gonna take their W's, but like 90% of Roxai players are just kingmakers in disguise. Like,
because they're just like go burr, turbo, and then it gives it to whoever the next one.
The game ends, and you're like, well, you played your game plan. I guess you did what you had to do at the time. It's like by sleeving up that deck, you enforced that that's exactly what you had to do at the time, right? Like,
give it to whoever the next goober is, who's just got something dumber that's harder to stop.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
awesome.
Creature.
So you're 1-1.
Yeah.
What are you expecting to see in the top 16?
So, I mean, just math-wise, at least a Kinnan, because there are like 80 Kinnan players.
It's literally all I've been talking about all day, all I've heard about all day.
All day, yeah. It's like crazy. I mean, I assume there's going to be some blue farms from Kinnan. It's weird because like last Top Deck tournament, the same location a couple months ago, was all Grixis. Like Grixis was like Rogs.
Interesting.
Blue farm. It was, I guess, Tim Nadargo, not Grixis per se, but like a lot of just that shell. And now I'm interested to see like it's a little more mid-rangey here. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the running joke right now is mid-range hell, right? Like every game is just devolves into absolute mid-range hell, and there's some decks that thrive in that environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't even say Kinnan thrives in it. I think it's just a good deck, right?
Yeah.
I think there's like that's like a good anti-stacks deck, right? But like it's interesting to see like who plants the Rhystic first. Are they the problem the whole time? Can people recognize that they are the problem the whole time?
Yeah.
And then it gets really nuanced from there. So
yeah, and you've got. And now there's more stuff to worry about feeding too, right? Yeah. So you've got your Rhystics and your Mystics and that, but now you've got weirder stuff to feed like Lotho and Tamtar.
Yeah, Tamtar. Smothering Tithe is the big one too. Right?
Oh, Smothering Tithe is a big problem now, and people are saying it outpaces everything. It changes the parity.
Yeah. Well, because you know, if you're drawing a card or two off your Tymna Necrom, it's like it's awesome when you untap with 11 mana. It's like everyone knows how great Dockside is. Turns out if you just let people give you a Dockside for free without ever casting a spell, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
Have you seen anything in games here or just in general recently where cards like Manglehorn and Blind Obedience are changing? They're like changing the way things fall out with treasures and Dockside.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I won my last game because I turned 1 Manglehorned.
Okay.
And the entire game was built around that. A bunch of Docksides came in. Mine came in last, and it...
You made a bazillion treasures?
Yeah. I made like 30 treasures. I was like, okay, sure, sick, nice.
Manglehorn's a crazy creature right now with Dockside. Manglehorn in the Dockside world is a weird place.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Blind Obedience Dauntless is Mantler now too, right? So.
People are talking. Dauntless is on people's tongues as well, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you for answering some questions, giving me the rundown. I really, really appreciate it. As always, Ian, best of luck, and I'm going to keep coming up to you over the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, sounds good, man.
So I'll give you guys a little bit of a view of what the games look like.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the 5th and final round of day 1 of The Boil. Of course, this is only the 5th round of Swiss. There will be 2 rounds tomorrow and then a cut to top 16. The Boil is a platinum event held by the Top Deck Championship Series. It is the largest events they have. First place gets $2,000, 500 points on their leaderboard, which we've shown multiple times throughout the event. Players doing quite a bit of winning. We're going to get to see one of those in just a moment. We'll get the leaderboard up also in just a moment, but a lot on the line as players are beginning to make runs at top 8. Today we're going to be our top 16. Sorry, I need to adjust that heuristic.
Yeah, coming to a close.
Coming to a close, players. The winner of this pod, I think, especially going to be looking to have that top 16 slot locked up, as we're going to be watching pod number 1. Before we do that, let's take a quick look at our leaderboard so that we can run through that prior to this starting. All right, at first, remember we have Jorman leading by about 200 points. Of course, that can change very quickly at 1. Well, oh, that's not his record. He's not 1-0-2, is he? I didn't get this updated. Oh, no. I believe he's 1-0-2 going to the last round. I believe he won, so I think that's 2-0-2. We're looking at Ori at 1-1-2. David Wilson, I believe, is out at this point. Grant's not here. Matt Sternberg, 3-1. Leon's still not here. Evan Pierce at 3-1. A little bit of a rally from that loss that we saw earlier on camera. Max, not here. Wyatt has dropped. Eric Duval, someone we've not seen at all today, going to be present in this pod, has rallied to 3-1. An impressive comeback and, going to matter a lot having that record improve and doing well in this event if we're looking to climb the leaderboard after this event ends. So, Jorman's lead may be in a little bit of peril. We'll see. Jorman's still in the event, still doing fine for himself. And we will maybe get a look at his record a little bit later on. But those are the updates I have for you right now about the leaderboard. Let's cut really quick to the table. We can see exactly what we're working with. A few of these players we've seen before. We'll start. Of course,
some familiar faces. Yeah, I know. Max Sternberg, first seat. Co-host of Colors Are a Crutch. We have both Maxes in our feature match today. Kinnan Aficionado.
Yeah, that's true. Kinnan Aficionado. Played quite a bit. Wounded Satellite, known for that. Second place, there's Eric Duval. Assuming they're seated in correct order. I guess, they may have just sat down in a different way than we've seen throughout the day. But second seat there, you have Lucas the Sharpshooter Will the Wise. A deck we haven't seen.
Blues Clues.
Blues Clues. Yeah, sure. These are the
is that not commonly
accepted? That is what it says. Look, I don't use the deck names. I just want to call them what they are, Kyle.
All right. Fine.
Maybe New England Clam Chowder, because it was really drilled into my head. Like I can't escape that. Which of course you can already see. Those of you that were present for last round get to see some New England Clam Chowder there. If you are not familiar, then feel free to watch the VODs. But I'm certainly not going to run you through it again. It's a Sisei deck built around no bad cards. And then of course in fourth seat there, a deck I have not seen very much of recently, and my understanding people don't really play anymore, and that's Thrasios Timna.
Yeah, just another good stuff soup deck to kind of round out our soup.
Yeah. You're just gonna stress the soup. I told you, I was talking before the broadcast that after Sisei got revamped, right, and turned No Bad Card Sisei became New England Clam Chowder, we're gonna revamp and rename Najila to Lobster Bisque. So we're gonna start this competition. Lobster Bisque, my choice for best soup. So I need to know, you're gonna redefine Tivit. What's the soup name for Tivit?
I don't know, maybe Manhattan Clam Chowder.
It's like stolen.
But it's gonna be a work in progress though. We do have Thrasios Timna though, some seafood.
Walk me through the differences between a Manhattan clam chowder and a New England clam chowder. I've only had clam chowder from Boston. That is the location I have had clam chowder from.
New England, I believe, is white. It's the white, creamy, thick kind, and Manhattan is the red, more tomatoey kind.
Oh, really?
I believe. I think they're both good. I haven't met a clam chowder I didn't like.
Yeah, clam chowder. Always keeps its promises. Very honest soup. All right, I have a question. All right, just keeping with the theme because this is a professional broadcast. I was hanging out with Mikey in Philadelphia once. We went to a restaurant. Soup of the day. You know what it said? It said chili. Is chili
not
a soup?
whiskey.
Chili's just not a soup, right? That's just not a soup. But since then,
not a
I've seen
soup.
multiple places call their soup of the day chili. That's not a soup.
Yeah, maybe that's a regional thing, but it's also wrong if it is.
Maybe. Oh. Man,
Yes.
Chowder got box shuffled, I've been informed. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Oh,
Oh,
so
cards
some
backwards.
cards to work through. For
I have a
New
story
England
about
clam
that
chowder.
too. Where I come from, the my circle, we had a player that just like played with sleeves that were like monocolor or whatever, and just blatantly didn't care if some cards were backwards or not. Like not like when they were playtesting, just like hanging out, they would just shuffle and it'd be all which way. And it is, I mean, that is the most maddening thing. I'm not even OCD or like whatever, anything like that. I can't claim any of this. I just like, it is physically painful to witness someone that just has no respect for the laws of the universe and is just willing to shuffle their deck every which way. Ignoring any marked cards. This player was not good enough to leverage a marked card situation. This is entirely just apathy towards the direction of their cards when they're drawing cards. I could not imagine living
Deck
like that.
apathy.
Yeah, foul. Thankfully, New England clam chowder going to be rectified to be.
Yeah, it would bug me. It's a good fix.
Anyway, I suppose it's time we talk about pod composition. We're talking about Kinnan in first seat. Does that scare you? They have some explosive draws. Basalt Monolith. I mean, we could kill on turn 1. I've seen kills as quick as turn like 2 and 3. Happened with some.
Yeah, how many? Do we know how many cards Max kept? It looks like there's a fairly large grip here, and leads off with a. Okay, something's occurring. Okay, that may be a mulligan. Okay, yeah, that's I had Mystic on the play. Oh man,
never look. Never look.
Don't ever
right
look.
there.
Don't ever look.
Oh dear. Well, Mana Crypt is on top. That tends to fix a lot of opening hands as players are resolving mulligans. There we get that Kinnan. I believe Wounded Satellite actually sent me a direct message on Discord. I don't check my Discord direct messages very often. Maybe to a fault. I don't check my direct messages anywhere very often. Send me a picture of that. It's a tight little close-up scan in one of the events I was covering, showing me the Kinnan. The Kinnan is nice. Not sure if it's.
Is it? I've never seen it up close. I've seen that graphic though, and in other like top 4 and top 16 matches that they've been in.
Yeah, that's tends to be how these things work. It's a nice Kinnan. Kinnan, its presence in this tournament, no small amount due to Wounded Satellite's performances with the deck. I mean, here today, doing even more, winning with the deck. New England Clam Chowder in the last interview called Indomitable. I'd argue Kinnan in the hands of Wounded Satellite potentially as indomitable, if not more.
Yeah, absolutely, very, very dangerous. And Max has actually been playing Ob Nixilis. I've watched some of the film from a couple prior tournaments this month where they made the top 4 a couple times. But going back to Kinnan being kind of like the baseline, and kind of in the same vein, comedian also going back to Kinnan, the Boyle's a big deal. This is the biggest tournament in the history of the country for this format. So they're like, I'm going to put my best foot forward here. I'm at home when I am trying to ramp out and make a Kinnan as fast as possible. So it not super surprising to see Max ship at least one hand. Looks like he's going back to the well again. Just looking for some fast rocks.
What players pick up when all the cards are down, when all the chips are in the pot? What decks do people reach for? And Kinnan coming out in a big way for that reason for some of these players that maybe we're experimenting with some brews, especially as the content creators. There's a lot of incentive around that to represent new archetypes. A lot of exploration still to be done in CDH. We see that, actively in this event with Sisse, we've already seen that be the case. But I think we're really beginning to see a metagame shape with Tymna and Crom as one of the prominent decks, Kennen as one of the prominent decks, and the rest of the pack starting to fall a little bit behind. We'll see how the rest of this tournament breaks, if that holds true. But, it certainly doesn't look that way from the pods we've been watching. We've been watching a lot of Sisse, we've been watching a lot of green included decks, but some of them are very weirdly shaped. We've seen some Atraxa, we've seen some, Tymna Thrasios is here in this pod, and these are decks that have been doing a lot of winning today. But based on what people are picking up for the highest stakes event, largest event that they've probably ever played, I think it's telling what people think are the best decks and the decks that they're willing to, bring to the table when you care about winning above all else. So as these players are shuffling up, again, 4 different decks at this pod. Very interested to see what Eric Duval's up to with their take on Lucas the Sharpshooter, Will the Wise, Blue's Clues, of course, a term making fun of maybe Will's ability to make clues. It lets everybody investigate. Not really sure. I think there's some kind of combo you can do with these commanders, but I'd still, even with that in mind, if there's no Luris in the companion zone, I don't know what the incentive to do this thing over just a Tymna Crom setup is, and that is something I'm going to be looking for throughout the course of this game, is what does this deck bring to the table with this partner pairing over Tymna Crom, the one we're very used to seeing more often. Different deck shape. Obviously, I think there's some combo potential. Is that worth it?
Yeah, is it worth it is a great question. Obviously, not matching the dominance of Tymna and Crom, but if you have a more aggressive play style, there's win cons in the command zone, unlike Tymna and Crom, so you can. I expect it to play out fairly differently compared to how we've seen Tymna and Crom, where they've been kind of falling behind in the pods that we've been broadcasting, at least. And obviously a biased sample size, given that if we look 2 days from now, like what won, we're going to see a bunch of Tymna and Crom, but it just has not been doing very well in the sample size that we picked.
Yeah, that's true. And maybe it's going to do well some amount, right? Because there's just so many registered. It's going to do some amount of winning just by the law of numbers or whatever it even is. There's just so many. But like you said, in these games we've watched, it just constantly looks like it's just a little too slow or a little like one interaction piece short constantly, pod after pod that we've watched here today.
Yeah.
As Max is going to start off with a Springleaf Drum from the Kennen side. Imagine fetching Tropical Island. Not a lot of incentive to grab any other lands unless you're worried about something like a Blood Moon. And that's going to get things started. No Gemstone Caverns. Have to be pretty happy to see that if you are Max Sternberg.
Plateau just kind of a basic, turn 1 play. You can go turn 2 Kennen and you have access to mana. So it's, it's a respectable start.
Another respectable start from our, I don't want to say our hero, but number 10 on the leaderboard, someone that certainly needs the points from this event. Esper Sentinel. I believe that is a Mox Opal from a Secret Lair follow-up. But
okay.
Confirmation on that. Yeah, it's one of the new Fraser ones. They've been doing all the Moxen. I really like it, actually.
Yeah, it looks cool. I haven't seen it before.
And delighted.
Yeah, good start in second seat with the Esper Sentinel.
Great start. Esper Sentinel upping your artifact count. Great way to get the mana started there.
Yep. What do we dialing it up already with Soul Ring.
Yeah, it is Soul Ring. And Talisman, the most mana of any of the starts. Of course, Kennen does obfuscate that math a little bit, making each mana producing thing make a little bit more. Assuming Kennen hits the board this turn, as it often does. And based on those gestures from Max, I believe that is exactly what is going to happen. As our
just how you draw it up, Max. Like, okay, are we good?
Yeah, looks like we are. And back. Players playing very quickly. Back to Eric we go. Gonna fetch with Bloodstained Mire. not a lot of guns blazing, I'd say. A lot of mana development, but not
kind of
really any
conservative
tutoring.
starts.
Yeah, no seals, no vamps, none of that stuff really going on. Just all right, I'm gonna get my mana started, and we'll figure a plan out from there. It's kind of the feel I get from this pod.
Yeah, unlike some of the prior games that we've seen where like Mystic or Ristic was kind of like commander agnostic. Whoever had it was going buck wild.
Right. Zach, with his take on Clam Chowder, remember, does have a little bit more potential to be explosive, as he claims, than other Sisay decks. We'll see if that manifests here. It certainly did well. We watched him literally win the previous pod. I'm going to get to see him again here. Very different texture from the previous pod, but still a lot of the same cards work. That's why they are what they are. Ragavan added to the mix. Not dashed, notably. A lot of juicy attackers.
I don't mind it.
Blocking. And back over to the Clam Chowder we go. See what Zach has on turn 2. If it's just Sisay, I mean, it's not the worst turn, but it ain't that strong either. Lotho, I'd argue, much stronger than Sisay. A card we haven't really seen much of today, but I think is a huge player from the Lord of the Rings sets for CDH.
Yeah,
second spell birds.
Guns ablazing with the immediate treasure there. Yeah, maybe generating at least one additional treasure for this turn cycle.
This is a good opportunity to once again bring up that token. I have no idea what it is if I didn't know Lotho was just played. If only we had some much clearer to read tokens at the table. God, I love when I get to yell at players.
Do we have any clear tokens like what you just described?
We sure do. Original
Where do I
print
get them?
proxies. You can find them at alltradesmedia.etsy.com. Use code Eminence for, I believe, 25% off your order. Ton of money off. You get good tokens that I can actually read when playing over webcam or in a spot like this. And of course, they have that nice little active player token they're also not using, which it makes it a lot less clear what is going on. Please, our table spotter would like to inform our players that we have tokens there for a reason. Please use them because I can actually see what's going on. I really value that, and I'm sure you people at home do as well. And if you want tokens that you can actually read, you can get them at alltradesmedia.etsy.com. Code Eminence at checkout. The original print proxy pack. OP3. I like it. The 3 Ps in a row. Gives it a nice look. Ranger Captain coming down. Not as good in the face of a Kinnan. Pretty good against a lot of what the rest is going on, especially with the New England Clam Chowder build of this Sisay deck.
Yeah, more spell-based.
More spell-based, yeah. So Ranger Captain going to be stronger.
Yeah, break up the breach lines that you almost never see out of Sisay, even though they have access to all 5 colors, and can really create some awkward spots with any Thoracle lines as well.
Yeah, you want to talk about like zigging when you should zag. That's a little bit of what's at play here. Like Sisay, you would expect to normally be pretty good against Ranger Captain of Eos. But actually this build's a little bit weaker. So even though he's like, okay, normally you would expect Sisay to play a bunch of clunky cards, and that's how you might play against my deck. When you eschew that and go for a more traditional build of a CDH deck, including a lot more of the staples that you see in other decks, you're going to run face first into a lot of the preparation other players have as well. And Ranger Captain, I think, part of that mix.
Yeah, and the rest of the table may not know they're actually up against New England Clam Chowder quite yet. Like, all there's been is Lotho. That's a staple of Sisay. It's a white and black legend. Like, usually the black pip is the hardest one to achieve, and that's a very good black legend. So unclear if they actually know what the matchup is yet.
Yeah, I think, Zach in his interview certainly leveraging a lot of that Brewer's advantage, the kind of people not really knowing the exact composition of his deck, expecting a little bit slower of a build that's just trickier, like what Malcolm has brought to the table. We'll see if that can come up big in this game, as no triple white means you don't get to deploy the Esper Sentinel we grabbed. Often very difficult to do in any kind of 4-color deck, is have that triple white to make Ranger Captain Esper Sentinel happen. Sometimes you see other creatures grabbed as a result. I've seen Ragavan more often than not, but this is not a red deck. We're talking about Timna Thrasios, not Timna Crom. So just no further
No Docksides here.
Past the turn. No Dockside, yeah. No Dockside there at all. Only half the pod interested in registering the card Dockside Extortionist.
Yeah, coming back to that 50-50 split that we saw to begin the day on the Dockside counts.
Would you say
But
that's about the average? Is 50% of
I
the
think,
pod?
yeah, I think 2 or 3. When I was playing last weekend with Tivit, there's like I always needed like a Blind Obedience or a Dauntless Dismantler in my early turns, and yeah, it's just not even matchup dependent. It's like you just got to be ready for it. At least half the table is
It's
there.
gotta be there.
Like it's just it's just there. It's too innocuous.
Here, we'll see what Max can come up with. Has done a lot of fanning it out. Access quite a bit of mana. Springleaf Drum representing that. Oh, okay, never mind. The turn is actually over at Eric. And that looks like Mystical Tutor?
Yeah, it's that Mystical Tutor we saw earlier today. From I think Phil Foglio, maybe.
Are we instepping this? Looks like we are.
Interesting,
Mana
yeah.
still for Ragavan. Okay. What do we grab here? Do we have? I mean, we've got to be pretty far from a combo. We don't have Ad Nauseam mana. Transmute Artifact.
Okay, those are fighting words.
Okay.
No one just does that one.
Yeah.
That's like,
When you
okay.
grab that card, you're usually not up to any good. Let's take a look at the artifact column for this Will the Wise Lucas the Sharpshooter deck. Cloudstone Curio catching my eye pretty quickly. The One Ring as well if you're interested in grinding. Wishclaw Talisman if you're just looking to filter it, but I would imagine.
And then you got LED. It's a difficult spot though, because you still have to face this Ranger Captain. So I'm not
Yeah, if you
sure.
have a way to make One Ring work, that's what I would want to do.
Yeah, I think it's the
but I'm
best
not
one.
sure
It's not typically a thing that Transmute Artifact finds. It's usually just some kind of win condition in the decks that play Transmute Artifact, but it'll get Basalt Monolith or Time Sieve or something. Like it's the last thing you'll see typically, but yeah, the Ranger's tough to deal with. Max also with a fair amount of cards in hand just past the turn. It looked like there was some conversation that was had before the Mystical Tutor was fired off as well. So maybe turtling up.
Ooh, Arcane Signet, the hit off of Ragavan, not a 0.
Yeah,
Mana
and
neutral
not
if you're looking to grab a expensive artifact, right? From your
and
Transmute?
not interested in trading off with the Lotho as well, just kind of letting it happen.
No shot. Never trading out Lotho there. Lotho's,
Yeah, it'll
I call
probably
Lotho
be
Dockside on
yeah.
suspend. That's what it feels like to me every time.
It is. It's Dockside at home.
And
which
we
is
are
good
going to play the
enough.
Arcane Signet. And tapping a ton of mana. Didn't get a good look at what we cast there. Got put off to the side like a creature.
Yeah, I
Let's
didn't
take
see
a
that
look at what
either.
it could be. Phyrexian Metamorph is my guess. That looks like a secret layer version of Phyrexian Metamorph. Sweet art, actually, looking at it. What is that make? That can make a Ranger Captain. That's kind of strong.
Yeah, that's real strong. That's always a danger with the Ranger Captains, old Ranger danger. They can make more copies there. They got to be like kind of close to making something truly horrific. After already finding the Transmute Artifacts, it was Metamorph.
It is Phyrexian Metamorph. And yeah, like I said, I think the juiciest target for me, especially being tapped out as Ranger Captain, that was one of my favorite cards when I was playing Najeela and had a lot of the creature tutors. It does so much to keep these spell-based combos in check, and you don't even have to hold mana up. Why are we fist bumping? Are we done?
Oh, is that a draw? Okay, that looks like a draw.
That looks like it looks like this is the second time we've seen this on camera where we are choosing to draw and then playing. I guess we're just going to play the rest of the game out, but this match has resulted in a draw. We don't have a backup feature, so we might as well see how it plays out. But I want to take a moment. Is this going to become commonplace? Like we saw this very early in the event where we're not even talking about drawing into top 16. That's definitely not the case here either. I think these players are in good shape to make it. But are you
Yeah.
supposed to be offering draws more often when the board state starts to get locked down and you feel unfavored?
It looks that way. Yeah, like there's a couple rounds to take a draw and just get it while you
Yeah,
can.
if a game starts to feel like it might not go your way, you can convince some people to take a draw. You should just be doing it. I've never. This doesn't happen in 60 card formats like this. You really don't do this with like your friends or whatever, or when you're already locked. But when you're talking about a 4-player dynamic and the game could take a lot of different shapes, is it safer to start taking draws for your win rate? I think Caleb might be locked with a draw. They might be the lone undefeated.
Yeah, I think
And
Caleb had
that's our
16
two
points
Nebraska
coming into
player.
this at a 301 record.
Yeah, so I think they're the only player that's locked with
Yeah.
a draw. He's the only one interested in drawing. The rest of the players, I mean, not dead with a draw or anything, but do need to find another win. Interesting to see them go for a draw here. Either way, it's a draw.
Yeah, most of their tie breaks are also in a pretty similar spot as well of the remaining 3 players in the pod at the 3-1 record. Kind of hugging that 40% mark.
Yeah, that is odd. Well, either way, players going to continue playing it out. Ranger Captain, I have to imagine. I was busy focused on the draw, didn't have a great insight into what happened there with the Phyrexian Metamorph. Have to imagine it did, in fact, make a Ranger Captain. No, it could be Lotho, but we will find out.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb was the scariest, so there may have been a situation where Caleb began with just taking the offering a draw, being like, okay, is this good enough?
Oh, that's sick. Put yourself in a spot where I'm about to untap with this Ranger Captain. I will offer this once. Do you want to take a draw?
Yeah,
just see
like
if they will.
Anything can happen. Like, I'm offering it now. Like, this, you guys might just all lose at this point. Like, it's now or never.
Yeah, I don't know what my draw step is. I don't know what everything looks like, but untapping the Ranger Captain's bad for you, and I'm locked with a draw. Do you want it?
Yeah,
And
a lot
the
of
table
uncertainty
said
there.
yes. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen this happen before. It's certainly not on camera, but I've never seen this kind of thing happen before. It is a strange texture. Yeah, we've seen this happen with splits and draws in the top 16, but just the random draws when you're behind. It feels like a new heuristic. I don't know if it speaks to any tournament structure changes requirement, being required, but
yeah, does seem
the
technically
nature
correct.
of the 4-player format. Just the fact that things can just change so much. And how do you pad your record against that? As here is Springleaf Drum going to be making some additional mana with Kennen. Make 2 mana.
Yeah, Max has been like pretty quiet this game. Just
another transmute. More transmutes here than
not
I've
anymore.
ever seen. Makes
Not
blue.
anymore. I take it all back.
Sacrifice. This is one of the old templating where you don't sacrifice on cast. Don't have to commit it until it resolves. Only one artifact in place, so we know the Springleaf Drum will hit the bin if this resolves. I think if you remove the Springleaf Drum as well, that also is a blowout.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Well, we'll see exactly how that plays out. As these players
so it looks like
shuffling up. If you don't crack Ranger Captain here in any universe, right? Like
I
if you
don't
grab
think so,
Monolith,
because
it fits up.
those two of the lands should be. Oh, is this a 1 ring? I see 3 lands tapped and not 2. I was expecting a
Monolith.
2 land
Really?
plus a monolith because the
maybe
drum
it is 1
costs
ring,
1. So this must be a 1 ring.
Wow.
Or maybe just paying for the Esper Sentinel. I guess we'll find out which one of those 2 things occurred.
Well, there's 2 Esper.
There's 2. Yeah, there's 2 Sentinels, so it could be
It is the 1 ring. You're right.
Just
Paying
giving.
for nothing. Grab a 1 ring.
Yeah. Yeah, because even if Basalt Monolith was found, if there's no additional mana, like you're just like stopped and you don't get a Kinnan activation. You have infinite colorless and then a tropical island remaining if that's like all the juice you have at this point.
Okay.
So Max instead just deciding, okay, I'll play on. I'll draw some more cards. I'll pick my fight at a later time. Like, which is probably a pretty good that's a heads up play just because we know that once we get to Blue's Clues, they're also going to be casting a transmute artifact potentially very soon, and that may be a fight also.
Oh,
another mana.
Manamo
So yeah,
played after the fact, and that can untap the One Ring as well.
yeah, excellent sequencing there.
Able to disguise that Manamo a little bit. It has drawn a card past turn. Remember, no protection trigger, thanks to being cheated into play with Transmute. Was not cast.
Yep, that's correct.
We'll see exactly how much that's going to end up mattering. No glint horns or anything to think about there. Ragavan also a consideration, able to connect, not have to worry about protection, and there's no blockers for Max right now. A lot of talk here during the Ragavan attack.
Which I respect this, since they've already taken a draw, but they're like, I still want to win this for the bragging rights. I want to win on camera.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I appreciate it. Give us some competitive Magic to watch.
Let's bust out the chops still. Let's politic. I don't care. I'm still in it.
Love it. Get some good reps in. Last round of the day, so you don't even have to really worry about resting and recovering for another round. This is it. You're done after this.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. After 5 rounds of play against very talented players, every pod is just a slog, and still like, yeah, I got one left in me. Let's go.
Let's do it. Yeah. Well, looks like a lot of discussion here still. I mean, the Ragavan still is not connected. Active player. Still Eric Duval over here. And Orcish Bowmaster's coming in.
Okay, this thing is going to do some damage.
Sentinel stuff.
Sentinel, One Ring, let's talk. Everyone's like, who wants to be my friend? We're just gonna I don't know, blow up the bird or the Lotho, and yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here. And then Kinnan, always a threat. Always have to respect it. Send it back to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I think that's notably too. Kinnan, I mean, obviously this Bowmasters does some amount to mitigate the One Ring, but as far as actually winning the game, Kinnan doesn't actually do it through drawing cards very often. And I think that's going to yield not actually caring about this Orcish Bowmasters as much as the rest of the pod, and the rest of the pod gets a turn before you have to be concerned about how much it's going to mitigate your One Ring.
Yeah, it's just Max can just work with everyone. Oh, Teferi.
Teferi Time Raveler.
Interesting.
Well, that's a very loud declaration. Do we have a win attempt in the chamber?
I don't think so. There may be some politicking where you could say, hey, Sisse, I don't think you're close to winning, so I'm going to bounce your Sisse because I don't want you to have it, but you can attack with Delighted Halfling and I won't block to get it off the table.
Sure, yeah.
You always you got to make a deal. You can create a deal, but it's a judgment call when you want to do it. If you want to pass the turn and agree to have him attack a Teferi.
And we're seeing,
but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of extra work.
I mean, we already cleaned up Sisse's Lotho and Birds of Paradise off of these draws.
Because that's the conventional wisdom, but they're not aware of the soup aspect of that deck. So
you can't underestimate the soup.
They're not even underestimating. They probably don't even know that the chowder exists and it may be in the hand.
What are you supposed to do? Just soup flying out, clams.
Yeah, they're I got rid of the bird. They can activate Sisse once if they really try. But yeah, there's 3 treasures though, so the Sisse is still you should still probably respect it. They can probably cobble something together. Just putting them on the stock Sisse list.
I have to agree with that. Is Teferi's still on the stack? No loyalty on that one quite yet. I have to see.
I mean, there's a Ranger captain there too, so it can only be so scary at this time. You still have a failsafe if they actually believe that it's an aggressive Teferi.
Not saying that's good, because then it gets cracked, and then who knows what happens for the rest of the game. So yeah, maybe the politicking has to involve. Well, I'm not, not gonna crack this Ranger captain right now. And if you bounce it, I'll crack it, and then you die to whoever. You're gonna die to Sisse. And if they're aware that Sisse is not normal Sisse, then it even doubles down on that effect. They're aware,
we don't know if that's what it does.
You could just die.
Yeah, we're not sure if that's part of their thought process or not at this time. Because the Ranger captain is way more valuable. Usually Sisse casts 0 spells. So they don't respect the Ranger captain quite as much as if you have the traditional Grixis lines that this Sisse deck has.
Yeah, I agree with that. So a lot of discussion on this Teferi. We will see exactly if players are going to make any moves. I mean, a lot of talking for... I get the impression there's not that much interaction at the table right now, aside from what is on the table. Talking about, of course, the Ranger captain. Any amount of, like, the Bowmasters, if that's something you want to consider. Maybe a few counterspells in hand, and we're reaching for something. Caleb's reaching for something and has put it back down. And it's cast anything at all here. And it
also just the way this Teferi was cast. The One Ring is maybe the most threatening thing on the table at this time, and not to discount Thrasios Timna, but it's something that you don't expect it to kind of like win out of nowhere and just turn the corner immediately. It's more of a real mid-range rock deck. So I don't know. It looks like they're going with likely some politicking of Delighted Halfling, maybe going after this Teferi, saying, I'm not too scared of what's going to go on. I'm just going to get some value because I'm not. It may signal that they're not actually ready to win either, by just kind of running the Teferi out there for value to repulse the Sisse.
Yeah. Having a defense card that can be attacked so you don't die to it is actually an interesting dynamic. And we did choose to bounce the Sisse, so that's in hand. Mm-hmm. Now,
I've made that line with Tivit before with the politic that comes alongside that.
I like that. That's
but it's risky. It's real risky because this could be a breach or a Thoracle or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yep. That could happen. Cover. They got 3 treasures. Like this could be a Thoracle line. People were like, "What just happened?"
I think you're kind of forced to be kept honest thanks to the Ranger captain actually functioning underneath the Teferi, but that is just not.
Yeah, they could just go like Thassa's Oracle.
Wouldn't it be enough?
And then they can just cast it in response if that's what they have. But yeah, it'll foil a breach line here.
Right?
So
like Caleb already had the Ranger captain, right? So we already could have had a silenced attempt at a win. So like, I'm not too scared.
They deemed him.
What Caleb can do.
Yeah, they deemed Blue's Clues safe from that. Like even if they assemble a transmute artifact, it's kind of whatever. Gilded Drake though.
Gilded Drake coming down,
taking a Kinnan. We're gonna steal a Kinnan. We got 2 treasures left and a Delighted Halfling. Like we might be able to cook with that. And just taking Kinnan, just always a good idea.
Agree there. I definitely agree with taking Kinnan being a good idea. And it actually makes the Gilded Drake mana neutral if you're gonna play Kinnan. Or you're going to take Kinnan and then do something else with your turn. If you have any fast mana, that's obviously turbocharged, but it's actually just straight up free heads up, like you said, with the treasures that are already in play.
Yeah, the more I look at a lot of the complicated lines, and it's like, what do I clone? What do I take? It's like the answer is typically Kinnan. Like most decks just love having a Kinnan.
Yeah, a lot of these
taking
decks
it from Max
just play Kinnan and they're 99s, 98s.
Yeah, it's just a really good card.
It's one of the strongest ones. In fact, I think this is going to be no different. Clam Chowder has one, and so does the Timna Thrasios deck. Has a Kinnan as well. So every person at the table basically that can play Kinnan has one.
Yeah, and they can recast Sisay, uncounterable, once they have the Kinnan, if that is the desired target. Because you can't take the Ranger Captain, so just sack it in response. It's like probably not a great line, unless they know something we don't, based on what they've been.
I mean, you could politic, be like, I'm gonna take the Ranger
Yeah.
Captain. Obviously, if I had a win, I would do it now because I have a Teferi cover. Like,
yeah, because it never actually
but-
happens. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think you do want the Kinnan, though. No, it's Bowmasters.
Okay, that's surprising. That's very interesting.
After your X1s have already been killed.
Yeah, it's just gonna go after some Esper Sentinels, maybe, or you can just like play some stuff and trigger some draw steps. You can go after maybe Kinnan first.
Yeah, go after the
Definitely
Kinnan.
a lot of opportunity with this take as well.
Also, didn't redeploy.
They left it to Teferi too.
Yeah,
didn't attack
didn't
it.
redeploy Sisay. Didn't attack Teferi. A very interesting set of politics that had to have happened there for this game state to enter in this way. But back to Caleb we go. Ranger Captain, a commander in play, plenty of mana to work with. Did he find anything worth doing to close this game out?
I'd also like to see a cool Gilded Drake proxy in the future. So when you hand a Gilded Drake around the table, it's like, it's like a $250 card. Like I'd have a proxy for paper tournaments.
Yeah, it's one that ends up in other people's. We saw some cards.
Yeah, you're gonna lose that. It's like
that one ends up in other people's decks all the time.
Yeah,
and I bought one. I don't know how often I should be playing, but my boy Mike Sad, he did some alters at Playing with Power, and he made a sweet Gilded Drake proxy that I use. It's like painted over and hand painted, really cool.
That's the way to do it, I think. Yeah, but handing the OG one over here.
Yeah, I'll keep that. I'll keep that off to the side. I'll put it in my deck box or something. That's gonna stay right here. And here comes a big attack. Able to draw some cards. Will trigger Bowmasters if that does happen, which would pick off. I mean, some amount of Caleb's board state thanks to this Bowmasters might begin to look good right now if we're drawing cards off Tymna. Now, it looks to be what we're doing. Maybe thinking before blocks. No, it's gonna be 2 cards, and here comes a 2/2 Orc Army.
A lot of juicy targets.
Oh yeah, Esper Sentinels, Cannons. You get 2, so you don't have to do any kind of speculative. Put some damage and then hope that more draws happen later. You could just pick off the Cannon now. It's 2 triggers. That's where you want.
The Teferi might be able to live now. I don't think Max is going to do anything too insane as long as you take care of the Kinnan right now.
Well, maybe. I mean, being able to untap with all your mana is very different from having to commit 3 mana to put your Teferi in play to begin with. But maybe it's not that different.
Yeah, I guess that is the consideration there. It's like, yeah, then they get to untap an entire. I mean, it would be really sweet when you recap the game. It's like, yeah, they just cast Teferi and passed an entire turn cycle went around and just won with that Teferi.
At what point are we willing to say we're too deep in the mid-range? If somebody's putting defense crit in play and passing and nobody's winning, are we in too deep? Do we have too much interaction? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that Teferi just got pinged down because they're like, yeah, like 2 turns down the line, maybe someone will use it to protect a win.
Sure. Yeah, I don't hate the philosophy. Although you do still have this Ranger Captain in play now as the only silence effect to contend with. Not sure what that's worth, what that means for the table. I mean, Caleb hasn't had a win yet, although did just pick up 2 new cards. And you can maybe do some. You mentioned politicking. Wandering Bowmasters is something you can politic with. Hey, as soon as you tap that, I'm gonna go after this. Why don't you wait and see, if that even needs to happen? Maybe you could do some politicking there. Versus, if you tap it on your main phase, I'm gonna kill your Kinnan. If you wait, maybe I kill Ranger Captain instead, and you get to keep Kinnan for the moment. I think there's politic opportunity there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It maxes at the table. and they are very big into the political aspect of the games and kind of guides everyone else. Like, hey, you got to worry about this person. Like, they're the problem. Like, maybe pump the brakes in this spot. Like, they don't always listen, but he'll at least typically offer some sound advice on how to navigate the board.
Oh, and here we just deployed Chrome Mox and then deployed Thrasios. Thrasios and Tymna now both in play. That's what those unreadable cards from here is. I'm sure they're beautiful in person. From up here, the Tymna and Thrasios that are off to the side, much more legible, as here is the one being tapped right away. And that's going to generate 2 Bowmaster's triggers going after Ragavan and Esper Sentinel. Not concerned. Not concerned with the Kinnan. Let's imagine that is some manner of blue-green land. It's Rhystic Study.
Rhystic.
Follow-up for Max. A good pickup. Although, maybe a little mitigated still by Bowmasters, but somehow still has Kinnan in play. Not too concerned about that yet.
Yeah,
also has
doing a good job talking to kind of keep the board
Is that the
intact.
only way this Kinnan would be in play for you? You seem like you want to
I think so. I think so.
Okay,
It's
right.
the Kinnan itself is not dangerous, and it's fine for a little bit, and there may be a deal reached where like I'll keep just pumping mana to untap the One Ring and activate it, and let's just destroy everything, and then you can do it. If I start getting scary, you can take care of my Kinnan. But the Transmute Artifact has been face up for multiple turns, knowing that they're like at least one turn away from an A+B.
Is that? I mean, do we have an A+B? What do we have here?
I'm not sure exactly. However, it's got to be something. It could be a Cloudstone Curio going on.
We're gonna find out. I'll say that.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options, and there's like LEDs. So there's different things that could happen. Although I know that one's like not quite as likely given the Ranger Captain in play. So I'd imagine it's like a Cloudstone Curio loop of some sort. You have I don't know, Phyrexian Metamorph. There's some things you can probably get going.
A pile of creatures?
Yeah,
like
Curio can navigate around the Ranger Captain. So I'd imagine that's the route they're trying to take.
Yeah, I think that's.
But we'll see. This will be very indicative of the route they're going to take very shortly when we decide. And maybe they're not sure either. Maybe they're like, this is
like I want to use my mana efficiently.
Yeah,
this is what
I've had this in play. Like I might be not as powerful in the political aspect of this game just because I have this thing that's everyone thinks I'm a threat. So maybe I just get it out of my hand. Yeah, one ring. Okay. So they're like, yeah, I'm fine. Just cash it out because it's a dangerous card to Mystical Tutor for. You're just like, yeah, I'm problematic. Watch out! I didn't do this on accident.
Taking some notes from Max. So that once again, now this Bowmaster's trade is looking better and better. And originally, we were kind of like, yeah, Kinnan's the best card in play, and the blah, 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 all these perceptions. Well, then a bunch of additional card advantage engines hit the board, and now this Orcish Bowmasters, I mean, the trade looks to be very good.
Yeah, and New England Clam Chowder can be friendly with probably multiple opponents here.
Yeah. You can get a bowl of clam chowder. I can get a bowl of clam chowder. We should all, it's the last round.
Everyone's just like working overtime with this Bowmaster, showing exactly why between the Bowmaster and the Rhystic Study, just like an absolute clinic of the most problematic cards alongside Dockside in this format. Just like the weirdest things are happening here.
We've seen some Dockside wins, but it's from dedicated Dockside wins decks like Sisay and stuff, right? We haven't really seen as much of the just like value Dockside. It's been like, oh, I'm playing additional creature tutors, Teamer Pirates. That's another deck with just creature tutors for the Dockside. We haven't really seen as much just like demonic tutor for Dockside. Honestly, I think we've seen more of the One Ring than any other like card advantage piece, any other like namesake card of the CDH format right now. I mean, once again, we're in a spot with multiple One Rings in play. And yeah, we've seen 2, 3, we've seen Metamorphs for the One Ring. Like this format, I was sold. Mystic Remora Ristic Study, what it's all about. I feel like I've seen more One Rings than both of those cards combined.
Yeah, Mystic very contextual. We've seen a lot of runaway Mystic Remoras though, but it did require some setup. It can go wrong. Yeah, like it can backfire in the wrong spots, especially in competent pods.
Well, here is 3 mana.
The Bowmaster's getting kind of large too, or the token. So eventually, like, we can nuke all the creatures and have just a giant orc army token.
We saw a lot of that with Bowmasters right immediately in the format. People just trying to like wheel and then beat people. Like you get to kill one player with the wheel triggers, then use the orc army to kill another player, and then do a 1v1 versus the player that's most behind in the pod post wheel with your huge creature and huge board state. I haven't seen as much of that recently, and the Bowmasters, I mean, it's shown it just doesn't really need the help. It doesn't need these wheels to back it up. You could just put it in play against some of these draw engines, and you're going to get a big orc army just organically.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was a Thrasios activation right there. Didn't get a great look about what went to hand. That's appeared to be what happened.
Oh, I think it was a Mystic Remora.
Okay. Well, that one's a little late to the party. Probably still fine to deploy, being a 1 mana play.
Yeah, they got a lot of mana at this point. You can keep it around for maybe 3 turns. Probably be worth your time. But yeah, we're kind of settling into a mid-range slog fest. And the Bowmasters, kind of yet again just being the focal point of everything that's happening. Just always being part of that conversation.
Right now. Yeah, now the Orc Army is getting 3 points of power and toughness bigger, and there are 3 triggers. Is it killing Kennen time? Or are we thinking it's killing Ranger Captain time? I kind of want to kill the Ranger Captain now.
Yeah, at some point, it's a good thing to kill. You may be able to convince Blue's Clues to do that with their One Ring as well. Yeah, Ranger Captain down.
Ranger Captain down. It does work. That One Ring tap for 3, and it's a Vampiric Tutor.
Vamp.
On end step after this happens.
lot of hand
bit of emotion there. Yeah, I love that.
Timna.
Well,
at the end of the day, you're feeling
I don't think
yourself.
we can respond to this vamp. This vamp is gonna happen. Yeah, I don't know why we're talking about it. I mean, it'd have to be a creature of some kind. I assume this Ranger Captain has already been cracked. Cards already drawn from players. Ristic Study can draw another card. We're fetching in response. Okay. That would be Ranger Captain cracked. So maybe this is all in response. That would be strange. I have to imagine if you're Caleb, you let the Ranger Captain resolve, then cast your Vampiric Tutor. I mean, I highly doubt that we did it the other way, but
yeah,
a fetch nonetheless. See what's up. If it's opposition agent, that would be
that would be real rough. You think like, oh yeah, I'm safe too. I just cracked the Ranger Captain because it was free to crack it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's just go for my tutor. Oh, all right. Are we just pump faking? Playing around opposing opposition agent? I don't really know, but it is going to be Vampiric Tutor resolving. No opposition agent this time. And we will see what Caleb comes up with.
Yeah, it's just such a sticky board.
What works? Yeah,
what gotta no one thing just unsticks it. There's I don't believe there's Hullbreaker Horror. That's usually the thing that busts the game open. Yeah, no Hullbreaker. Maybe Seedborn Muse, or it's tough. It's a really creature based deck, and they can the One Rings can just team up with this Bowmaster.
Well, they're tapped down now, so Ristic Study is the only real concern. Maybe we can reach for something like a Displacer Kitten kill. I really don't know. I mean, there's no Ranger Captains left, so like spells kind of work. Like, how bad is an Ad Nauseam here?
It's true, they do play Ad Naus.
Yeah, I mean, with Shocking into Watergrave speaks to plan for action this turn, or we just want to activate Thrasios a million times. Also very possible. Seems worse than the One Ring activations. Activating Thrasios seems like it puts you further behind than what the other players at the table have going on, and it's Mystic Remord to kick things off. Triggers Ristic Study.
Yeah, it's tough because Thrasios Timna generally wanting to grind, but it's hard to keep up with what's going on. And if you get too far ahead, then the Bowmaster just kind of beats you back down. But like, do you want to blow your vamp on just a removal spell for this Bowmaster? Because it's
no way.
It's kind of hurting everyone.
Your own Bowmaster and just kill it with that, right? I mean, just leave the.
Yeah.
I mean, you could maybe do that. I don't hate that.
You could maybe do that, yeah.
I don't think
there's
damage on Kinnan.
There's no Gilded Drake. That'd be an interesting grab as well.
Yeah, Gilded Drake would be strong.
I've seen in other Thrasios Timna decks in the past. It's
Seedborn Muse. Is it just Seedborn Muse time? Does that just die to One Ring? Just dies to One Rings, right?
Yeah, it's tough. Adnaz, I liked your idea with Adnaz. It's one of the few things, or let's see. Oh wait,
I just want to know what works. It's just nothing works. Ristic Study draws a bunch of cards if you try to Adnaz kill, and that leads to you dying to the Bowmasters. Fish is down. Countered by
and this deck is also not playing Imposter Mech. That's a good one. That was probably the tutor. That's a good answer to opposing Bowmaster.
Very nice. Paying for Ristic Study.
That's like the best card to copy a Bowmaster. That's
because future Bowmasters don't get it, and then you still
it just sits there. It's untouchable.
Again, more Imposter Mechs than I've ever seen before. I mean, more clone effects than I've ever seen before. I think we're really seeing a shift in CDH with these Imposter Mechs, with this the Flesh duplicate. Like, these are just cards that you need if you want to compete in a Bowmasters metagame. Which is these clones, copy Kinnans, you copy Ranger Captains, copy Docksides, copy Bowmasters. There's just a critical mass of juicy targets, and the clones are a high enough quality now. You're not just dealing with Phantasmal Image anymore, that you get situations like this where people are just tutoring for Imposter Mech because it just doesn't die to creature.
If I'm building a non-red deck, I'm probably putting Imposter Mech in it.
Yeah.
Not being able to copy your own Dockside, like, definitely a big disadvantage. I think the one reason we're not seeing just a total resurgence of that card, or just, it's a ubiquity of it. But like, this is a perfect deck for it, Thrasios Timna. I'm playing every color but red, so I'm probably copying a Dockside anyway. So let's get going with that.
Let's get going with that indeed, as these players, I think, still doing a little bit of politicking. It's going to be Force of Negation pitching Flusterstorm. That's two pieces of interaction coming down from the Clam Chowder. Needs to stop Imposter Mech from happening. Maybe one of the downsides of Imposter Mech is susceptible to the
it is. It is.
Delay, looking to clean up that Force of Negation. See if that happens. Thinking about potentially paying for Ristic Study.
Also, interesting deck building note on this Thrasios Timna deck. No culling ritual when I'm looking for things like, what do I get to reset this game? It's not in there. There's Adnaz, so you know.
It's surprising given you have access to
surprising.
Thrasios, a place to dump the mana. I feel like, you would really.
Yeah, and ad nauseums. That's a deliberate choice, because you just don't not play that card accidentally in a black-green deck in this format. It's such a busted card. There has to be a way that they are playing that just does not lend itself, maybe a lot of dyssynergy with the mana dorks.
Yeah, it looks
but
like
an interesting deck building.
It's going to happen.
Very interesting.
And delay is going to happen. Imposter Mech going to, that looked like Inchers clone Bowmasters, kill Bowmasters. We may have one more draw that happens. I think there was still a Ristic draw on the stack. So we're going to have one more Bowmasters ping to throw around. Kinnan's already picked off. from the Bowmasters triggers this turn can maybe start to go after like Timna and stuff. Don't think there's any X1s left in play worth looking at reaching for. And Imposter Mech going.
Ooh, dramatic. Is that dramatic reversal? They play that? Yeah.
That is dramatic reversal, yeah. That's going to untap a lot of mana. Soul Ring, Talisman, Chrome Mox. It is a ritual. What are we doing? I thought this Imposter Mech killed Bowmasters, and that suddenly didn't happen. And now the Metamorph has a counter on it. What?
That's interesting. This deck does not play Icecrown Scepter, but plays dramatic reversal. You don't see that very often.
I used to see that a lot. Yeah, I used to see it a lot more. It fell out of favor, I think, a little bit as Talismans and Signets started to see less play. You would see just like value dramatic reversals. You still see it every now and again with like creature mana heavy decks where it just like represents a ton of mana, but less so now.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's real
deck.
Yeah, it's just like it looks like generally just a very large ritual.
Yeah. Played it a lot in a lot
very,
of
very interesting
decks. Yidris, a deck of yesteryear, played one as a just a mana rock on tapper because a lot of your Storm plan involved just putting a ton of artifact mana in play. Don't really see that as much anymore. Dockside, I think, kind of shored all that stuff up. No need to do that when it's both actively bad against Dockside, and you can just be doing your own Dockside in the meantime. And an attack coming across with Timna. Card going to come through. And Imposter Mech. Yeah, whatever the Metamorph is dead. I believe that might have been a Kinnan. Looks like 2 damage was enough to kill it. And now...
Certainly a lot of action in this turn.
Yeah, I mean, a ton of Bowmasters pings. Somehow, I think we must have politicked our way into, okay, it's Bowmasters versus One Rings. I won't kill your Bowmaster if you don't kill mine. And that's where we're at. Because I see an Orc army for 3 different players at this table. That I see 2 players with Bowmasters, 2 players with One Ring, and here is a tap of One Ring, draw 4
Yeah, Max,
cards.
like, I'm going for it. I don't have a Bowmaster, but like,
what do you want me to do? Not draw cards?
I just need to
let's blade.
Cause some commotion at this point.
And yeah, there must be some kind of politic deal here to keep each other's Bowmaster from being picked off. Of course, the Imposter
Max just fired it off. There, I
think what must have happened is there was a Ristic Study trigger underneath it all, and Zach said, "If you copy my bow, like if I will kill my Bowmasters right now unless you commit to not copying my Bowmasters. Like I will use this Bowmaster trigger to kill my own Bowmasters because you're going to kill it anyway if you copy my Bowmasters. So copy something else with that Imposter Mech, or I'm just going to kill it with this Ristic Study trigger that happened for your Imposter Mech, and that must be the deal that's at work here." Makes sense to me.
And now this is just an interesting board state. I've played against Thrasios Timna before, and I've had the same feeling of just I'm walking with water waders in just the murkiest swamp, and like my feet are stuck to the mud. Like I can't do anything, and it feels like, yeah, you're tutoring. You're like, I don't know what to tutor for. Like nothing is gonna work. It's just I'm just in a swamp. That's how it feels. And this is exactly what this board makes me feel. So this must mean that Thrasios Timna is the problem, and it's probably too late to do anything about it when you have this, I don't know, just this dread over the board.
Yeah, I think that's a fine read. The only caveat, oh wow, putting Kinnan in play for 4 mana in the face of 2 Bowmasters just not. That ain't it.
Tough.
That is not a winning play.
Holding up Manamo.
I've ever seen one. That's not going to do it. As here is a follow-up of some kind from the Mana Confluence. Just kidding. Going to use the Manamo instead. It's Soul Ring. That doesn't trigger anything. So Kinnan gets to live for a few more seconds. Make 3. Is it Basalt time? Could be Basalt time. It is Basalt time. This resolves. That's infinite
This is
mana.
where we go.
This is the classic. All right, can anybody cast a spell? Oh, well, Ristix and May. Oh, okay. Well, can anybody draw a card? Infinite mana. What does that do?
It doesn't do
I mean,
anything
infinite cost mana
yet.
doesn't do anything yet. But there's a lot of cards. I mean, we just drew
Yeah,
4
Max
cards. off
drawn a
one
ton
ring.
of cards.
So it's got to do something.
Yeah, Max doesn't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can assume it's game over. 'Cause Max isn't gonna just like fire it off.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we're explaining the Basalt Monolith combo. I think all these players are going to be intimately familiar with that particular combo. So what is it that we're doing? Let's
Yeah, and you can
find
respond to the
out.
first activation here, and you can break it up.
That looks to be what's happening.
Yeah.
There's a chain of vapor going after the Kinnan with the mana activation on the stack. So that would mean that there's one
Yeah, it
mana
must
in
be
the
on
mana
the
pool.
stack.
So there's one mana in the mana pool. Then I love the gestures from Caleb. A lot of personality here.
Yes.
Get this out of here. Goodbye. Basalt Monolith is tapped right now. With an activation to untap it on the stack is where I assume we have to be. Chain
Okay,
of
we have
Vapor.
a fierce guardianship to fight back.
Yeah, there's Fierce. You got some draw engines you can't use. A lot of hand motions from players that are not casting spells. Chain of Vapor is going to be countered by Fierce Guardianship. I believe players are at the show each other their hand stage from what just happened there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're just at full show each other the hands. Okay, Grim Monolith doesn't add anything
Grim.
to the mix.
All right, we just dump in our hand.
Green Sun
Okay,
Zenith
Green
for
Sun.
X is infinite.
That should be
That
okay.
feels
So
like a
that's
check
that's
mark.
that's a done
That's a
deal. Yep,
Thrasios.
that's Thrasios. Yep.
Oh, but no, you can't do that. You can't Thrasios. It has to be something else because you die the Powmasters. Right? No. Can you do it in such a way where you stack it all up? Oh, how does
yeah,
this
it's
work?
going to be complicated.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, maybe you need something else. It'll be interesting to see how Max navigates this.
Yeah, you can like make it the mana, draw a card, triggers on the stack, draw a card, triggers on the stack, draw a card, just put infinite pings on the stack. How do you win?
Has there been a land drop made? So you can kind of just wait till you find the treasure
My
vault.
CDH hookup, I believe, has informed me that what we can do is do this until you have a critical mass of stuff and you can find green mana plus Veil of Summer, and then you don't die to the triggers.
I don't think Max plays Veil. Let me see.
There's no way he doesn't play Veil. Come on.
Let's see. Yeah, he does not play Veil.
Oh, well, that doesn't work.
The grind them into dust Max deck is one that I've just like run into it a lot, and he does a lot of like deck walkthroughs. I don't think he likes Veil very much.
Well, it would work here. Endurance in the same ilk. We have Colossal Sky Turtle. Let's do a deck perusal here. I mean, I'm sure that Max is going to show what we got. Elvish Spirit Guide has not been used.
Yeah, there's a few things you could just find to stop drawing cards. So it may require just that the right cards are on top of the deck. There is a crop rotation that could find the drawing a blank, but the treasure vault.
Treasure Vault. Okay. And then we have colored mana, and then we get to... We have Born Upon a
Flip.
Wind?
Then we do our big flip. Once we have the
okay.
colored with
Then we
the
have-
Kinnan activation.
Sure. Then we do the full draw. No. Yes, you could do the full draw just bottoming the Thassa's. There's no Thassa's Oracle, is there? How do we do this?
No.
What are we flipping?
There's many things. There's like Hullbreaker Horde, a bounce
We have to win an instant
everything.
speed if we're doing the triggers, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. What wins at instant speed? I'm not sure there is.
Yeah, I don't know if he's I don't know if he's trying to go for instant speed or not. Curious how he executes this.
Well, I can tell you this: we're tracking cards. Like we're
But he's
tracking
also
cards.
not scrying to the bottom either, so he could hit more lands. So yeah, this must be an instant speed win somehow. Oh yeah, Simian Spirit Guide, crop rotation, treasure vault. I don't know how he kills ever.
Yeah, you have to win. You have to actually win the game.
I think there's a way he can do it. I think he can do it somehow. It's a really convoluted line. Let's see. What was it? There's also Spellskite. Spellskite do it. You can redirect all the count. Like if he gets SSG, treasure, 4 crop rotation, 4 treasure vault, make infinite colored mana. Put Spellskite into play through an instant speed creature removal. That'll redirect all the targets to Spellskite. So that saves you from that spot. I think there's probably a way where you can.
There's endurance.
He probably doesn't play. Oh yeah, he has endurance.
There's treasure vault. He bottom treasure vault. So yeah, I think.
Yep, bottom
treasure
treasure vault. Yep.
I think we're crop rotating for treasure vault. Very deliberately. Bottom
for the SSG. Yep.
All right, crop rotation for treasure vault is going to be the line to make colored.
The Spellskite makes it so he doesn't actually have to win at instant speed either. He can just not die at instant speed.
Well, yeah, but
then he can flip everything.
Like we have to keep the Spellskite at the bottom. I think that's another card we would have to bottom.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So
I think so. We'll see if that is the case.
We get to bottom Spellskite, and then we have like Court of Calling or whatever to put to hand, and that should do it for whatever else you need to get. I mean, then you have everything open, and I think there's the finale or whatever, ham sandwich. It's the job done.
Yep, attack for trillions. Yep, there's the cord. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think he's
still going because he doesn't have the treasure. Yeah, he needs the crop first.
There's crop rotation. Okay, we found crop rotation. I think we have it all.
Okay.
Now. So there's SSG, like you said, crop rotation for treasure vault, which we know is on bottom. That's going to make infinite treasures. Then we can just Court of Calling the Spellskite.
Cord for Spellskite. Yep.
Put some nonsense in play and do your finale, and then we're done. I love the pile of dice on the imposter mech. That does it for me. just keeping track of it, huh? I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
How big is it? I don't know. 100.
Very cool to see Kinnan get to execute like one of these weird combo lines. Like a good showing for this deck has an insanely high floor, but a really high ceiling to boot as well. Like this isn't something you normally have to do. You probably don't ever have to do this. Like this is a really niche scenario. And I had to just like look at his deck, and it's like there's like 10 different things you got to do in order like get this going.
What matters in instant speed, and that's it's clever. I think that and I think you sniffed it out. I think you did a good job of that. Maybe you should be a Kinnan player. You seem to have all the lines dialed up.
It's a cool deck. Yeah, it's like one of the top. It's one of the top decks, and it does reward just knowing all of the silver bullets and like your contact point out the veil. It's like, oh, this one card in my deck, I can like draw everything, so I have everything at my disposal immediately. Each card very deliberate in Kinnan. It's a pretty tight deck list.
No kidding. And Veil of Summer, it says he doesn't need it.
There's Spellskite. Okay,
I love that card. I'd play 2. I'd play 4.
Yeah, Spellskite's awesome in this deck. It does so much heavy lifting.
And here we go. Yeah, all the triggers are going to be redirected with the treasures. And then, after that should be trivial. Just go ahead and use the finale. It doesn't matter where the triggers were going either. They could be going at Kinnan. They could be going anywhere. It doesn't actually matter. You get to redirect them all no matter where they're headed. And high five from the entire table.
Group high five of it and nothing matters.
Yeah. But
we died. Who
Satellite
cares?
Gets to stunt on the table anyway.
Yeah, an awesome game. Glad they played that out.
Agreed. From first position, the McKinnon deck showing its stripes. In contrast we talked about there's a lot of TNK, a lot of Kennen that has showed up to this event. In contrast to the performance of the TNK decks, the Blue Farm decks, which have looked maybe a little anemic, I think the Kennen decks, in every time we've seen them, have been explosive and part of the game at every point.
Yeah, they can come back. It's like, killing Kinnan just is a temporary measure. There weren't any mana dorks, so there wasn't any way to keep it really down. But I was surprised that Max was able to pull that game out. It looked like he was far behind, and it was a slog. So congratulations to him.
Well, that is going to do it for round number 5, the final round for today of the Boil here, the Platinum event by the Top Deck Championship Series. We are going to have 2 more rounds of Swiss, the final 2 rounds tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be seeing these players within that context. If not tomorrow, then in that top 16, top 4. All great records. Remember, we were watching pod number 1. And, of course, we're going to have our semifinals and our finals tomorrow as well. We're going to be crowning a champion. Both of us, I believe, will be back in the booth tomorrow at various points in time. Can't confirm the exact texture of that, but you are not going to want to miss a moment of the CEDH action from the largest CEDH event that happened here in the United States and maybe actually ever. Gonna have to go back and check on that one for sure, but definitely here in the States. Breaking records left and right. And this is some incredible stuff. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you for watching all we have to offer. And join us tomorrow, I believe, starting at the same time, but I can get confirmation about that. Until then, have a good night's sleep, and we'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Your soul.